Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our first council meeting of 2024. I'm impressed at how many people managed to make it out with this kind of weather we're having, but welcome to all of you. I'll just start by introducing our council. On my left, your right, Councillor Brian Woods. I'm Mayor George Comrie. We have Councillor Joe Lamb, Councillor Scott Nash, and on the phone we have Councillor Janice Bray. So you won't see her, but you'll hear her. Sorry? Well, you'll hear her when she says anything. And our staff we have with us, our CAO Clerk Michelle Hendry, our Manager of Public Works, Dave Creaser, Planning Assistant Paula Macri, and we have our new this is their second day. So, and we have a number of folks from the Whitestone McKellar Lions Club with us here who have a delegation. So anyway, welcome to all of you. I'll call the meeting to order, and we'll start as we usually do with our playing of our national anthem, followed by our Indigenous Land Acknowledgement Statement. The municipality recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll now ask if any of the councillors have a pecuniary interest in today's proceedings.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Bray, go ahead.
Yes, I have a pecuniary interest for 9.3. Thank you.
Okay, 9.3, which is, oh, yes. Okay, thank you. Appointment of an alternate CEMC. Okay, can we then get a motion, first motion of the day to approve our agenda? Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Woods. If there's no discussion, sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. I'll read the motion. Whereas the members of council have been presented with an agenda for the January 16th, 2024 regular council meeting, be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted as presented with the addition of the following item under closed session. And this is personal matter and under personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees pursuant to the Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239 2B. Resignation Stewardship Committee. So that's the motion. And again, it was moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Woods. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask one quick question?
I guess, sure, go ahead.
If possible, I'm not sure how time will run, but if not, I'll bring it up under councillor items, but I don't know if there could be one thing added, just a quick little, which should take maybe 5 minutes or so, just a quick little discussion on the health spending account for 2024 for councillors, if we have time under business matters, if we might be able to just have a really quick little discussion if time allows.
I'm looking at our clerk. Can we do that? Is it under our procedures? I guess we can.
Sorry about that. The mover and seconder would have to agree to an additional item in respect to the approval of the agenda.
Yeah, okay. I wonder, is that door locked?
No, one
Oh.
side I think is locked, the other side's.
Oh, I just saw somebody at the door. Okay. All right, thanks. Okay, then if the mover and seconder agreement, we will add then an item, health spending account under what, business matters? Yeah,
That would be business matters item 11.4.
11.4, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll call the question on the agenda. All those in favor, please indicate. Councillor Bray? You,
Councillor Bray, yes.
all right, thank you. Okay, the motion is carried. We have an agenda. And the first item on that agenda is a delegation from the Whitestone McKellar Lions Club. And we have, I see this morning, 7 members of the club. So welcome all of you. And I guess Rob, you're going to be Robert. You're going to present, are you?
Oh.
Okay, but please go. I don't know if that's.
I think Rob.
It doesn't sound like it's turned on, but there's a little button in the back here. Paula's going to help you. No.
No. Might take us.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, councilors, Madam CAO, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Rob Dreyer and I am the treasurer of the Whitestone McKellar Lions Club. And with me today, as you can see from all the blue shirts, are members of the club, including our president, Lion Joyce Campbell, and our secretary, Lion Pam Stevens. Our primary purpose in meeting with you today is to express our gratitude in being selected to operate the bottle shed at the York Street landfill. We appreciate the confidence and trust you are placing in us to keep the site clean and organized and to manage the proceeds responsibly and with integrity to maximum benefit of our community. In keeping with the new year and a new regime for the bottle shed, we felt it appropriate to remind council of who we are and what we do, to share our ideas for programs and projects in the future, and also to comment on a couple of items pertaining to the new bottle shed operating protocols. Since our time is short, please allow me to dive right in. I'm assuming you have copies of this presentation, and I thank you for keeping your questions and comments to the end so I do not exceed my allotted time. Slide 2, please. The Lions organization, with more than 100 years of service, is a highly recognized and highly respected service organization in Canada, the United States, and around the world. With more than 1.4 million members in 200 plus countries globally, it has also been working with the United Nations on humanitarian concerns since the inception of the UN. For our club and for all local clubs, Lions International provides resources and training to help us establish standard operating procedures and to coordinate our activities with other clubs in the district. Our club is a local reflection of our parent organization, Champion operated in this community for more than 50 years. Though our club struggled a bit during the pandemic years, through the efforts of Lion Joyce and her husband Lion Barry, we are now thriving and expect to stand at 14 members later this week. Members join the Lions Club mostly to give back to their local community, but also to be part of a humanitarian organization promoting causes that affect not only our community, but our region and the world around us. Next page, please. Lions International has selected 5 global causes that you can see on the left-hand side of this page. Each club is encouraged to support and/or provide service that targets as many of these causes as possible in our community. As well, we are encouraged to cooperate and join forces with other clubs in our district where our contributions can be combined to greater regional benefit. Examples of local service activities include our participation in the Earth Day cleanup and the Christmas Hamper program. Camp Haronda, located in Huntsville, is an excellent example of Lions clubs in our district banding together to provide a summer camp experience for children who would otherwise not have one. Our flagship program is the annual Christmas food basket and toy drive. In 2023, we supported 32 families, including 52 children, with food, toys, and gift cards. We partnered with local businesses, including Middle River Farms, For the Bees, and Beaver Creek Farms. We received generous donations from local citizens, with a special shout out to the Manitowoc Golf Ladies, who provided a very generous cash donation to help us buy toys for children. And of course, the many other residents who came out on delivery day to bring these baskets to families in our community. And a special shout out to Councillor Brave, who came out that day as well. Next slide, please. We also deliver other programs in the community, many of which center around the Whitestone Lake Central School. And you can see various other events and organizations that we've served throughout the year, from Halloween for the kids, donations to the library, the Ag Society, and the Royal Canadian Legion, as well as participating in the local fairs and community events. The municipality has been supportive by licensing our lotteries, which benefit organizations in our community, such as the nursing station expansion in 2022. Next slide, please. Looking ahead, with increased monetary potential associated with the York Street bottle shed, we anticipate being able to extend and expand our service programming. Here are a few of our preliminary ideas. First, we are exploring the possibility of extending our Christmas program, renaming it as Fighting Against Hunger, to additional times throughout the year. Second, in 2023, we gained substantial experience in providing food services at local community events in McKellar, and we'd like to do more of the same in Whitestone. And after all these programs, we still anticipate having some monetary surplus that we will place in a capital reserve fund earmarked for improvements to Whitestone parks and public spaces. We ask you to keep the Lions Club in mind when such opportunities or needs arise during your discussions. And while our scale may prevent us from investing in a new public building like the Magnetawan Lions Arena or the Sundridge Lions Hall and Splash Pad, there are numerous examples of Lions clubs around the world sponsoring gardens, parks, and related amenities in their communities. Next slide. Our last slide touches on two items contained in the Bottle Shed's operating protocols. Item 4 references payments to volunteers, in particular gas money. Now, when I hear the phrase paying gas money, it conjures up an image of someone handing over cash saying, hey, this is for your trouble. Thank you for helping with the bottles and cans. We agree that this practice is irregular and inappropriate. However, in the spirit of full transparency, we would like to inform council that in compliance with standard accounting practices and Canada Revenue Agency regulations, our club does have an policy and associated procedures for reimbursement of out-of-pocket expenses incurred by our members in fundraising and program and service delivery. This includes the use of their personal vehicles on club business that requires travel outside of Whitestone and McKellar, including taking bottles and cans to return locations. On a per trip basis, the reimbursement can range between $35 and $55, depending on the driver's point of origin and which bottle return depot we are using on a given day. Item number 6 is a second item of concern. While we understand the intent to keep 100% of Bottle Shed proceeds in the community, we feel that such an absolute condition restricts our club from pursuing its mission as indicated by our 5 global causes. We will be unable to cooperate fully with other local clubs in pooling resources to meet regional needs. And we would note to you that many Lions programs delivered at the Whitestone Lake Central School are championed by, funded, and developed by other clubs in our district. Further, many of the Christmas program partners that were just mentioned are located in McKellar, and they provided generous donations without any conditions or restrictions on how those should be dispersed, the majority of which, 75% or roughly $2,400 in value, did go to families in Whitestone. In comparison, our support for regional causes in 2023 was approximately $750, less than 10% of our total disbursements. Therefore, respectfully, we ask council to consider alternate wording so that the conditions are not absolute. For example, stipulating that no more than X% of net proceeds can be dispersed outside the municipality. And finally, please note that the Whitestone McKellar Lions Club has always fully complied with and will continue to comply with recording and reporting requirements regarding the Bottle Shed as stipulated by the municipality and fund accounting practices. Over the course of the past 50 years, we are unaware of any action or inaction on our part that might cause our intentions or integrity to be called into question. With that, I conclude our deputation. I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and we remain available to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Robert. We'll open the floor to questions from members of council. Councillor Nash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a couple quick questions or comments, actually. I think it's great that I can see so many of you here today, given the weather, and it shows, I think, your commitment to the community and to the Lions Club. So I think, you know, I just wanted to thank you all for being here, and I know you guys will do a great job, and everything will go to great cause in the community. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you, Rob and Lions. You're doing a great job, by the way, up at York Street. I know because I hear when it's nice and clean and tidy and all that kind of stuff. So congratulations, you do a great job for us and for the community. You're truly wanted and needed in the community. So having said that, I have a couple of comments to your presentation. I have no problem personally, I'm not speaking for council, but for myself, with the idea of you paying mileage for people to go back and forth and deliver the bottles, I guess. what I think we were getting at mostly in our protocol was what you mentioned, you know, hi, Tom, thanks for doing the ball drive. Here's $100 or something, right? That's not on, and I think you understand that, so. As far as the monies being distributed within Whitestone, I'm kind of on the fence on this one, to be honest. Like, this isn't the only fundraising thing that you have, right, in the Lions. Like, what, is it fair for me to ask what percentage the bottle shed would be of your total revenues each year?
It would be, I can tell you that it's approximately 85%.
Oh, okay.
So it's the lion's share. I mean, pardon the pun. But when you think about the time commitment it takes to keep the bottle shed organized and so on, we don't have a lot of time left over to do a lot of other fundraising activities. We did more, but from a net returns, it is certainly earns us the most.
So
monies.
the expenditures you're talking outside of Whitestone, are they less than 15%? What I'm getting at, can't you divert your monies from your other projects to say, well, that part is going to McKellar or Magnetawan or wherever, right? And
Well,
and is that a possibility? Because I'm sure everyone in a perfect world would like the money spent in Whitestone. All the drinkers in Whitestone would probably want that anyway, so.
well, the other fundraising we do is in McKellar mostly, but it is, as I said, modest in comparison. Their local needs, it makes it difficult for us to also support programs like Camp Haronda, as well as Camp Dorset, which is a camp for children as well, but for dialysis patients. There's also the Camp Joe for CNIB and blind kids that we're often asked by our district to contribute along with other clubs, because a little bit of money from us can go a long way when it's pooled together with that of other clubs. But all told, it's still a very modest amount. And so we're not asking that you open the floodgates by any means. We're just asking to be less than absolute and designate a certain percentage, whether it's 10%, 15%, whatever you decide.
But if we said, Rob, 10%, 15%, let's say, and
Mhm.
you know, you're the accounting, no, Pam's the accounting, no, you're the secretary. You're the.
I'm the accounting
You're the
man.
money man, so.
I'm the money man.
So, I mean, you have 15%, in my mind, you have 15% or whatever that number is anyway, right? And I don't think anyone on council would have a problem to say, well, the Christmas toys and stuff, there's some kids that are in McKellar. I don't think council will have a problem with that. But I think if you said, well, 35% of our funding is going to a playground in Magnetawan,
No, that's not
so
our
what's the
intention.
figure, Rob? I guess
Well,
is it 15%? Is that
well,
what you're looking
last year it was $750.
out
that's
of
all.
how much?
Well, out of our total returns of about 18,000,
So what's that? That's not very much.
about 4 or 5%.
Yeah.
But we were also asked for additional things. I think if we settled on something like 10%, that would give us, that would be fine for us.
But again, I don't want to belabor this, but don't you have that already? If you're collecting 15% from other projects, why do you have to divert the bottle shed versus saying, well, we've got 22,000 in total, it's 18 is from bottle shed, the other 4 we'll spend, in McKellar or wherever, where.
Well, because as we're interpreting what you're saying, we cannot support anyone in McKellar from proceeds from the bottle shed. So the funds that we raise in McKellar, we're using to support the needs of McKellar, and it's a much smaller amount. So that's simply why we're asking for some relief to allow us to donate to some other causes.
Okay.
That's-
Just a couple of other small things. In the protocol, and I'm sure you got it, I think Kramadog is interested in doing a week or two or whatever. I had a library board meeting last night and they wanted me to remind you that they stand, you know, ready to help if they can during the year. Certainly that would be more sporadic than, you know, if you had a week or weekend or whatever, you needed help. They don't have the ability to cart the bottles away, so it would just be a donation by the Lions to the library. And while having my library hat on, I know in the budget this year that they're looking for some chairs and some shelving or whatever in there, so you might want to put that on your list of possibilities for spending money in Whitestone. So I think that's all I have. Yeah, and again, thank you all very much for all your hard work. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Woods?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. To everybody in the Lions community, I would like to thank you all personally because you definitely do a fantastic amount of work in all of our communities and it's very much appreciated. Getting to what we have here, your request, paying for fuel for people to drive back and forth. I don't have an issue with that at all. With the rising cost for everything for everybody, we should be paying people's fuel to come and help out and clean up things like the bottle shed. So I have no issue with that. As far as the percentages, I would leave the percentage up to whatever you guys agree upon. I heard you say 10%, Rob. To me, that's not a huge number. If we were pulling $20,000, $30,000 a year worth of bottles out of the community and you wanted to spend $3,000 on families in other communities, I would say knock yourselves out. It's, you know, 100% appreciation from my end for every single one of you and the things that you guys do for all of us. So thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bray, did you have any
Yes, I'd
questions or
like to just,
comments?
yeah, I'd just like to say something. And again, thank you so much to the Lions Club. I ditto everything that everybody has said about the wonderful work that you do. And when I look at it, I have no problem with the 10%. I think some of the other things that you support as region, like the Camp Huronda and Camp Dorset, I think, you know, they're very well could be children from our own community that need these services and would really appreciate them. So I don't have a problem with the 10%, and I don't have a problem with the mileage for taking the bottles to deliver them. I have no problem with that as well. Thank you so much for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I won't repeat what everybody else has said, but other than to again thank our presenter and the rest of his delegation for coming out today in the midst of the snow, and we'll and thank you for taking on this assignment that benefits the municipality in many ways, and as does all the other things that you folks do. So thank you again.
And you're welcome to stay for the next 8 hours if you want
Yeah.
to.
The next item we have, the next presentation we have is from the Georgian Nordic Outdoor Activity Center. And the presenter, is that Mr. Klassen? Is that? It is, okay. So again, you have,
One moment, Mr. Clausen, you are representing the Georgian Nordic?
No, I'm with Steenhoff Building Services Group.
oh,
Okay.
okay, sorry. Is anybody here from?
I don't see them here. They did intend to join by Zoom.
Okay, I see our,
The rest of the people are from Steenhoff.
from Steenhoff, yes, okay, all right. All right, so if there is nobody here to do this presentation, I mean, you do have it in your package, but we're gonna bypass it then? All right. Unless they manage to join in the next few minutes. Okay, then, under matters arising from the presentations and delegations, we usually would have a couple of motions. The first one would be a motion that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information the presentation from the Whitestone McKellar Lions Club with thanks. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All right, well, we'll call the question on that one. All in favor, please. Councillor Bray?
Councillor
you're-
Bray,
you're-
yes.
All right, thank you. That's carried. Oh, I guess this would be the opportunity to say, to see if someone wishes to make a motion with regards to the protocol. I don't recall, did council ever approve this protocol? Because I don't know that, I don't recall that we did.
No, council had seen it. I don't think there was official resolution. So if you would like to leave with staff, and that way we can adjust the protocol and provide the information to all of the organizations that utilize the bottle shed. So we'll need a bit of time to update the protocol and send it out to the folks that have interest. And I can bring that back to council. But what I'm hearing is that council's agreeable that CRA rates will be paid for the delivery of bottles and cans to the
Return depot.
return depot. And that for the Lions Club, and I don't know if this is going to apply to other organizations, up to 10% of the revenue from the bottle shed is council's agreeable that that be spent outside the community on some of the other initiatives that the Lions Club has.
I'm okay with that.
Yes, I am as well. That would be, I think that would be a reasonable adjustment to make. And I guess we can leave it with staff since I don't believe council specifically approved it in that protocol in the first place. It was generated by staff. So, okay.
And I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, that would also apply to the Ardbeg Community Hall? Like the gas, they have gas too, right?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that would apply
I-
to the
I think-
Ardbeg and the
I
Cramadogs
they're-
or Riders.
Their intent is to use it for the hall.
Yeah.
I don't think they have any other, I don't think the 10% would apply to them. I guess you could ask them.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think you're right. I think it likely would, from what I understand. I'm not sure about the Cramadog Snow Riders. I know that they have extensive trails outside of Whitestone. So I'll get some information and I'll let council know what I find out and we'll make an adjustment to the protocol.
Okay, thank you. So we did call the question on that motion, didn't we?
Yeah.
All right, so. So I'm just doing one more check. There is no one here proposing to speak to Georgian Nordic Outdoor Activity Center, right? Okay, then. We will skip that one. And I think we're going to go into committee of the whole for the next items. Yes, could I get a mover and seconder, please, to go into committee of the whole?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we have Counselor Bray moves, and I saw Counselor Wood's hand up to second. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone move into committee of the whole at, and it's 10:39 a.m. All those in favor, please indicate.
Counselor Bray, yes.
Okay, that's carried. We are now in committee of the whole. First item in committee of the whole is a building assessment report for asset management purposes from Steenhoff Building Services Group. And again, this is, well, it's not in your package. There's a link to it in your package. I hope you had a chance to look at it. But we do have some guests with us from the Steenhoff Building Services Group. And I'm not sure who's going to lead this off, but welcome, gentlemen, and please.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead and take us through your report briefly, I hope. Just give us an overview.
Would you like me to share screen? Is one of you going to?
Do you have a presentation
over the
for us?
presentation?
Yes,
PowerPoint or
we have a brief presentation, Honorable Mayor, and if it's all right, I can share my screen, Councillor Bishop. Oh, it's disabled.
You should be able to share
I will-
screen at this point.
And if you'd like, perhaps you could introduce your team.
So, thank you, Honorable Mayor. My name is Zachary Plugers, professional engineer with Professional Engineers Ontario. Beside me here is Jack Steenhoff, CEO of Steenhoff Building Services Group. And we have Aaron Shista here. He is responsible on the architectural design side for the AODA compliance. And over teams in our working office is Cameron Clausen, mechanical engineering training, Steenhoff Building Services Group.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Apologies, Zoom crashed on us there. And sorry, I'll introduce myself again, if that is all right. Can everyone hear us okay?
Yeah, you haven't been interrupted as far as the Zoom. Maybe what you're looking at went down, but we saw and heard everything that you just said, Zachary.
Thank you. I will try to share our screen again and see if this works.
Okay, now I see it.
All right. We were retained by the municipality to provide a building assessment report for 12 of the municipally owned facilities. We completed the reviews in early 2023, along with additional accessibility reviews in fall 2023. Our reviews were non-destructive, meaning we did not open any cavities in walls. We did not remove anything that could not be easily put back in place without damage. Overall, we provided a summary of recommended repairs and replacements in totaling around $200,000 over the 12 buildings. Some of the buildings we have slated for demolition, and that includes the vacant former Twisties restaurant and the Grange, as you guys commonly refer to it as. We do understand that the Grange is typically just used for storage of materials, which we do touch on in our report. Our report did total around 85, 86 pages, so we don't need to go through too much in depth here, but I do understand everyone has had a chance to review that report and may have questions regarding it. The municipality building fire hall, constructed in 2012. Some renovations occurred during the pandemic. Nothing too much in terms of repairs or upgrades. There's some minor, we have some minor items which do add up. The largest one is the rebalancing of the municipal office HVAC system, which I believe was brought up. Cam, if you want to touch on that one, if you have more information on the mechanical side of that.
Yeah, we just noticed in a few areas some cold and warm drafts, and we thought as with the addition of the renovation that it could the entire building could be well served if the air terminals were rebalanced.
Moving on with the library, in recent renovation to the library in the last 5-10 years, providing additional space. Nothing major.
Zach, I don't think the slides that you're showing are coming over the presentation. We're just seeing the initial title page right now.
Oh, I can try that again, Mike. Thank you very much. Let me try this. Okay, is it updated at this point, Cam?
I just see the initial title page still.
Okay. Let me try. My apologies. Thank you everyone for your patience. Try to share this again. Let's try this. Any progress there?
Yeah, we're on the recommended repair slide now.
Thank you. So these recommended repairs for the library at this time. The estimated cost of repairs in the library are $250. There was some minor adjustments to some doors and some slight drywall cracking from former water intrusion, which has been addressed, aside from the cracking in the drywall. It's the Ardbeg Fire Hall. No major concerns on the Ardbeg Fire Hall, aside from some window replacements in the main entry door, seeing as it is occupied on a limited time basis. I should say from building envelope side, I will let Cameron speak to mechanical and electrical.
Yeah, primarily the large ticket item here is the ventilation within the fire hall. We didn't notice any fresh air provided to the system. Oops. And then installing a carbon dioxide and exhaust system within the vehicle bay in accordance with the building code of Ontario. Other than that, it's mostly cleaning up more minor aspects of the mechanical and electrical facilities within the building here.
Thank you, Cam. Nursing station. The nursing station also included some AODA review as well. Minor updates for the in terms of the building itself, and then from AODA compliance. If I let Aaron Shisted here speak.
Yeah, it was mostly just making it slip resistant. Right now the ramp is just the exposed wood. And I sent over some images in the report just outlining like these can be implemented so that the surface is not so slippery. We noticed that the steps leading up to the front door were a little bit out dimension wise and needed to be evened out, but also some of the rises were a little bit larger than the building code allowed for.
Moving on to the Dunchurch Community Center. Overall structurally, building envelope, it did appear to be relatively in good shape. Structurally was fine, no concerns. Building envelope, there's some loose insulation over top of the kitchen. And we're seeing some moss on the entry tower that can be removed to prevent any further growth. And the front door, entry doors, and the entrance flooring is sort of showing signs of aging. The interior kitchen doors were not fire rated from our review. Going to mechanical, electrical, Cam.
Yeah, as listed, it was just kind of messy in the basement, but nothing's major. And typical with a few buildings, HRVs are definitely the ventilation method of the future to get heat recovery, to lower energy costs and be more environmentally conscious while providing a high level of ventilation through the overall building.
Aaron on AUDA.
Yeah, most of the barrier-free requirements that need to be met in this building are within the washrooms. There's been a lot of changes in recent years to the building code as far as the grab bar requirements, the clearances for wheelchair accessibility. Most of those are just minor replacements to the stall, installing some hooks, shelving where required. But nothing too major. It was mostly just dealing with the dimensions of some of the existing stuff in the washrooms.
Thank you. The Dundome rink. Some of the grout around the column bases is chipping away. That is common to occur. It's just a regular maintenance item, and over the years it needs to be regrouted. So that was one of the topics there. There's some fascia that's been damaged or either removed in various areas. Interior, needs some storage for hazardous chemicals to avoid any public access to those. The emergency lighting in the bathrooms was not functioning properly. And the interior panel, its labeling can be cleaned up with terminations inspected by a certified electrician. And any AODA compliance that's
Yeah, they were relatively minor for the Dundalk. We recommend that you add a door operator, as it takes a large amount of force to open the existing door. Some of the other minor implementations would just be with measurements. So moving the toilet paper dispenser to the now required location, moving the shelf, just minor movement of items, but other than that, no real replacements here.
Vacant building formerly known as Christie's Restaurant. We do not see repair as a viable option for this building. It is there's significant amounts of code compliance issues, damage to the building envelope that has resulted in structural concerns and issues throughout it. We recommend that the building be demolished and future uses of the property be determined by City Council. The Grange. At this time, the building life cycle repair is not recommended. We are stating that occupancy, other than to retrieve stored items, is not recommended at this time. Again, leaving it up to the municipality to determine what next steps they would like to take. Maple Island Thrift Shop. See what that is. There it is. There were some exterior, some siding repairs, some holes through the siding. Looking, maybe it could have been from a storm event, some hail, possibly. There are lots of little punctures through the vinyl siding, which does allow for water intrusion, and which could lead to rot of the exterior sheathing. The exterior, some base flashing was loose, allowing moisture to penetrate into the interior structure, which could lead to rot. Again, simple fixes, just caulking and some additional screws. The interior, at the steps, there was lighting, there was high visibility tape at step locations. It is worn, it could be replaced. Cam, on the mechanical side?
Yeah, we noticed that the return air was indirectly returned to the furnace. Ducting is the preferred method of returning the air, improving their overall air supply of the furnace, and an HRV as well to improve ventilation and heat recovery ability of the furnace.
And surrounding electrical life safety, appears that there's some service the front emergency lighting. The public works building. There's some general maintenance. One of the major items is the vapor barrier for the interior has a significant amount of penetrations or cuts and tears through it that could be repaired to help improve moisture control and air transfer. Ice shields at the overhead doors perpendicular to the roof slope to prevent sliding snow. There's some video cameras that have been, or video security cameras that have been knocked down. We recommend reinstating those, but also providing a guard to prevent them from being dislodged again. There's damaged siding. There's moving through it a little further. Cam, anything on mechanical?
This is more odds and ends, kind of disarray on the electrical panel, and the exhaust from the large radiant burners in this shop was unprotected as it was penetrating the building. We noticed a smell on some of the waste pipes, and it's likely because they're not draining properly. And then upgrading the lighting and installing an HRV is, as I've mentioned earlier.
Thank you. Staff sheds. They're fulfilling their purposes at this time. They don't fall under, they don't fall technically under the Ontario Building Code jurisdiction given their size. However, we believe the office conditions can be improved by replacing units with a new wood frame or prefabricated structure with proper insulation and adequately sealed to limit the absorption of scents from the landfill. Replacement is recommended to be completed by the end of 2027, or at a time where the structures are deteriorating to the point where they should be generally replaced for occupants. And same said for the York Street staff shed. And that would be the end of our presentation there. I'd like to open the floor for any questions from any of the councilors.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll open it up to questions from members of council. Go ahead. Councillor Nash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I can go first, but I'll only ask a couple and maybe see if anybody else wants some questions and maybe come back if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor. I guess for the report itself, I guess I just have a question. I'm not sure if you can answer it or maybe it would be staff, but I know it's quite a detailed report, you know, just under 100 pages, about 85 pages or so. Do you know what the cost was for the consultant to prepare that overall?
We can look into our overall fee proposal again for you. I don't have that number off the top of my head at the moment. But Jack will step up and go pull that number.
Do you want to answer, David?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the tendered price was around $30,000. And then we did request some additional AODA inspection, which brought it up to in the neighborhood of 33,000.
Okay, thank you, David. Yeah, so I know it was an expensive report and it's very detailed. I think you've gone through a lot of stuff and overall it is quite detailed. And again, I think it's just something, I'm not sure if we have many people on the call, but I think it's important that maybe we get an updated agenda package and actually put the report in there for transparency reasons, instead of saying, hey, click here, 90-page report that cost the municipality $33,000. I think it should be in the agenda complete as we should be doing, including all reports and agendas that are pertinent instead of just a link. So I'd kindly ask if staff could do that maybe afterwards, set up an amended agenda with the full package there so everybody can read what you just presented, because it is quite detailed. And then I guess just a couple comments and I'll keep it really quick. One of them was on the demolition of the Twist property, I'll call it. And I think from what I'd heard even before it was purchased, I think, the consensus out in the community was that the building would probably have to be knocked down. So I'm not surprised that I see that and that there's a lot of mold in it. And I just hope maybe if it does need to be done, that instead of engaging a contractor, that we might be able to undertake it by staff. I'm not sure if it's something that can be done by staff. We have our own municipal dump. We have excavators, dump trucks. Hopefully, if it does come down, if staff or if council decided that was direction, that we might be able to do that to alleviate that number a little bit. And then I guess I'm a little confused, not confused in your report, but and I'm not sure if you can answer this, but hopefully you can. But it was about 39,000, just shy of $40,000 on the nursing station of items to address, when we just spent $1 million on the nursing station, or short of $1 million on just having it built. So I'm really surprised that there's so much items. I know some of them might be accessibility, but so many items noted for a building that we just built. I find that, and I'm going to have to go through the report a little bit in more detail just to find out where the disconnection was there on so many items to be done. And the last question I have is on the community center. It's about $10,000 or $12,000 to replace the front doors. And I'm just wondering why it's saying that the doors need to be replaced. What's the reasoning when, to me, they look perfectly fine? I'm just wondering what that rationale is that says it needs to be replaced. And that's really my question for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, go ahead.
With the nursing station, when I looked through the report that I have the printout here on my desk here, the total repairs are nearing, or the items are nearing approximately $8,600 for the estimated costs, with AODA items coming in around 3,500 of that. There was some discussion surrounding the basement there, but that has been addressed by FAD Architects, the architect who is responsible for the overall design. That was addressed in the summer of 2023. As for the community center, and forgive my memory here, it was back in February when we took care of this review there. My understanding was there was some level on the doors from deterioration from incoming salts coming through from occupants coming in, which could get lodged in the tracks and otherwise filled with dirt and grit. It may be something can be made cheaper by having a certified technician come through and service the door and clean the tracks and provide lubrication as required, and have a more in-depth review. Yeah, the weather stripping there. The weather stripping as well was worn. So from that side, it may be that a certified door technician may be able to come and provide a service on the door for a cheaper fee.
Okay, thank you very much. So, is it saying that I guess that the doors aren't working properly now? And I guess for the nursing station, even though there's accessibility requirements, again, I guess I'm just saying, wouldn't have that been something that the architect should have caught if all of those items were already present or required in 2022 or 2021 when it was designed? Anyways, you don't need to answer it. I'm just curious that we have to do some of these things when the architect had just designed it, but thank you.
No worries. I do want to point out, just to make it aware, that while we did this review on the nursing station, it was still nearing completion of the renovations. So some of the items noted may have already been addressed or part of the contract that were not yet complete. So I want to bring that to your attention there. As for the exterior ramps, that is something that was done, I believe, after, which it may, I wouldn't know the architect's intent on that, but I just want to make that, bring that to your attention.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and thanks for answering my questions.
Thank you.
David, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So for the nursing station, the $5,100 that are recommended for repairs, 4,000 of that was for the eaves trough, which have been done. Another 1,000 was for some drywall repairs in the basement, which if we've addressed some of them, we're finishing them up, just patching them up. That's just cosmetic. So a lot of these have been addressed. There's really not much beyond the slip resistance and the adjusting of the stair treads at the nursing station. So it's minimal work that's outstanding.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, thank you. Is Jack on the call? Yeah?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Jack. You and I go back
Hi.
a long way. Remember the office building and some 15 years ago when we were looking to redo it and
I do, Councillor Lamb. Yes, it is a long way.
there you
Yeah.
go. Well, you and I have survived the last 15 years or so. I'm still here. So anyway.
Also, I'm still kicking too.
Yeah, good morning. Anyway.
Yeah, good morning.
So I'm not going to go through this in detail, to be honest. I just got the report this morning and maybe I should have looked through it before, but I get the gist of it. And I guess my comment to both staff and I guess to you guys is, of course, you come in and find all kinds of engineering things that are, fill that crack and do that and whatever. As you can understand, in a small community like ours, about $30,000 is a 1% tax increase on our budget. So, and we have another report coming up later that suggests we spend, I don't know, $2.5 million in the next 5 years on bridges. So we don't have that money. Is the bottom line to a lot of this stuff. So we have to determine what our wants are and what our needs are and what's critical and what's has to be done and what can be phased in over the years and what may not be done, like the front door. Like if we can fix the front door, then maybe that's what we should be doing. So I don't intend to go through in detail everything, but from what Councillor Nash said, I can tell you that when it comes to what we call the Twist, there was a restaurant called the Twist in the vacant building. So that's why we call it the Twist property, but it's our property. But I can assure you that when we bought that property, my recollection was there was nothing that was brought to our concern about want to demolish this building. In fact, what we got was just the opposite, that there was no glaring problems in the building. And certainly if we had thought at that point that we would have to demolish the building, we may have still gone along with the purchase, but it certainly would have flavored our decision, I'll guarantee you. So, I would want either through you or some other firm a second opinion as to what exactly it is that we need to do at the Twist property in order to not demolish it. And of course, we have $30,000 head start because that's what you're suggesting to demolish it. So, so I don't know who's going to do that, but I just wouldn't tick a box and say we're going to demolish the Twist. Of course, the bottom line to it is, what are we going to do with it? So before we decide whether we're going to demolish it or not, we had promised the community that we would have a community kind of consultation on what we would do with that property and with that building. So there's a lot more work to be done before we just tick a box to say demolish it. If this is mold related, I don't know much about mold, but I know if you stop the water contamination in the basement, for instance, and fix what's there, then that may remedy the problem, and that may be impossible to do. I don't know, so. The other comment I have with respect to demolition is the Grange. I've been on council for 17 years now, and for 17 years, we've been knock down the Grange, which is our original fire hall. And again, if you say we're gonna knock that down, we better be prepared for a half-full room here at council, because it's a very emotional subject in the community. So again, I'm not questioning your judgment here. I'm just saying it's a pretty important building to us. So again, the question is, what exactly is it that we need to do, if anything, to keep it? Is it in danger of collapsing? You know, is it imminent that we must do something, or is it just on our radar that it's, you know, substandard and probably, rather than be fixed, should be demoed? So I also noticed in the report, as I read it this morning, there's an awful lot of monies that's put to air quality in a number of buildings, right? 10,000 here and 15 there, and, you know, whatever. I guess, again, is that a want or a need, or where does that fit into? Well, this is a question, I guess. Where does that fit in? I mean, there's tens of thousands of dollars in terms of air quality. I'm just not sure how important that is in given the whole situation. So can someone answer me that about the air quality stuff?
Cameron, maybe you could address that. For sure, there's two aspects, I guess, for the areas where the equipment is operating in the garage, but maybe Cameron, I'll hand that over.
Sure. I think it would be on a building by building basis, but in general, with the current state of the buildings constructed, I don't know if it falls into a need category to retroactively upgrade the ventilation. Your ventilation codes get more strict year over year, especially post-COVID. So if these buildings were designed today, certainly these measures would be included, but whether or not the buildings can continue to exist without including these measures, I guess we could provide feedback on what, especially because these repairs are over a 5-year period too. So, but functionally, it's not affecting like obviously residents can still use the buildings and be comfortable.
Maybe the one thing, Cameron, is just on the exhaust. I know that the Hartford Fire Hall, there was some concern just in the equipment bays.
Right. In the we didn't detect an exhaust system in the equipment bay in the Ardbeg. So installing that could be made more of a priority rather than getting heat recovery on ventilation in the various buildings.
Yeah, Ardbeg isn't used all that much. Again, not to question your recommendations, but and so what I would want there from my council position is a report from the fire chief on the various recommendations that are suggested and what his thoughts are with respect to that. So, but we've got a lot of work to do here. We've got our budget meetings coming up at the end of the month, so I think David and staff need to come back to us and you know, kind of making recommendations as to what we should do. What we can do ourselves internally with our staff is another you know, going out and contracting whatever out is another thing. So the only other, and again, there's other things that I could bring up, but I mean, why do we need new sheds at both landfill sites, I guess is a question. Is that what they're suggesting, $10,000 for new sheds? The staff shed, Alls, staff shed York? What is that?
If I may, through you,
Ye-
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I believe the recommendation is to recommend for us to look at 2027, so in a few years, look at replacing them
Oh, so it's replacing it, but,
down the road.
okay. Don't tell my wife that. She'll want to replace the cottage in 2027, so, I think it's still good, so. Okay. As long as I'm alive. Anyway, okay. Again, thank you, gentlemen, for the report. I know we need to do this under legislation and it's good to have. We just need to figure out what we can afford and what we can't, so. And I have some other questions, but I'll defer it at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for Councillor Woods?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Not really too many questions. I'd like to thank you guys for the report. It was a extremely detailed report. I would have liked to have had a paper copy in the agenda, and I think we should, on our online agenda, we should not just have the link, but we should have the whole report added to our agenda. I don't know if that's going to be an issue, but that's most definitely what I feel. I'm not surprised at the report. I could say for the majority of it. I am surprised with some of it, though. Most of the things, maintenance around the buildings. A lot of these things have been issues for years. I know because I brought them up specifically. They still haven't been addressed yet, and they're minor things. They should have been done a long time ago. I would like to see them finished because they're things that are going to come back to haunt us. We've had multiple contractors say that they were going to do things and they weren't done. Any of our buildings that we had done, the architect that we used, I had this opinion when it came to the 1-year review of our library, that there's things that were missed specifically by the architect that I called out. They were specifically missed by the contractor and I called out, and they still haven't been addressed. And they most definitely should be addressed. There's simple things that shouldn't be missed. Anybody that works in construction would pick these things out and should have addressed them a long time ago. Example, slip and fall protection. I brought it up about the staircase in the library. Every single staircase or ramp we need has to be clearly marked and has to have slip and fall protection. And it's been that way for my entire life, every building I've ever walked in and every construction site I ever worked on. And I'm sure all of us have seen it. We've just not really trained to pick it all out when you're walking into any building that you walk into in this country. We can do better and we have to do better. I'm not trying to slag anybody, but we gotta address these things as soon as we see them. The one thing that I am kind of surprised, but not really surprised, is the Twist property. I'm surprised because you've asked us to, or advised us that we should tear it down. When we talked about purchasing it, my standpoint was, to me, it doesn't matter about the building. I wanted it for the land, right? Whether we kept the building or not, no big deal. But we were assured that the building, although it did need some minor repairs, it was in good enough shape to rehab. So we need to look more into that building as far as I'm concerned before we decide to do anything there. If there's an issue with mold or any air quality in any of our buildings, this is the one question. Did you guys do any random grab samples for indoor air quality?
No.
Okay. That should be done 100%, especially at the Twist property, if you're talking about mold, before we decide to do anything. I could go on with this report for days and days because this is what I like to do, but I'll leave my comments there and just say that the maintenance issues that we have around here with these buildings we have to get on them right away. They should have been addressed long ago. And the longer we leave them, the worse off we're going to be. It's going to cost us more money in the long run.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions for our consultants? Okay, if not, then I will thank you, gentlemen, for your time, and we'll
It's a good report, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you.
I I don't really have any questions. I was gonna just make well, maybe two quick comments. I think that the issues around, a couple of the buildings, the Twist, the Grange, maybe even the thrift shop, some of these. Really, the situation with these is that, I get what you're saying is that they probably don't have, and maybe this applies to the staff quarters at the landfill sites too, they don't have a long-term future. But in the case of the larger buildings, the Twist and the Grange and so on, we really have to decide what we want to do with that property and with what we want to have on it. And I'm not convinced personally that the buildings cannot be used for perhaps for something in the interim, but except the decision that they probably don't have a long-term future. And so we've got to figure out what we want to do with that. And of course, council has to, well, council and staff to a large extent have to decide what are things that are urgent and need to be dealt with in the short term, and what are things that can be put off. And there's a mixture of these in all of the various buildings. So there's lots of good information here for us to work on. And I think at this point, what has to happen next is our staff has to take a look at the recommendations and see what things are items like the ones that Councillor Woods has mentioned that can be dealt with quickly and or need to be dealt with quickly, and what are things that we can we can incorporate. And for example, some of the HVAC that's been mentioned, it's pretty basic stuff. This is an area that I know something about, and we could make improvements to it for sure, but at some point in time, we're going to start looking at how to improve energy efficiency in a big way, and that's going to result in drive some other changes to these things. So those are things that things like air recovery, heat recovery, those may be put off, right? So anyway, we got lots to work on. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Mayor Comrie, this is Jack here. Just wanted to thank you for those remarks as well, and to the comments. And then I've made notes of all the comments and questions from council. One thing I'd just like to mention, the core buildings. Sometimes when you see a long report like this, I just want to make everyone aware that your core buildings have very good bones and are in very good state of repair and very modern. I want to just leave that as a closing remark. Like I go from the library, the community center is, despite its age, it's solid concrete, and your bin building, the fire hall, great job on the Dundome. We've got a really good set of buildings for the municipality. I would be pleased on my own time, and you can call me up at this at any time, to walk through with mayor and council through the Twisties building and just point out some of the items, because sometimes it's difficult to put this in writing to kind of see it in context of the entire building. And I'd be very pleased to do that on my own time, at a time, if that was a wish or a desire, maybe in the warmer weather a bit, or I don't know if the building was heated too well when I was there last time, but we can go at any time, even if it's next week or so. Be pleased to do that.
Okay, thank you very much for that offer.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sorry,
Dennis?
I meant to check if you had any questions or
it's okay.
comments, Councillor Bray. I apologize.
That's okay. At first, I wasn't really going to comment, but then I just wanted to make sure to point out to council, the rest of council, that in the summary, these repairs and replacements, budget amounts are listed for 5-year increments over the next 20 years. So it's not like everything has to be done today. Maybe there are a few things that we need to prioritize. And having worked with buildings for many years, I know that you have to get those things done. But there are other things that we could look at over the next 20 years to improve our buildings, especially the air quality. I think that's important. We all realize that we need to be making sure that our buildings are good structure and good and well taken care of. So I think we just need to have a little bit of time to think about this, and to make sure that we look at it over the next 20 years, not just sort of say, okay, we need to fix this, we need to fix that, and then forget about it. We need to be looking at this over the next 20 years and planning for some of these other buildings. And yes, we need to, I'm not surprised about the Twist property. I'm not surprised that that building isn't, and I would never have thought that it was in good condition to be used for much. Just from the amount of times I had been in it before, and the time that has lapsed in between then and now as to nothing being done to it. So I'm not too surprised about that. I'm not too surprised about the Grange. The Grange has been there for a long time and things haven't been done. But it doesn't mean we have to do it today. Doesn't mean we have to do it this year. We have time to be able to think about these things. And I think that's what we need to do. And we need to have staff look at what they think are the priorities and bring them back to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ray. Okay, so we're going to move on to another agenda item. I will just ask, I meant to mention this at the beginning, our plan for the day, and this is all, of course, a bit of an experiment, the all-day meeting. First one we've done like this in my remembrance. The plan was to go till about 12:30 and then take maybe a half-hour break for lunch. I'll just ask, does anyone wish to have a bio break, a short 5-minute one right now, or are you good to keep going? Okay, so we will take just a very short 5-minute recess. And if you want to refresh your coffee or go to the washroom or whatever, and then we'll continue with our next item in committee of the whole.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, folks.
Appreciate the time this morning, and we're able to answer questions and do our presentation, and appreciate to be able to work with the Whitestone municipality team. It was very helpful, and coordination was superb. So thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Poor guy. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get back to our meeting here. And we're now on item 5.2.1, which is a shore road allowance application on Wawashkesh. Applicants are McElwee, Bennett, and Muncie. Part of lots 27, concession 5 and concession 6. There is a report in your package from Don Jackson Planner Inc. And I believe he's not with us. Yeah, he's away somewhere warmer, but I believe our planning assistant is going to introduce this. Am I right?
Yes, I am.
Paula, please go ahead.
Through your worship. I'll try my best to explain this, Mr. Jackson's report. This is a group application to purchase a shoulder allowance on Wabash Cache. Based on the report, there is no vegetation or fish habitat concerning the 3 lots. The neighboring lots on Muncie, that particular property beside Muncie, the property owner has purchased its shore road allowance. And the property beside Muckawee, they've also purchased the shore road allowance a couple of years ago. Not me.
Perhaps try a different microphone.
Is there any questions?
I'm sorry, I
Oh,
did not understand what you said. Some had already been purchased. Which ones have already been purchased?
The abutting property next to Muckawee, they have purchased a shore road allowance a couple of years ago. So I did not have to obtain a preliminary consent or a final consent from them. Muncie's property, the abutting landowners beside them, also the same situation. I did not have to obtain a preliminary consent or a final consent as they purchased the shore road allowance.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah. Thank you. So, in the, I might as well continue with this, that I'm looking at the diagram, which has the yellow marks on it. And I see that the two, well, there are lots in a plan of subdivision numbered 8 and 9. So those are McElvey and Bennett.
Correct.
And then there is a piece which has the shore road allowance varies. And that's the Muncie part. But I noticed that there's kind of like there's spaces in between the yellow parts where there's nothing. Is there? Can you explain why that is?
Oh,
You know, I'm looking at page 36 of 191, the diagram that has the yellow shading on it.
yep, I can see that. If you look on page 37 of 191.
Yeah, I see that. It just appears that the shore road allowance goes down to nothing in places. Is that?
That is correct. Sorry, I'm not able to answer that question.
Hmm?
I'm not able to answer that question of why.
Okay, well, I mean, it may be the contour of the land there. I'm just, because that sometimes does happen with the, you know, the datum that's used for the water level. Anyway, are there other questions from council on this one? Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple quick comments. I guess, Paula, thank you for letting us know that I'll call it the neighbors to I'll call it east and west had already done shoreline purchases before, so they didn't need to do the consent, because that's a question I have a lot. So thank you for that. And I guess based on comments that we got for the last couple of these, my guess is we'll see a lot of shore road allowances coming through. I think this is almost next to the 3 or 4 that were done a couple months ago. And not needing to do fish assessments or assessments of the land and being able to use a low water level, I think is going to be very advantageous for residents to do the applications and close up the land and get as much land as they can right now. So I have no comments because I think that's the policy that we've gone with now. That's what we're going to do. So I have no comments with it. No concerns, sorry, not no comments, no concerns.
Thank you. Other questions from council? Councilor Bray? I'm seeing head shaking. Okay, if there's nothing further, we will move on to the next one. And this particular one is in regards to an agreement with STO Network Consulting, it looks like Mr. Keen is on Zoom. This is in regard to the terms of condition for that subdivision and the status of the conditions. Are you going to introduce this one as well, Paula?
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. As you're aware, that Mr. Keen and sorry. On February 16th, the Perry Sound Planning Board passed the following resolution in regards to Mr. Keen's subdivision agreement with respect to 8 water lots on Lake Wawashkash. There was status of conditions that were set out, which the conditions are on attachment A to the memorandum. The municipality has received a cash deposit of $3,000 and also a parkland dedication fee of $12,000. And has been reviewed by the municipal lawyer and also Mr. Keen's lawyer. Agreement is attached to the memorandum.
Hi, can you hear me? I can't hear you, George. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can't hear them. Hello? Hi, Michelle. I've signed out.
Can you hear us, Councillor Bray?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we've got the situation resolved. So if you're okay to stay on the phone, I think we can continue the meeting.
Yep,
Right.
that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll carry back on then if we can, we're in item 5.3 and Councillor Lamb, I think, is about to identify the items that he thinks are priorities, and
Yeah.
maybe if you wouldn't mind going through and we'll sort of mark them on this list so we know what ones we're
Sure,
talking about.
sure. And in no particular order. And I think it's important that we have this discussion, by the way.
Yeah.
I know we had a lot of meetings in 2023. We kind of got off to a slow start, I think, but at the end of the day, by the end of the year, I think we had a few good check marks, procedural bylaw, strategic plan, things like that. So I want to try and, giddy up and go here in 2024. So anyway, the things I had on the list, and again, in no particular order, is the trailer bylaw we need to finish off. I think the mayor already spoke to that. The short-term rental bylaw needs to be presented, discussed, and hopefully finalized in 2023. I think we need to start the official plan with our new planners. We probably will not finish it in 2023, but I think it has to be started and kicked off and do as much as we can on it. The audio visual equipment, as the mayor has said, we're going to discuss a bit later on in this meeting. I think the boat launch issues at, particularly at Bolger and Wawashkesh and the whole idea about shore dockers and shore road allowances and all that kind of stuff needs to be followed through and finished. I think we have to think this year about succession planning and, what we would do, in terms of our staff and that whole area.
Can you identify where those are in the list? Because
I can't because I didn't think of it that way, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. I knew what was being asked and I wrote down on the opposite side what I thought were important, but, there's just a few more, and then I guess we can go, whatever. I see Councillor Nash ticking off some things here, so, just let me finish. Obviously, the budget we have to do, that's a ongoing sort of thing. The Twist property, and the Grange, I guess, are two areas that we have to have some sort of community consultation and some more engineering work or whatever done to resolve that. The other thing I had on here, and it's in there somewhere, was we had committed, at least I had through the election, and I think others, to have some sort of communication with the rural agricultural interests in our community. It seems that they kind of get forgotten a little bit. Certainly we have the agricultural fair and that sort of thing, but we talked about just having a forum whereby rural farms and agriculture could meet with us or have a discussion on whatever they want to talk about, so that we could listen to their perspective on subject matter.
that's 1.2.6, that
Oh,
particular
okay.
one.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. 1.2.6. And the last thing I'd say is I picked it as, I think council has to try to work together a little bit more this year than we did last year, to avoid sort of confrontation and to be respectful of everyone's opinion. I think obviously healthy debate is a good thing, and differing opinions are part of society and part of democracy. So I would just hope that all of us can strive to sort of have a higher bar, if you will, in 2024 than we've had or I experienced in 2023. So those are all the issues that I thought we should be dealing with in 2024. There may be other things in here, but as far as I'm concerned, that's all I would say. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I still haven't figured out where all of this, where exactly these are in the plan, but anyway, we've are there some others that haven't been mentioned then? Councillor Nash.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I actually did something similar to what Councillor Lamb did. I don't have an actual item number. I kind of did a list of what the priorities are. And I believe they're all within the strategic plan, but I don't have an item to say it's 1.1 or whatever. And a number of the items that Councillor Lamb mentioned, I had. So I'll go be really quick on a couple of them. I think we have to start the official plan and see what work our new planning consultant can do on that and at least get started. And I think get some input from them on lake water quality and testing and where we want to move forward on that. I added the procurement policy review. Similar to what Councillor Lamb had said, I think we need to work on and finalize the trailer and short-term rental bylaws. I also think we have to work on the parking bylaw and also the animal, or as it's called sometimes, the chicken bylaw. Get that wrapped up. And then I think it's really important that we do some focus on accessibility as those dates are coming and make sure we have openers where we need to and accessibility everywhere we need to this year. I totally agree with, Counselor Lamb on the succession planning. I really think we need to look at that. And I had another item here, budget, which is always ongoing, but I really think we need to take a really close look at our reserve short funding. I'm gonna say that it's been happening for a number of years and really ensure that we're putting the right amount of money into reserves and doing it properly. So that we have enough money for the future generations and future people in the community, because I know we're hundreds of thousands of dollars short. And the biggest two items I think we need to work on is landfills. I think landfills should be a really big topic to get started on, what we're gonna do with the landfills. Because be it 8 years or 15 years, those times are gonna come really quick when there might be years and years and years of planning that need to go into whatever we're gonna do. And the last one is just boat launches and accessibility. And the shore dockers and everything, and I know that'll be a bit of, or quite a bit of work for staff, but also just getting those policies in place. So we can act on procedures and bylaws, or sorry, we can act on resolutions we've passed. So thank you. That's it.
So a couple of times succession planning has been mentioned. I don't even know if that is in this list anywhere, is it? Where? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, there we are. Okay, that's so. Thank you, Councilor Woods. All right. Do you have some?
Yeah,
Go
probably
ahead.
some of the same. I'll go down it real quick. I put a stuff.
Yeah, if you just say, or even just mention if you have new ones that haven't been mentioned.
The 1.2.6 that we've all said, says undertake a town hall meeting with the agricultural society and the agricultural
Hmm.
community. That's also probably a pretty good idea with the chicken bylaw. I just want to throw that out there. The audio video improvements, we've already said. And that's 1.2.8. The succession plan, 3.4. I did also have written down about the landfill, because that's something that I've been talking about for a very long time now. We need to get on that, because it's gonna come at us faster than I think any of us realize. The outreach to the community. Community groups stay connected and informed. I mentioned in our very first strategic plan meeting about trying to reach out to we'll say the younger demographic in the community and give them a kick in the pants to get more involved in council and tell us what direction they'd like to see the community go. Because I think we lose a lot when we don't talk to the younger generation. I mean, like 20 and up kind of thing. People that don't always want to show up.
Is that in here anywhere? Do you know?
I don't recall seeing it. I just chalked it up to outreach to the community. I'm always yelling at the younger people in the community, telling them to come out and get involved in a council meeting.
Okay, thank you.
The road grant. 5.2. Obviously continue to support it, but under our comments here, there was review the bylaw. Well, I think that should be looked at. The public access points, everybody's probably sick and tired of listening to me talk about the access points, because it seems like I harp on about it all the time. And under 6.4, I brought this up also about new businesses. When we do have new businesses here, we should have like a ribbon cutting ceremony and a welcome to Whitestone package for any new businesses, brick and mortar businesses, because I think we missed an opportunity with Ted Greenwood. I think we should have had a celebration there, a ribbon cutting, and try and get some newspapers out and all of us show up to welcome a brand new business and congratulate them on opening up. And there was the one section, the support Whitestone School. Under the comments, it mentions the bottle shed. I think that needs to be corrected because they're not doing that anymore, right?
Sorry, which one was that?
under 7.2, under the comments, it just says the after-school program continues to be well received by the community. Bottles and can revenue of the York Street landfill site continue to support school activities and needs. Right,
Yeah, okay.
so we'll have to update that. I do think we should do whatever we can to try and support the school. It's a fantastic little school we have over there and some great staff members. And just update the official plan in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Nash, do you, or Counselor Nash, Counselor Bray, I'm sorry, do you have any that you would like to highlight on the list that haven't been mentioned, or?
No, I think all of mine have been spoken to already. I think that we really do need to get on the AODA requirements just because 2025 is the date they are to be done. And all of the other things were certainly things I was looking at. But number 3.5, 0.2, reduce paper burden for council meetings, budget for council electronics options for council. I think we need to be a little bit more conscious of the amount of paper that we are producing, and so I'd like to see us as council to look at that. I think it's important that we do our best to try and reduce the amount of paper we're using. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we've kind of built a bit of a list here, and there's a fair bit of common ground on it, I guess. What else do we need to do?
That's enough.
No, I mean, I don't mean what, sorry. I'm not trying to expand the list. What I'm trying to do is to figure out if there's, if this is simply direction for staff, like some of these things, for example, the I guess the best the example that seems most difficult to undertake is the one with the official plan, and I don't know what we need to do. We might have to have a meeting with our planner at our new planners at some point, and simply kick that around and figure out, because we need to figure out how to organize to attack it. It seems to me, right? I don't think we've done that. So. But are there other things, like some of the things, like, as I said, the audiovisual stuff, we're going to get a report, so it's kind of in the mill and things are happening, but or things might happen anyway if we can afford them. But that's one where we have to, and some of the other things will come out in the wash with the budget, I suspect. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
well-
I mean, this is a healthy list. I think it reflects what council wants to address. Now, is it to say all this stuff needs to be finalized by the December 31st, 2024? Maybe not, but I think those are the things that I think are priorities in council's mind and should be looked at above other things, right? So again, the strategic plan and all the priorities are supposed to be a living document, right? And which means they can be changed and updated and that sort of thing. And I think council's done a pretty good job of outlining the things that are before us, right? That's a healthy list.
Okay, thanks. Did you want to comment,
I did.
Madam
thank-
CAO?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. These, I could maybe give council a bit of an update on some of the priorities that many of you have mentioned and that are actually underway. The parking bylaw has been started. There's been some work done on that. So that council will probably see that before the end of Q1, maybe into Q2. So that has not been ignored. There's been some work in the background. The animal bylaw will likely see a council table in March or April. So we're working on that. Accessibility compliance, Manager Creaser and I have talked about that. So there will be a report coming to council, and it'll be a follow-up from the discussions we've had with Steenhoff. Yes, the 2025 deadline is coming, so we know what we need to do. We know what we're not obligated to do, but we're going to recommend to do, and you'll see some of that in the budget. Landfills, there will be a report coming back to council, I would say near the end of Q2, and that will be in concert with Azimuth and the discussion that council had. Boat launches and shore dockers, the resolution that council passed in December is going to be acted upon shortly in terms of sending the letters out to folks. And we're just getting through the holiday break and people being on well-deserved holidays. So that hasn't been ignored. It just hasn't, it may be started now. I'm not sure. I know Paula Macree's going to take care of that. I'm intrigued by the rural agricultural interest in having a meeting and forum, and that's just council making a decision on when you want to do that and how we advertise and move forward with it. Rental bylaw, that's on the agenda today, and we're going to move forward with that. So I think what we could do as staff is compile all these wants and needs and perhaps put some timelines on them and present that to you at another meeting. I will say about the official plan, I agree with the mayor. Our new planners have not been hired to do the official plan, but we certainly need to have a conversation with them. They are doing official plans for other municipalities, other local municipalities, so they're well equipped to do that work. And it may be a start to have a conversation with them and roll in lake water quality question as well, so that they understand where council's interests are. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say on those. We can take everyone's notes and we'll put this list together and set where we think the priorities are, and still in terms of staff ability to accomplish at least a first draft of many of these bylaws, so you can see where we're going with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks. I didn't, I'll start by saying I didn't have specific items to add to the list. I think there are, although I think there are some that haven't been mentioned, and one of the items that will come up, I'll start with this one. One of the items that will come up in the budget discussions has to do with recreation type activities, and there actually isn't an item in this plan for that. Maybe that's a shortcoming of the plan itself, I guess. The closest thing that comes to it probably is 7.9.4 fitness programs, which is the last one on the list. But just to let you know, the Recreation Committee has done quite a bit of work thinking about some of these things, and we have gotten, the committee is somewhat re-energized and has some ideas of things that they would like to do, some new things that they'd like to do in 2024. And they'll come up in budget because they cost money, but other than that, that's, I think, council will be, in effect, what will be happening is council will be asked to decide whether or not that sort of thing is a priority for us. The other item that didn't specifically get mentioned was, or maybe it sort of got lost in the shuffle around things related to landings, but there is a water quality item. Let me see if I can find it here. And there's a climate, well, there's a climate resiliency item that nobody has mentioned. I see it, it's, there's a few of them. Let me see if I can find where they are. Sorry about that.
Mr. Mayor, it's 4.2 for the one that one of the ones you were saying.
Yeah, enhanced lake and watershed planning, but I thought there was a specific.
4.3, sorry.
Yeah, 4.3. Nobody mentioned those, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.7 and 4.8. And those are all ones that I would hate to see us just say, well, sorry, we can't get to them. And they were listed as to be determined, right? But there are things, you know, going on, the work that we have with IceCap, the work that we have with water quality monitoring and that sort of stuff. And I mean, I think those will come up in budget, but we still, I would hate to just say, oh, well, let's leave them for some time in the future, because there's already stuff going on, and we need to have some sort of a continuity plan for the things that are going on. I guess the other
Mr. Mayor,
general comment I would make about this is that it's the other helpful thing about what we're doing right now is that it's useful for us to do a bit of planning for our own meetings, and this is especially important because we only have, or we're having only sort of one main meeting a month. We will, of course, have to have some extra meetings for various things, but that aren't already scheduled. But that kind of makes it even more important to be able to plan. So it would be nice if we could sit down and say, as our CAO was saying a minute ago, saying, well, you should see a parking bylaw will come in June or something. Well, we should be able to sit down and try to figure out how we're going to slot these into the meetings, giving adequate time for all the preparatory work to be done and that kind of thing, so that we, I'm really just saying, I think that trying to plan meeting agendas becomes more important, especially when we have only one main meeting a month. So in any case, those are the only comments I would have. If there's nothing further, I guess we weren't asking for an approval for anything, were we? Or for this particular one? I'm sorry, I'm just looking to see if there was a resolution, a draft resolution.
There is,
Oh, sets the following priorities for, maybe has discussed that. I don't know. Anyway, if there's nothing further, the way that this is an opportunity for people to raise issues and so on. We'll, if we're done with this, I guess what we should do is reconvene to the regular meeting, and perhaps we can deal with one or two of these things in the next few minutes before we break for lunch. So, last call. Is there anything further on the priority setting? If not, I'll entertain a motion to reconvene into the regular meeting. Moved by Councillor Nash, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All those in favor?
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Bray?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's carried. And we are back in regular session at, it looks like, what, 12:27. 12:27 would be PM, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay. All right, matters arising. First one for relative to item 5.1. Mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the 2023 Building Assessment Report for Asset Management prepared by Steenhoff Building Services Group. By Councillor Woods, seconded by okay, Councillor Nash, I saw first. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate. And Councillor Bray?
Yes.
Thank you, that's carried. Planning matters, the group application for shore road allowances on Washkish. I'm gonna read it, it's fairly long, but whereas John Jackson Planner Inc. has prepared a report on behalf of the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone regarding the purchase of shore road allowances and provided a copy to the Municipality of Whitestone. And whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives this report as information, and whereas an application has been submitted by Gordon and Gabrielle Bennett, closing and acquisition of the shore road allowance fronting Lot 9, Plan M628 in the geographic township of Mackenzie. And whereas an application has been submitted by James Kerr McElwee and Deborah McElwee for the closing and acquisition of the shore road allowance fronting Lot 8, Plan 42M-628. Geographic Township of Mackenzie. And whereas an application has been submitted by James Kenneth Muncy Jr. and Catherine Marie Muncy for the closing and acquisition of the shore road allowance fronting part lot 27, concession 6, being parts 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of Plan 42R20061 in the geographic township of Mackenzie. And whereas there are no official plan conflicts, environmental concerns, or planning issues with respect to these applications, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approves in principle the closure and acquisition of the shore road allowances subject to current practices and procedures and the payment of fees in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw for closing of shore road allowances. Moved by Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Okay, but Councillor Lamb, so. Any discussion? All those in favor?
I think
Do
we
we-
need a recorded vote.
We
for
call,
this.
yeah, we call the roll on these ones. You are correct. I realize that. So,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In keeping with the new protocol, the call order is staggered, so I will call in order of the, it's appropriate, Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
yes,
that motion carries.
that motion is carried. Yes, okay. 5.2.2. Okay, this is just to receive for information. The bylaw comes later, I guess.
That's correct.
That the council, we need a mover and seconder, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memorandum from Michelle Henry, CAO clerk, dated January 16th, 2024, regarding the status of conditions of approval for 126-28465 Canada Inc. and STO Network Consulting Inc. in respect of a plan of subdivision, Parry Sound Area Planning Board file number S01/2022 Whitestone. Mover and seconder, please. Moves by Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Any discussion?
We'll consider this a planning matter,
This
Mr.
is a
Mayor.
planning matter, yes. So again, we'll call the roll. Thank you.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And the final one of this lot is 5.2.3, which was the council priority setting discussion, and the motions, the draft motion says that the council of the municipality of Whitestone sets the following priorities for 2024. Can we just say as discussed, or Or do you wanna-
If, what I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, that council request staff return at the next available meeting with a list of priorities and timelines based on the discussion
All right.
today.
So that might be better. So that the council of the municipality of Whitestone request staff to, what did you say?
That request staff
To report at a,
thank you, report back at a future council meeting with a list of priorities and suggested timelines based on council discussion.
future council meeting with a, what, a suggested schedule of proposed schedule
Thank you.
of what?
Of priorities and timelines.
Of priorities and timelines. Thank you very much. Okay, I will just read that again to you. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone requests staff to report back at a future council meeting with a suggested schedule of priorities and timelines. Mover and seconder for that. Counselor Lamb, seconded by I think we can just call the question on this one. All in favor?
Counselor
Counselor
Bray,
Bray?
yes. Yes.
Thank you, that's carried. And with that, I believe we are at 12:35. We could have a break for a recess for lunch. We'll be back in approximately 1 o'clock. We'll be back, hopefully.
Councillor Bray, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can. Thanks.
Okay.
Sorry
thank you
about
for
that.
phoning in.
Councillor Bray, we were just calling the question on a motion to approve or to with respect to consent agenda item 7, that was to approve the 2 council meeting minutes and receive the unfinished business listing. Are you in support of that resolution, that motion?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'm in support of it. I would be yes. I've read them both.
All right, thank you very much. Whoops. Not in the right place. Okay, so there are no items arising from the consent agenda. Accounts payable. Mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $528,966.87 for the period ending January 4th, 2024. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Nash. Any discussion? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just a few. On the bottom of page 93, Harris Lake Marina. I know we always pay this every year, we have for years and years. And we, I guess it's because some of Whitestone residents live on Harris Lake. And we're somehow paying for a garbage disposal there. Or a bin so they can put their garbage in for the year and then be hauled away. But I mean, and I take it the marina is the one that arranges the bin, and we simply are reimbursing the marina. I take it. But do we ever do it like? Have you ever checked into this to see what we're doing and whether this is still relevant and why we're doing it and all that kind of stuff? Like, what municipality are they in? McDougall or?
Oh, they're in Whitestone.
They're in Whitestone, but they're water access, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
But where they have water access isn't Whitestone. I don't think.
No, the properties are in Whitestone. I don't know if maybe the marina isn't, but that's how they access their property. So their property is in Whitestone, but the marina is. Is it Point of Barrel? No,
Point of
not, if
Barrel.
it's Point of Barrel, that's that's Archipelago, sorry. I'm fishing for the name of it.
Jake's in Port Loring?
Yeah, it's not far from.
No, far from Jake's in Port Loring?
No, it's the other way.
That's a long
It's,
way.
there's lots of Harris Lakes, remember, there's a Harris Lake right down by it's in McDougall, it's right as you come into Wabamek. But, and there's other ones and there's several in Ontario, but this one that we're talking about is way down the mag, closer to Georgian Bay, right? You
Okay,
get at it from Highway 69,
don't-
coming up the Harris
I
Lake
don't want
Road.
to belabor it, I just wonder whether
Yeah.
this is still relevant and, I mean, if we didn't do this, what would they do with the garbage? Wouldn't Harris Lake just accept it anyway?
Or they take.
And are we sure that it's only being used for garbage for Whitestone residents? Or could anyone on Harris Lake put their garbage in the thing, right? Like, I don't know how it works.
I don't know. I can't answer your question then.
But maybe we could just, not a hill to die on, but maybe we can check it out. Like, I don't understand this, right? I don't mind supplying some sort of service to our residents if we need to, but I just don't get it. It's one of these things you cut every year and you cut a check every year and I'm not sure we're having Anyway, if someone could just check and come back to council in an email or something, I don't.
Through you,
How-
Mr.
how do
Mayor,
you
yeah,
control
we can
what-
do that. I think
Go
there's
ahead.
9 properties, if I recall, checking into this a few years ago, and it's definitely a legacy issue, but it would be interesting to get the history and understand why these folks who have lake access get a special garbage compensation where other lake access properties don't. I don't know the history behind it. It may be linked to amalgamation and an agreement at that
No,
time,
no,
but
this is something we put in as a result of them asking for it many years ago. I was
Okay.
on council when they came and asked for it. But again, you, I think it was $1,000, now it's $3,000 and anyway, just check it out a bit, I guess, and again, ask the question, what happens to other lake properties in Point of Arrow that are on that lake? Where do they go for their garbage, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they have to go to the landfill site and we can pay $1,000 to the landfill site and let them access the landfill site at Point of Arrow. I don't know. I have a couple more.
Go ahead.
Let's hold on. 1944 on page 96, Moore Propane. Do we know what we're paying for propane this year? I know we have a consortium here in Whitestone that, I don't know how many, there's 100 or 200 through Superior, and we're paying 68 cents a liter, which is down from about 78 last year. But do we know what we're paying this year for propane?
I was looking at it. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was looking at that number and it does ring a bell in the 60s. There is quite a bit of money, additional charges on top, like the taxes for, on top of that, but the actual delivery fee, I think, is in the low 60s for us.
Yeah, usually it's below this rate of 68. So maybe someone could let us know what we're letting.
I can let you know, I was looking into it and it was lower than it had been, but.
Yeah, it came down this year. So, let's hold on. Oh, that's already been asked. The Steinhoff Building Services, that's 3,000. And I think the total cost was, what did we say, 33,000, wasn't it? Yep. Okay, and I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had 2. One of them was on page 99, and it's 1972. And it was Munisoft software maintenance. I was just wondering what that was.
through you, Mr. Mayor, Munisoft is our financial software package that we use, so that's an annual fee.
Okay. Yeah, all right. When it read maintenance, I was wondering what it was. So perfect. And I had also flagged on page 93, the Harris Lake Marina, the 37197. And I look at it and say, you know, it's 2,800. I'm not sure how it got there, so it's great the staff will look into it. But I look at it and say, you know, I'll use Bolger as a perfect example. Why don't we have a big dumpster out at Ardbeg, the restaurant there, for example, and have 50 people put it garbage in there for $20,000 a year, right? I don't know why 9 people get a special treatment of $4,000 or $3,000. Was up to me, I'd say that shouldn't happen. If somebody wants to take their garbage home, which I do all the time, if the dump's not open, you go somewhere else, you know, they can take it home, they can pay somebody, they can do whatever they want, but I don't think it should be a special treatment for 9 people up there. They can drive into the municipality and dump it for free if they'd like. So that's just my comments on that. So maybe we'll see that in the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions about?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd flag the Harris Lake Marina one too. I think we've all talked about it over the years. Just a couple more. Page 95, item 1934. Dave Creaser, OSET dues. that's the Engineers Association, right? One of the, I'm just wondering. That's to maintain your status, I guess? Okay.
I can respond to that. We, as an employment policy, encourage both our CAO clerk and David, who are certificates of OSAT, to maintain their membership in the and we, our building official is a member of OBOA, the Ontario Building Officials Association. That's valuable for them in their technical work, and so that's part of their part of what we agreed to when we hired them. Right?
Okay.
So
Yeah, sure.
yes,
Tech, right? So,
yeah, that's one of their designations.
Yeah, I got the one above that, but yeah, that's the idea.
gotcha. Just a couple more quick ones. The Freightliner, the page 97, item 1956. And then page 98, item 1959. I'm assuming the truck broke down. We needed a tow and fix. I'm just wondering what it was that needed fixed.
So I do apologize. The truck was dead the one morning we came in to plow it. It would not start. So we tried our local guy and he could not figure out, the computer code was only going to an ABS sensor. That's all it would go to. So I do apologize. There was no reading on the computer to see what was wrong with it. It was dead in the water. We tried locally. They were just guessing. They guessed for about an hour and that was about it. So it had to go up to, it was loaded, no hydraulics, no air. So we had to pull, we had to move the hydraulics, the front harness and move all that and then remove the drive shaft to tow it. So I had to pull everything and the guys were all gone. So it was an exciting day, but we got it up there and they guessed on a part and immediately, and it was a module for the body. And they had the part in stock and we got it back later that, the next morning, early the next morning. It was just one of those things. That truck's a 2015 and you can certainly tell it's been working in road salt and we've had a couple breakdowns this year like that.
Yeah, no, I was just curious. Thanks. That's all.
All right, thanks. Any other questions on payables? If not, I guess we can call the question on that one. All those in favor? Receive the listing. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Bray. Okay, staff reports. And we have a number of them. The first one is was a report that was deferred from December 12th, 2023 meeting regarding the fees and charges bylaw. I'll get the motion on the floor first. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report admin 2023-15 annual review of the fees and charges bylaw. And the council recommends approval of the amendments to the fees and charges bylaw as presented in report admin 2023-15. I'm sorry?
Okay. The report says one.
All right, -15, admin 2023-15. And that a public meeting be scheduled as per bylaw 04-2003 as amended, being a bylaw to establish procedures for notice as required under the Municipal Act 2001. That's our notice bylaw for the purposes of allowing for public input to amendments to the fees and charges bylaw. mover and seconder for that. Counselor Woods. I saw Counselor Nash. Okay. Well. So any discussion on this? Counselor Lamb.
Yeah, a few. Schedule C, planning. Rates and fees. Well, I guess Paula's not here. Hopefully our CAO can answer. The new planning people that we're using are obviously going to end up being more expensive than John Jackson. And there's no doubt about that. We've got their fees and things like that. So I want to make sure that we're adequately covered. A lot of these are, or a lot of the changes that are being proposed are security deposits against actual costs and things like that. So I'm sure we have, but do we have enough in here so that people aren't going to be shocked at the end and say, you know, I put in $1,000 in the actual bills, $5,000 or $4,000, you know, I just want to make sure we have enough. And my second question on this same page is, it says down near the bottom, two of them say $1,500, and then it says afterwards minimum. I don't know why it says minimum. What's that mean? It's discretionary or something, or those are my questions on that. Then I have a question on Schedule J too, that I'll.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can talk to Schedule C.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. You're correct. We looked at the security deposit, knowing that costs would likely increase based on our new planner. We were cautious and wanted to be modest and not necessarily raise the fees significantly. This first year of using our new planners will give us some guidance for the next time we look at this. What I can tell you, if a particular planning matter is taking a great deal of time for whatever reason, if it's complicated, we as in Paula does contact the applicant and let them know that they've used up a good portion of their security and we ask for more. If we know that we're going to go over slightly, the fail safe is that the final approval doesn't come until all fees and charges are paid. So with regard to the two at the bottom, site plan development and subdivision agreement, it's very typical that you would look at an estimated cost. You may have a subdivision plan that has 8 lots. You may have one that has 25 lots. So with the assistance of the planner, you would give the applicant an estimate of what we think the fees might be based on how the plan is going to evolve. And that's why we say minimum. It could be a very small plan of subdivision and $1,500 may be enough, but you may look at the complications of the plan and say, we're looking for 3,500, say, and that's all discussed with the applicant. So that does give staff and our planners a little bit of discretion just to make sure costs are going to be adequately covered.
Okay, thank you. My next question is on Schedule J, which is miscellaneous rates and fees on page 115. And I'm specifically looking at Farley's Lake parking permit. $55 a year seems fairly cheap for an entire year to be able to get a parking permit on Farley Road. You know, if that's what we think it should be, I guess I'm not going to suggest it be more, but it just seems cheap to me. Go downtown Toronto, you'd be paying $55 a day, you know, to park or somewhere in that area. But anyway, I'm mostly concerned about the next line that says additional parking fees, $15. But it used to be, as I understand it, that the deeded access people could get 5 permits. And I think that's now cut down to, in total, 3 permits. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you're correct. And that was a staff decision based on the council discussions, and we now have public parking there. We tried it last year, allowing only for 3 permits, and there was no pushback. It's not a council resolution, but that's how we apply this. You know, that could be embedded in Schedule J if you wish.
So again, it's only the left side of that parking lot, which would be for the deeded access. The right side of that parking lot, where we did the work and put the gravel, and I think there was water there in the spring, that's for the public parking section, am I right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. If you're standing at Starlight Farley's Road looking into
Yeah.
the launch, the right side at the front is set up for the deeded access, and that's the closest area. The left side is for public parking,
Oh, okay.
but I've been there numerous times after the weekends, and I've never seen anybody crowded, or there hasn't been an
No,
over.
there's lots of space. I think.
It does look like there's lots of space.
Okay, so the deeded access people have $85, and they get 3 spots for the year, so. I don't know what the comparator is, right? You know, that's the problem here, I guess, so. I'm not asking for any changes, I just, as long, okay, no, that's all I have to say.
Through you, Ms. Mayor, I just wanted to add something. What we find from talking to the folks who call in and then eventually buy their parking permit, it's typically that property is owned by several family members, or several family members use it. So you have one vehicle coming from Burlington one weekend, and you have another vehicle coming from Kingston another weekend. And so, you know, they each have their own parking pass. So it's not a matter of necessarily one property having 3 vehicles there. As Manager Creaser said, it rarely happens. So that's what we're hearing from folks, that they're distant from other folks in the family that use the facility or the property, and they need a separate pass.
And of course, if they needed more spots, if they needed 4 or 5, they can always use the public parking, right? There's nothing to say that you can only put 3 cars in there, right? Okay, thank you.
I guess since the subject has came up, I wanted to say 2 things. First of all, my understanding is that people who have deeded access have a right to park there. They pay, but anybody else just goes for free. The logic of that seems quite indefensible to me. I don't know why we, as I think you know, I don't know why we don't charge anybody to park at any public landing, regardless of who it is, for whatever reason or for how long or whatever. We should be charging something, and it probably should be to, I'm not comparing it to what it costs to park in Toronto. I'm comparing it to what it costs to pay elsewhere in cottage country, where charges for parking are now becoming more and more universal. And I suggest to you that, you know, after a few more budget discussions, we're going to end up back there. But in any case, it seems like the amount is low. So I guess I'm agreeing with Councillor Lamb, and I think I just don't understand how you can say, well, if you're a property owner there and you need that space and you have a legal right to use it, we're going to charge you something. But if you don't have a legal right to use it or whatever, you can park there, fine, but we're not going to charge you. It's not the rationale for that is, I'm sorry, I don't buy it. However, if council is happy with the way it is, I guess, you know, it's not. I'm not insisting that we change it at this point in time. I just think it should be on record. I don't think it's it's a rational policy. Anyway.
Mayor Conway, if I may, I'd like to turn to Manager Creaser. The paid parking is overnight parking at their discretion, 2 weeks, 3 days, whatever they need. The public parking, is it limited to day use only? I don't recall what the signage was put up and what council agreed to, but I thought you might remember, just for context.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to confirm that. It does sound like what it read. I just have to confirm that. Give me a moment to.
Thank you. It may not be important. I just thought there was a difference in the parking context.
Well, if you remember how this started, was because the people, Long Arm Bay, have a way to get to their cottages. Most of them use the marina and have a slip there with a pontoon boat or whatever, but come, November, when the marina closes, they have no way to get to their cottage other than by snowmobile, which they don't really have a place to park and all that kind of stuff. So we fixed, a group of them came forward and we fixed that for them. And we came up with improvements to the parking area, and we all know, what we did there. And again, I think it worked out really well for all the people along Arm Bay. They're happy. We never got any pushback from the people with deeded access. I can see where the mayor is going with his argument. Certainly appreciate it. I guess they have deeded access, and I guess for the right to say that's my parking spot or my parking area or whatever specifically, I mean, we could open it up and say, doesn't matter, you don't have to pay anything, but I think you'll end up with more problems and arguments perhaps than the system we have set up already. But don't know that you'd get the appreciation of the deeded access people. I think they'd rather pay $80 knowing they've got 3 spots set there aside. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it is kind of my, but I appreciate what you're saying. I don't think there's any other paid parking that I know of in the municipalities. So I wouldn't, until we get some pushback against it.
Yeah.
I would say leave it. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Are there other, Councillor Woods?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was just looking at Schedule B. Yard waste, leaves and brush. I noticed we're putting it up to $30 a load. Do we still offer the one free load a year to residents? We do? Okay. And it says note 3 under description. When you look at note 3, it says approximate volume 200 liters, 45 gallons, or 0.2 cubic meters or less for a load. I thought a load, that a trailer load is a trailer load, and I think it was you, Mr. Mayor, actually came up with the quantity. I remember 6x10 trailer, or I don't remember exactly how it went, but I know it was more than a 45-gallon drum. And if you're charging $30 for a 45-gallon drum, not happening. I'll tell you that right now. No way. That's
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the 45-gallon drum is free. Where is this one?
Small well, this is plastic foam you're looking at,
Oh,
right?
okay.
But no, so note 3 applies to, it applies to sorted household construction and demolition waste.
right.
So it was just an attempt to say what, well, the small household quantities are, and you'll see in the case of note 3, you'll see that 200 liters, 45 gallons, 0.2 metric appears twice in note 3 and note 6. In note 6, it's about styrofoam and other plastic foams, and in note 3, it's about, but that was, well, it's interesting because it's also pickup truck or trailer load has
No,
note 3.
right.
I think that might be a mistake.
Yeah.
Comes in.
I see. Is that what you're saying? It's
Yeah, that's what I was asking
it's,
about.
it's in an extra place where you don't need it. I'm sorry. Do we just take the note 3 off the description in yard waste? Because it says note 4, right?
I think so.
I think that's
Yeah,
the correct.
that's
thing
what
to
the-
do. Well,
Yeah, okay, thank you
duly
for that,
noted.
Katya, that's. All right. Counselor Nash.
Thank you, and sorry about that, but I
Mm.
knew you knew I had to take that call, so thank you. I just had one really quick question, and it's on page 108 of 191 or page 6 of 13 there. And it's the very first item, and it might have been spoken about, and if it did, I'm sorry. But the pre-consultation fee with municipal planning consultant, 250 recommended fee. And I'm just wondering, is that like a requirement fee, or is that if somebody wants to come in and speak to somebody? I was just wondering what's meant by it, that's all.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. This is something new that our new planners have suggested. It's not mandatory. If it's a simple shore road allowance or a simple rezoning, our planning assistant can manage that, excuse me, quite nicely, and there's no fee. If it's a more complicated matter, so if we're getting to a subdivision, sometimes minor variances are complicated or site plan development, and the applicant is just not 100% sure what they want to do or how they need to do what they accomplish, what they want to do, then we will introduce them to the planners and along with staff, have a pre-consultation meeting, and that will guide them to the next step. So that's the intent of that.
Perfect. So might I suggest maybe when it comes to the public meeting that it might say voluntary in brackets next to it so people don't read it and think that they have to?
Noted?
Perfect. And then the last question I have for that fee, if I was going to be doing, let's say, an application comes in from a ratepayer for a 50 lot subdivision, right where we're standing now, is $250 going to cover them? But it's just a flat fee. It's $250 no matter what. It's not, well, we were here for 2 hours, so it's $250, but now we're going to charge you $750. It's just $250, and it's just supposed to be a real quick preliminary meeting, and that's it, right?
That's correct. It's not an hourly rate. It's a
Perfect.
it's a flat fee.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That was it for everything. And again, sorry for having to leave there for a few minutes.
It's okay. Counselor Bray, do you have any questions regarding the?
No,
comments?
not at this time. I think they've all been answered.
All right, thank you. So are we then ready for the question on this?
Through you,
to-
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Yeah,
I just, back to the brush thing that Councillor Woods brought up. So I take it we're moving the second, I think the answer was they're gonna get the one free, right? In the newsletter or whatever, they'll get the one.
In the
free.
May newsletter,
Right,
correct?
okay. And the second, moving it from $20 to $30 is because of what reason? Is it cost or something, or what is it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may. The cost to grind is, last year was, so actually back in 2022 was 16,000 and change. When I talked to them, different people trying to get different prices, again, this year, mobilization was 3,000 and change, maybe almost 4,000 just to show up. And then there's the cost to grind. So once they show up, they become productive rather quickly. But there's quite a large cost to grind all that. We received quite a volume of brush. I think it's just because we are such a low price. And this $30 is matches our neighbors McKellar's price. They charge 30 as well. And it does go towards the cost of handling it.
Okay, I guess what's always on my mind is, like it or not, 80% of our people are seasonal that use the landfill site, in the summer, many of them, and many of them, I think, not correctly, but many of them think the only service they really get is the landfill site, right? And many of them, may take a load or two of brush and You know, they may not even know it's $20. I don't know. So it's not a hill for me to die on. If that's what McKellar and other places charge, then I guess I'm okay with. Thank you.
Can I just ask David one question? It's really quick. It's not about the grinding, if we've done it this year or not, but it's something that might have come up later, so I'll just ask it now. With the grindings, if there's a way to keep them clean, like separated the brush from, I'll say, construction waste, do you think it could be thought of that maybe they could be used? It was an initiative that might have come up later for like putting on some of the trail systems or something, if there's a way to keep them clean, to keep some of the, once we've grinded it, keep it out of the landfill by taking it somewhere else.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding, if I can refer to what Ontario Hydro, their stance is, they don't recommend moving their brush that's been grinded up because you have the potential to transport, different,
Invasives.
yeah,
Yeah.
invasive. So I don't know. It's a nice idea. I just don't know if we're,
I get it.
I just don't know what the implications are.
Thanks.
Okay, anything else on fees and charges? All right, if not, I guess we can call the question on this one. All those in favor, please indicate. Counselor Nash, or Counselor Bray, I'm sorry.
Yes, Counselor Bray, yes.
All right, thank you. That's carried. Okay, number 9.2, community center audiovisual improvements. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information reported Min-2024-01. And it was the RFP 2023-10, Community Center Audiovisual Improvements. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone requests that staff work with Stephen D. Michael Limited to provide a formal quotation for specific audiovisual upgrades at the Dunchurch Community Center and report back to council at a future council meeting. Somebody like to move that one? Okay, I see Councillor Nash moving and Councillor Wyndham seconding. Discussion. Councillor Nash.
Thank you. I'm just going to try and flick to it here. I just had a couple quick questions.
Oh, sorry. Just,
Yeah.
I was supposed to get Manager Creaser to introduce this one. I apologize.
Are we just going into it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Through you,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. I'll try and keep this brief. It seems that everybody is well acquainted with this. We did hold our request for proposals was released on October 23rd and did close on November 23rd. We did receive a good response from seven, it looks like seven audiovisual people. Of those people, there was some very, very good proposals that were provided. They were scored and graded, and Michael D. Stevens was scored the highest, and he's recommended to move forward with. He has completed services through similar size municipalities such as McKellar, and the information he provided to work with us was reasonably priced, well, competitively priced, I would say, and it did allow for us to hit on a lot of issues we've been having through our audio and visual. So we are looking to move forward with Stephen D. Michael, to put a plan together. We're going to trim down and negotiate a solution here that we can present to council.
Okay, fine. Now we'll open it for questions. Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I just had a couple quick questions to get started, just to make sure I understood it correctly. So, the Stephen D. Michael, like when I look at the proposal submissions, the Stephen D. Michael says tendered amount $0. So did they not, like, I thought, and this is where I'm a little confused. I thought that we were reaching out to IT consultants, I'll call it, or audiovisual consultants to say, this is what we need for this community. Here's a budget we want to work within. What can we do? So are these consultants, like I see numbers of, one person was 25,000 who was a consultant, somebody else was 3,900, and then Stephen D. Michaels is $0. So I'm not understanding how a consultant can charge $0 for doing what we're doing. So I'm really confused.
Mr. Mayor, I'll step in here. I wrote the RFP and then I passed it off to Dave because I didn't have time. So you're absolutely correct. The intent of the RFP was to give us a price to purchase your services, your consulting services, to tell us what we need. And in spite of speaking with these folks, they did misunderstand. Some of them actually came out and had a look and prepared a design and said, we're not going to charge you for consultant services, but this is what you need. And the tender and the RFP spoke to, we want to be able to, we don't want to replace everything we've got. We've got a pretty good system now. We want to enhance it. We want a little bit better audio, so we don't get feedback, and we want visual or screen, that kind of thing. So it appears that these types of businesses are not really familiar with the consulting end of things. And I think that's, in spite of talking to them and explaining the RFP to them, some of them just simply came forward and some offered their consulting services, and others said, no, we've been out, this is what we think you need. And that's why this one was a little bit hard to write up and a little bit hard to explain. So hopefully that helps. And I thank Dave for diving into it, and he spent quite a few hours trying to figure this all out. So hopefully that helps.
No, that helps a lot. And I guess that's what I thought when I was reading this. So I guess based on that, I guess my comment would be, we shouldn't be sole sourcing to an installer to tell us what we need. We should be sourcing a consultant, which there are consultants that do this. We just need to put a tender out just to the consultants that'll tell us, this is what we have. We went from, I think it was council saying $50,000 is too much, to Stephen D. Michaels saying, go spend 70,000 and let's get a TV screen that's 10 feet by 14 feet or something like this. Like, we're a little community. We have a TV that we never use that we can plug in. We need to spend a fraction of this, 10% of the 70,000. If we want, all our systems seems to, when we got a little new main controller, for the most part, we might have the odd audio problem, but not much. We need a TV. That's it. We're going to spend 70,000 or take something off or spend 30,000. We need a consultant to say, we've spent 30 or 40,000 or whatever it is on a sound system. It's out of date already from a couple years ago. That's how technology works. But we want to spend whatever council decided. I think in our budget was like, from last year, if I'm misquoting, 15,000, or maybe it was 20,000, to say, here's the number, Mr. or Mrs. Consultant. What can we do for that? Please tell us. Not, well, let's award to somebody and they want to spend 70,000 and it'd be like Best Buy coming in to say, here you go, guys, now buy everything from us. That's not what we're looking for, in my eyes. So I'll be voting no for this, because I don't think what came in is what we'd asked for. It was for a consultant to tell us what we need, not an installer to tell us what we need. So anyways, those are my comments, but I would like to get something done. I think we can get a bigger TV, but I don't think we need a TV that you press a remote control and it comes down and the TV screen costs $30,000 when I don't know how many people are on Zoom right now, if I might ask.
No,
Councillor Bray, Mayor Comrie, and myself.
Right. So I don't know why we're spending $30,000 on a TV when nobody's going to be watching for the most part. To be honest, call a spade sometimes. It's a want, not a need. Go spend $3,000 and we'll have a bigger TV. And that's it. Anyways, those are my comments, but I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
I guess I just want to respond to a couple of things. First of all, I guess what Councillor Nash is attempting to do is to redefine what the requirement was that started this whole thing, and I guess council has the right to do that. But there were a set of requirements that were developed and that were used as the basis for the plan that we were originally following, which, as you recall, we didn't complete. We didn't complete the video portion of it. And we had problems with we are still having some problems with the audio portion of it, because if you're not using a lapel mic like I am, people can't hear you half the time. But in any case, you know, I think the other comment is that we did try fairly hard to find consultants, people who would just come in and say, look, I don't sell any equipment. I'm not going to install anything for you. But here's what I think you should do with your system. We did not find anybody who would do that in a setting like this. Like if you were designing, you know, a replacement for Roy Thompson Hall or something like that, there are professional engineers who will come in and who specialize in that sort of stuff. I used to work for one years ago. He's long retired, long gone now. And they would come in and they would, you know, really incorporate your requirements into the design of the building and something, but they are not going to come into Whitestone and look at somebody's community center and say, well, here's what I would do, because it involve architectural improvements, all kinds of things. So the RFP boiled down to trying to find somebody who had the best record of doing systems for people like us. And this particular individual, if you looked at his proposal, you would see has done a number of community centers in West Parry Sound, not community centers, done a number of council chambers in West Parry Sound, like Archipelago, for example. And so, you know, he can at least make a solution that will work. And I think the way we ended up in doing this procurement in the first place was that we lacked confidence to continue to rely on the folks who installed the system that we have to finish the job without getting somebody. So that's, I mean, that's what's going on here. But at the end of the day, you will recall that we had a proposal in front of council, and it was to spend about another, I think it was another $40,000 that was actually left over from 2022 budget and would have been spent last year if we hadn't decided to do this. And it was to complete the visual. It involved a screen that could be used to show movies, because that's one of the things that we have done in the past, and we wanted the facility using portable equipment that people brought in, and you know, at their own equipment at their own expense, right? So we'd have the facilities here, so that we would have the facilities so that the people on Zoom could actually see all of you and not just me. And those were identified as requirements. So yeah, I mean, what I think is out of the suggestions that were made by various people, what you can see is the cost of finishing the work is at least, and depending on how good a quality you do, like we were trying to save money, but depending on how good a quality job you do, you could be spending another $60,000, $70,000 or something to finish it up. And our neighbors to the south of here have spent, what, 100 and, what did they spend? 125,000 or something on theirs? So I mean, that's what it costs. If you want to be able to live stream audio and video, your meetings to people and that sort of thing, that's what you're gonna do. I mean, we don't have to do that, you know. If the argument is nobody comes to the meeting, then we should go back to Zoom meeting, just go back to Zoom meetings and everybody can participate, right? I don't know. It's like, so yeah, you can redefine what you want when you see, but what is needed now is that somebody that has a familiarity with the system that we have already and the technical capability to, where it has to come in and sit down and work out the details and provide a quote. And that's what a real quote. It's not that Mr. Michael's going to do this for free. He's not, but you know, he knows what it would take, but there's a bunch of questions that have to be asked about, you know, exactly how far do you want to go with various things and so on. And that's,
If I might.
that's where we are, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
if
so,
Thanks. If I might, Mr. Mayor, like, I guess there's a few things there, and I just want the opportunity to reply back since you'd responded back to what I was saying when I was just saying a statement. But when you say if we can refer back to the proposal, I don't know why you've read the proposals and we don't have them in here. I don't know why you would have seen them before us. We're all supposed to see this stuff at the same time. His proposal isn't in here, so I don't know why you're telling us to go back and read it when it's not in here, and why you would have read it before. I have no idea. So Mr. Mayor, just let me finish, please. Number two, I don't know why some of us would know that we didn't get a response to this and others would. I didn't know we didn't get responses to the proposal. None of us, all of council is supposed to know this stuff at the same time. And why would ever consider hiring an engineer to come in and do structural work on our building to put a TV screen in? That'd be like saying, hey, let's give a budget to the fire chief who's in the audience of $10,000 for a water tank, and coming back and saying, oh, it's going to cost $150,000. We need a whole new truck, but let's now go talk to them about it. We don't need all this stuff. We already decided that before. The reason we didn't want to use the last company still was because their number was 40,000. Now we've gone up from 40 to 70. And there are people, we have an IT consultant we use who could tell us this stuff. Any IT consultant can tell us about a couple TV screens. I have a TV in the basement if we're going to watch big sporting events or movies. It's about 8 feet by 4 feet tall, and I can press a button on my phone and everything on my phone's on the TV within a second. I can press a button and my phone runs the TV. We don't need to spend tens and tens and tens of thousands of dollars. And why we don't have their proposals in here, but we're talking like we do. Council needs to read the proposals if we're going to make decisions on this stuff, and all of council should see this stuff at the same time. I'm sorry, but I thought, like you'd said, we needed video for everybody to see. You know, we've written a report here, which lots of detail about what came in, but there's nothing here on what said this is what was requested. Because I don't remember saying we had to have a TV that showed everybody or a camera that showed everybody. And, you know, the neighbors to
that, I'm
next to
sorry,
us
that
would
was
say-
in the original, excuse me, that was in the original report for
Okay,
the work that was
Mr.
done previously.
Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to be nice here. Please don't cut me off when I'm speaking. I'm allowed
Well,
to say my thoughts.
Well,
right?
you're repeating what you
Yeah,
said
but-
previously, though. We're going to
Okay,
run out of time.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, but you said 125,000 to the people next to us, our neighbors, who are trying to back out of a pool because they can't afford anything. Sometimes just spending money isn't the best thing. Saving money, putting money into reserves. I'm sure if we went and put a questionnaire out to the public and said we want to spend $70,000 on an audio system, I guarantee the responses would not be very kind to us. And that's all I'm gonna say. I'm not
Okay.
asking for any responses. All I'm saying is comments here, and that I won't be in favor of it. I don't want anybody to respond back to what I've said. I'm
Yeah.
just allowed to give my comments, and that's all I'm giving.
All right, fine. Thank you. Other comments or from Councilor Lamb?
Yeah, I'm a little confused too on this, but, as I recall, we had spent, I don't know how much for the audio. I'm gonna say 20 grand or 30 grand or whatever it was, right? And if you think back when we kind of requested this wasn't working. Okay, it's working better now than 6 months ago. But when we decided to do this was not working at all. Or, you know, all the problems with that, right? So we were in a different kind of time zone at that point. This has sort of worked its way out a bit. Because I think we changed a box or something, right? Fairly cheap to do, but we fixed it, right? And so I'm not suggesting at all that although I've seen other municipalities where the audio part is much better. You know, it's shared by 2 counselors, you hit a button, off, on.
No.
That's what we should have gone with 2 years ago, but we didn't, right? And at the time, I think the mayor had written, and this is your field sort of, George, so, you know, had written a memo as to the 40 grand and all that. So we as council just didn't feel really comfortable just throwing another 40 grand at it, not knowing that we wouldn't replicate the video part with what was wrong with the audio. So that's the background to all this, okay? I think that we do need video enhancement. I hear from people who are on Zoom that they don't want to see the mayor's mug or my mug if I'm chairing the meeting throughout the meeting, right? They want a little more than that. And whether we like it or not, Zoom is here to stay. And if we're going to do anything, we better do it right, and we better do it for the future. I'm not suggesting we spend $120,000, okay? I would say the audio is the audio. We live with it, right? Sometime in the future, if we want to replace the audio with something more or better, then God bless us. But the video, I don't see a television at all. I see a screen, okay? I don't care whether that's a 60-inch television. I guess you get a 75-inch, but in essence, it's not going to change anything.
No.
When we hosted the district association, it was practically an embarrassment that everything was on that television that people couldn't see.
Yeah.
Right? And if you go to any other council chamber, I would say in the area, they'll have a drop-down screen, okay?
Yeah.
But when we were thinking of 12 grand or 15 grand or whatever it was for that screen, I was having people who were in the business say to me, that's baloney. You know, you can get a screen for 3 grand, right? But if you want the bells and whistles of every going concern in screens, then yeah, it's going to cost you 12 grand. I think what Councillor Nash and what I would say is we're looking more towards the $3,000 mark or whatever. You know, don't quote the actual number, to get a video system in here that enhances from where we are today to make it a better. And it's not just for council meetings, by the way. There's other committees in our community. There's other meetings in our community. There's other things that the library can use this and other people. Movie nights, there's all kinds of things. So I want to carry on. I don't think the budget should look anywhere near 70,000 for this. And, you know, maybe more like 30, you know, that kind of area, but that would be maximum to me. And I don't know what this person is going to do. I just heard the mayor say, well, he's not going to come free, but it says 0. Like, I'm not sure what that means, right? Like, what is Mr. Michael, and I appreciate he's probably a really good guy and good firm. What is he going to do for us specifically, and what's the cost of him doing it? Can someone answer that for me? Because this is very confusing, 25,000 and 0. I agree with Councillor Nash when it comes to that. Like, what is Stephen specifically going to do? He's going to work with staff to do what? To come back and tell us what we want? Or do we tell him what we want? Like, I'm a little confused and I know staff has done good work on it. Hopefully you can understand where I'm coming from on this.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a challenge. We're asking a lot of different questions, and we have a lot of different questions. I personally do not speak the language that these people speak. I'm not high techie. I don't have the education that they have or the understanding of how to make things work the way they do. So when this proposal was put together for consultants to come and look at our building and then provide proposals, we were given these numbers. And Stephen D. Michael, he came here and he never charged us to do that. He came and he said, "This is what I would recommend." And he did it on his own accord within the parameters of the tender. Now, there's another one that did there as well, Field Services Canada as well. They also did it. This other person came to MCW. They said for $25,000, they will come here and they'll give us a proposal, a recommendation what they should do. So $25,000 just to propose something. So these are the numbers. You see 10,000 again to do this. So so those are the numbers to provide the consulting services, just to give us a recommendation. Now, going through and scoring everybody and looking at it from a lens, Whitestone lens, there's people that scored higher, and Stephen D. Michael, who has provided these services for similar sized municipalities in the area. They have all spent more money than we have. They all have systems that are in place that are in line across Ontario. So these numbers that are provided here from him, I gotta say, to get us in line with some of the other ones, are not out of line, but that's his proposal from without a whole lot of input. What I'm asking for is to work with this person, to work with him, to give him feedback of what we're looking for, how much money we're looking to spend, and then he can come back with us with, here's what we can do for you. That's what I'm looking for. He hasn't provided a price to provide consulting services, but I think he's pretty reasonably, he could do it for a reasonable price for.
But we don't have that price. Steve.
So he's been here, he's been here, he's taken measurements, so the conversation, a lot of it could just happen over the phone or through an email, back and forth, and to negotiating with the lowest bidder, so to speak.
But others were here. I met somebody in here one time. Is that him? Is that the person I met? 'Cause I was in here and they were off on McKellar. And my comment on McKellar is it's a wonderful system. It costs 120,000. But they also have at the bottom, if I'm talking, it says everything I'm saying, right? And it's really hilarious when they want to spell whatever, Wabash sketch, right? It comes out in a language I don't even know about, right? But that, I'm sure it cost a pretty penny to put that aspect into it. And I don't think we're looking for that here, but they have a pretty nice system there. But as Councillor Nash says, I'm not looking to, we spent 30 already. I'm not willing to put another 90 into it, right? But it appears to me zero isn't, like, if he's gonna consult, where's he gonna make his money? Is he gonna then go buy the equipment and add 20% to it? Is that where he's coming from? So it's not really zero. And so if I'm looking at all these, I say, well, the guy who actually and to us is the third one down. I have no idea. Express Services or EXP Services in Markham, $3,900. But do we know specifically what exactly they're going to do? Have we established a budget? Have we established, I'm confused. That's all. It seems that we are all confused.
Yes, and I do appreciate that. I am, this is a challenge. We don't have an established building that's just dedicated for council. We're asking for many things to happen. This building is an event center for the community, and the system that we have here is set up. It's a good system. It does well for DJ events or you want to have let's say, a screen or something there, and you want to watch something, you want to have someone up there and talk and do the mic. It's a great system. It broadcasts right out to everybody who's got a radio. Like when we're talking in here, this broadcasts an FM right out to everybody. Everybody can hear it. So this is how it's set up. So we're trying to do two things at once and to augment our system to address some of the concerns we have in the council meeting and the Zoom. We do need help with that. This person has provided a proposal, and the proposals, a lot of it's listed in here, and there's dollars to it, and that's with his recommendation. Now, to negotiate with them and say, hey, here's what the parameters are, we're looking at this budget, we're looking to achieve these things. And this is what we're trying to this is where our end goal is going to be. This is what I'm asking to go work with him and with a fixed budget and trying to augment our system and achieve these goals. Now, I say, I don't have a lot of experience. I don't have any experience with setting up auditoriums or anything like that. I don't. So I can't really give you a lot of expertise. I do apologize. I have limitations that way.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I think what what I can see the discussion is leading to is that the RFP did not turn out the way we thought it would. I revisited the wording in the RFP, and I admit I may have been a little bit, I could have been a little bit clearer. Council budgeted $10,000 for consulting services, and it was clear, hire a consultant to tell us what we need to enhance what we've got, to make some improvements, to look at the visual, to look at, there's some audio changes. And the folks that responded that we sent the invitation to didn't understand that completely, notwithstanding the fact that I had a discussion with most of them. So it didn't turn out quite the way we expected. So I think what I'm hearing from council is that the audio is not bad. There's a bit of feedback, and maybe it's positioning of the speakers at this point, but we certainly much improved since 6 months ago. Yeah, we're a little bit more competent with what we've got in the new box, which cost us, I don't know, $40 or $50. It made a huge difference. It really did. And I thank Dan Hildebrand for that, because frankly, Dave and I were nervous before every council meeting. Is it going to work?
Yeah.
And now we come in and we set things up and everything is fine. I do like the idea of having a bigger screen, something that could pull down, something that I know the rec committee has an interest in the movie night. So it could be multi-purpose, and maybe during budget discussions, that could be part of what you may want to have an interest in. I understand council's reluctance to approve this, and it didn't turn out quite the way we expected it would. And that's, we appreciate that it's, as Councillor Lamb said, we started this whole process when we were in a bit of a muddle in terms of audio and really needed some help. And we're not too bad with the audio right now. It's just the visual part. I think we'd like to see who's on screen, or everybody would like to see who's on screen, and perhaps they'd like to see us. So hopefully that helps. And I have to say, Dave did the best he could, because I kind of flipped this over to him when I was busy with other things. So hopefully that's a good explanation of how we ended up where we are.
The only other thing I would say is if you go to McKellar, the whole room setup is different, right? Like, you don't have to think of the screen being there. Council could well be sitting over there, and the screen, if you go to McKellar, they see everything. They see the councillors, they see the crowd, whoever it is. And when people speak, you know who's speaking and all that kind of stuff. So we should never get configuring our room because this is the way we've historically done it. And I know people realize that, but it should be set up correctly, right? So that's part of the chore that people do. So the question, I guess, is where do we go from here, right? Like, I don't know, like.
Well,
Councillor
I mean,
Woods.
sorry, were you gonna?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just, quick one. Now, everybody should know that I know absolutely nothing about this kind of thing. But I do actually know two local people that this is what they do. And I know them personally. I could ask them if they'd be willing to maybe talk to Dave or Michelle, and I mean, they're taxpayers, so they'd like to see the best bang for the buck, right? See if they're interested in maybe helping out. Give us a little bit of direction. Because like I said, I mean, when it comes to electronics, I'm not your guy, right? Building construction, no problem. This kind of thing, no, I'm just gonna sit here and listen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I know Dave and I would be absolutely agreeable to that. And I would suggest that Dan Hildebrandt also has some expertise, not necessarily with all of the electronics, but how we've been set up. I mean, he was the fellow that solved our audio problem. He admits that it's not his area of expertise, but he knew enough that the box was the wrong box. So if council's agreeable to that, I would suggest that you leave it with Dave and I to coordinate with Councillor Woods and the folks that he knows, and we'll come back and we'll keep trying to find out what the best way to move forward with our audio and video setup is.
So I guess I'm and we have a resolution on the floor, which is that they work with a proponent here. I guess I mean I don't know. Councillor Wood says the people that he knows have experience doing this. I guess my question is, have they set up any conference facilities? Or are they people who are doing things like home theater? Because like I have a friend who does home theater, that's all he does. And he doesn't have, I asked him, I said, you know, you wouldn't take on a project like this. I asked him a long time ago. He said, no, I can't. You know, so like it's, if it was, I just want to make sure that like what I'm afraid is that we get detoured and then we're back at this in the same position, and then we don't have anything to put into our budget discussion for 2024. So we go another year with what we have right now. And I'm personally, I'm not happy with that. I mean, we're already 2 years behind what we said we were going to do. I want to remind you, and this was in the report that was presented to council, and I pretty sure there's a resolution saying, yeah, that's what we want to do. What we wanted to do is we wanted to make sure that for a hybrid meeting, so people in this room, people out there on Zoom, everybody can hear and be heard, and everybody can see and be seen. So that means that the people on Zoom have to be able to see what's going on in here. They have to be able to hear what's going on in here. And when somebody's speaking, they have to be able to see who it is that's speaking, hear what they're saying. And the same for the people in the room. Somebody comes in on Zoom and wants to give us a presentation from their office and wherever, like the guys this morning. Everybody in the room should be able to actually see them and hear what they're saying. And in a good working system, you can do that. And I can tell you, it's not rocket science in one sense. You have to have if you want to do it, you have to have a big enough screen that you can see, and you have to have a digital projector that projects onto the screen, and you have to have a camera that can focus in on whoever is speaking and pick up the sound. And these things are all available to do them automatically. And that's what we were originally going to do, right? Was have facilities to get that. As I said before, what got us sidetracked was that people were not, Councillor Lamb said it a minute ago, where people were not happy with the audio, and I'm still not happy with the audio, because when that air conditioning is going, I cannot hear what Councillor Nash is saying at the other end of the table, or Councillor Lamb. I can't hear what you're saying, because you have to, with these mics, which are performance mics, let's face it, you have to have it right up like this. So but, you know, council, I think I thought that the goal of the exercise was we'll get somebody in who could say, well, okay, here's the things that you're not happy with in what you've got, and here's the things that you want to add to finish it. And we'll give you a, you know, technical detail. And yeah, I would have, I have understood the intention to get an independent third party who didn't supply any equipment, but I couldn't find any, well, I couldn't suggest, and I guess Dan Hildebrand couldn't, because he, you know, both of us gave names to our CAO, and she came up with some others on her own. I don't even know who they all were that were, I didn't see the RFP. I don't know who it was sent to. So, but I couldn't come up with somebody that just comes in and says, hey, I'm a consultant, I'm gonna charge you $3,500 and I'll give you my opinion about what you should do. And then you can, and I'll help you write a tender that you can go out to the guys who supply the equipment. So that's what I thought was going to happen. You've heard it. That's not what happened. People misinterpreted it. And I don't know what they all did or didn't do, but that was the information I got from staff, was that they misinterpreted the, you know, the intent of the RFP. So you've got different kinds of things. I am satisfied that probably this guy is, that's being recommended, is the person who at least has the best success rate at doing what I think we want, right? That's where we are. So what are we doing? We got to move on here. We're going to run out of time. What do we simply shelve this and do more poking around, I'll call it, or do we deal with this motion on the floor and let council go to the proponent that staff think is the best fit here, and let that person come and tell us, give us an accurate estimate for what it is he thinks we really need, right?
If I might, Mr. Mayor, I think one of my suggestions might be, let's find out what all of council wants. And I think that'll help I think we were pretty much there, but maybe a quick 20-minute discussion at another meeting. But I know I've talked about videos. I know for one, as myself, I don't need to have a close-up of my face when I'm talking. I don't know when that was spoken about. If I turn on CPAC and watch Toronto City Hall, it was billions of dollar budget, they don't have that. That's not what council wants. Sometimes that might be what one councillor wants. So I think we really got to find our council member. I think we got to find out what we need from what council wants, right? We have a TV here. I think everybody will agree it's too small, but we never use it. But when we have presentations, I could sit here and still see a presentation perfectly fine there. We don't even use the equipment we have. Find out what we as council members want. We have a TV that I think I plugged into my laptop once to show something, and that was it, but it worked. We don't even use the stuff we have. We can have a blank screen that says Whitestone Council meeting. We can have a little camera in a corner that shows everybody, like Toronto Council will do, which the Saga does as well. Just one camera. We don't need close-up. So and then people will get a headache because the TV screen's panning to everybody talking all the time. I'm sure people in the public might not want to be on video, but they don't mind being in a video of a general area. I think we need to find out what we need to want as council. And then if there's members of the public that can volunteer some advice on it, but we're not setting up the Toronto Symphony Orchestra. It seems like that's what we're trying to plan here for a simple little audio system. And I think a home theater expert could set up our system in a small community hall just fine. That's what I'd suggest, that it comes back and we have a quick little figure out what we need, or as the CAO said, do a bit of investigation from people in the public that do stuff up here and see what they might suggest. But we don't need to go overboard anyways on a system, but we need a much bigger TV.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what the cost is for this man, right? It says zero, right? I see, nobody works for zero, right? So I mean, if we agreed to the motion, what are we agreeing to? Like, I don't even know, right? I don't know. I suspect he's gonna come back and say, oh, you need of this, that, and whatever. I do agree with Councilor Nash that we don't need to zone in on the CAO when she's speaking and Councilor Woods when he's speaking. I think there could be a camera that has the whole room in it, including the podium where people would speak to, and if it's set up front, you're shaking your head, you can't have that? Mr. Mayor?
The camera has to have the ability to pan and zoom, or it doesn't, or the people are so far away that you can't tell. If you looked at the system in, well, if you looked at the McKellar system, sorry to keep bringing that up, but until the very most recent changes they made, when they had a camera that was at the one end of the room and the people were sitting at the other end, and you could not identify the participants around the table. And I participated in a meeting the other day remotely that was held in Archipelago's council chamber. Exactly the same thing. It's a fixed camera that is at one point in the room. Well, actually, it was a couple of them, one pointing one way and the other pointing the other way. I could not tell who it was that was sitting at the table, and I could not see who it was that was speaking when they were speaking.
How does Toronto do it then?
So it was worthless.
one camera.
Toronto has a much more expensive,
They have one camera.
yeah, it does zoom in though, and it does it automatically. But it has a tilt, it has a pan and zoom facility in it. You can either operate it, if you pay a person, they can sit there and they'll do it, that's in the broadcast video. The same camera will do it. Broadcast video
Maybe.
works, but that's
maybe
the
we
way it
can
works.
Hire a full-time audio person for 100,000, have them zoom in on us all. I think
No,
that's a
no,
your
no,
want.
I'm not suggesting that.
I think that's a your want, Mr. Mayor.
No.
Nobody else wants a close-up of everybody. It's what you want. Listen to your council sometimes, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, don't be rude. If council doesn't want it, I'm not trying to push something down your throat. What I'm trying to
You
do
are,
is
Mr.
I'm
Mayor.
going
That's
back
exactly
to
what
something,
you're doing.
Hey, guys,
we
that's
agreed
exactly what
what
you're
the,
doing.
what the
Come on.
requirements were, and now you want to change them. And so
No, we want to follow what the requirements were, Mr. Mayor.
This
Mr.
debate
Mayor?
is not healthy.
No.
If you listen to priorities, I said we get
No.
like this has gone off the rails, okay?
well, I didn't take it off the
Mr.
rails.
It doesn't matter who took it off. It's off the rails. I'm not.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Bray.
Hi, yeah, this is an interesting discussion. I do think that we need to think about the cameras and being able to not zoom in automatically, but be able to show people and so people know who's speaking. I agree that having a video system where you can't tell who's speaking is useless. So if that's what we're aiming for, is just a sort of a wide range where you can't tell who's speaking or anything, I would say it's not worth it. But I do think that we need to think about not just the present and today, but we have to think about the future. We have to think about, what if we want to rent our community center to somebody and they want to set up and be able to have those options and be able to and we are offering that. Like, we get a bit short-sighted. I know budget is really, really tight. I know we have difficulties, like thinking about all the asks and the wants and the needs and things like that. But we have to think of the future. If we put in something that is, does the job partially, and in 2 years' time or 3 years' time, we're already back saying, oh, shoot, we should have done that, we should have done that, we should have done that. And that happens. I think we need to think about the future. I think we need to think about, and if people are unhappy with this, then I think we need to go back to square one and talk about and really come up with what we're asking for and not change things midway. Because I feel like now because there's these amounts of 30,000 and 35,000 and 2,000, all of a sudden we changed what we were asking for. And well, you know, I think we've already talked about this. We get what we pay for. So, you know, we just can't keep going around and around and changing the parameters. Maybe these companies didn't understand them. Those amounts, I presume, are from just our discussions from, you know, general discussions as to how much they would cost. If we have $10,000 in the budget, or it was for last year, for consultation, if this person can consult and it's under 10,000, I don't know why we wouldn't take them up on it if they can show us what we can do. And perhaps maybe that's a discussion staff can have with the person, the proponent, and see whether that consultation would come in somewhere under that amount of money. Anyways, those are my thoughts.
I have an idea that might actually work and get this done. That we can approve this bidder and we put a note that he's not allowed to install any of the work. He's a consultant to just tell us what we need. And that's it. And he can't do any work, can't sole source it. He won't be installing,
He's not gonna do that.
but then he
for
won't
free.
do it because I think the problem is, well, he's already has a tender that would said it would be for free. So he signs it up and that's what we get. We get it for free. That's the whole point of tenders. Somebody puts a number of zero, it's zero. And somebody shouldn't have probably done that. But we could do that. But again, we're not changing parameters. The parameter was a consultant. The parameter wasn't about spending 70 grand or saying it was 70 grand. The whole point of the RFP was simply to get a consultant, not a company that installs. So we're changing the parameters by not following what we said. So if we follow what we said, staff will speak to people. Maybe they'll put it back out. We can move forward, get onto a lot more that's on the agenda today. And maybe another tender goes out and we do get a consultant. It'd be that simple also. I just want to move on from this. Or we don't pass anything today on this.
Well, I guess, and I mean, I don't know, I don't know this individual and I don't know the answer that you would get from him, but what if he says no, or is it then staff, or essentially what you're saying is staff redoes the RFP and they tried to find somebody who will just do what you said, which is consult, but we don't install.
That's
And
what-
I can pretty much guarantee you, again, without knowing exactly who the people are that you're, you know, that responded the last time, that every single one of them probably is in the business of installing equipment. That's what people in this industry mostly do
If we,
for a living. They either stage for you or they install for you. And they generally don't charge you for the consulting, right?
but
So,
if we can find, Mr. Mayor, a company that'll consult and tell us for $15,000, this is the fire truck you should get after the fire chief had written something up, trust me. We can hire a consultant that tells us what we need for audio video. People are willing to take your money no matter what, especially when it's thousands of dollars.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, in the spirit of time constraints, could I recommend that you put your trust in staff to take all of the comments that came out here? We'll come back with something at the next council meeting, a write-up based on the ideas that people have come up with and some suggestions, and see if we can't kind of inch this forward a little bit. Would I recommend that?
Can I have one final question? Mr. Mayor, do you know how much it would cost? The difference between the two cameras, you know, the still one or the one that pans and zooms, is that, you're talking $10,000 or $1,500? Like, do we have any idea what the difference in cost? And I
yeah,
guess that's what the consultant would come back and. tell
yeah,
us.
for the camera, the full function camera is about round numbers, $2,000, a little less, or you can get them.
So it's, we're not.
We,
talking
we
lot-
had a quote, we had a quote for one in the previous package that council
So
rejected.
you're only
right?
talking 2,000, whether it's still or a pan and zoom and all that kind
Yeah.
of stuff?
Yeah, that's,
Let's
as
not-
I say, there's three pieces. There's a screen, there's a camera, and there's the projector for the screen that drives the screen, right?
Okay, well, if that's all we need, why don't we get quotes for it and go ahead? Right? If there's only three things, why are we bringing consultants in to do it? Right? Why don't we just get some quotes for those three? And, anyway. I just-
Well, I mean, look, there's some wiring and there's some, mechanical stuff. If you see those wooden, those squares that are up on the wall there, they were put there to hang a screen from, a specific screen because
But
that.
who decided that with the screen goes there?
Well, the people from
Who did the
North, the
audit?
people from North Bay who came in and looked at the room and the configuration of the room, figured out where the speakers would go, figured out where this would go. And we had a little committee which consisted of Councillor McEwen, myself, and Paula Macri, and we, kicked the whole thing around. We took pictures of the room and figured out what the different configurations would be for different things that we do in here, like these meetings and the appreciation dinner and
Yeah.
people who are holding movies and concerts and various things. That's where that configuration came from.
Okay.
And I don't know that anybody would propose necessarily to change that either. But anyway, you have to have things over there, the projector has to be here, right? And the camera has to be so that it looks at the council. And the speaker's table, the podium table, which would end up coming off to the end of wherever the council table is. Anyway, look, are we gonna withdraw the motion then?
I think we should go at what our CAO suggests, that they come back. I don't know whether we need a motion or defer the other one, but
So this is
I think they've heard everything that we're saying. I think between taking notes, I think there is, I actually feel there is a consensus here as to what's needed. It's just how we get from today to what's needed, right? And I think basically that is leave the audio part, except if we have to connect in
Yeah.
for some reason, but leave the audio the way it is. Look at video, look with a camera that does pan and zoom if it's only a couple grand difference. Look at a screen and the projector and whatever, and it's more like a $15,000 expenditure than it is a 50, right? Or whatever, and if I'm sure there's screens that go from 1,000 to 15,000, whatever, right? We're looking more towards 5,000, right, not 15, but I hear what Councillor Bray is saying about, the future. But there's a way to get there, and we can also stage it in, I guess, right, is the other parts. Anyway, leave it with staff and have them come back.
We have a resolution on the table.
Yeah.
So either we vote or we withdraw.
So, yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. The mover was Councillor Nash, the seconder was Councillor Lamb. Are we gonna, you're gonna withdraw? You want to withdraw the motion?
Or we can vote on it to let it.
Well, you could also vote to defer it. Somebody would have to move an amendment to defer it, I
could-
guess.
Can I just to move on, how about I just call for a vote with no further comment or questions? We'll just see what people do and then we carry on. So that's
But
what
if
I'm
you
asking
defeat
for.
it, we're in a worse position.
No, staff can just come back with the new reports. That's what I'm asking for. Just a recorded vote for it without further discussion. Just call the vote and we move on. And I think we can do that. In our new
Mr. Mayor, I would rather we defer
Yeah, so would
and
I.
withdraw. I mean,
But as the mover.
So are you moving to defer, Councillor Bray?
But Mr. Mayor, as the mover, I'm allowed to
I-
ask for it to be done. So I'm asking as the mover to call
No.
for a recorded vote without further debate. And
But
if you
as-
read the procedural bylaw, I'm allowed as the mover to do that. I don't need anybody else to second.
An amendment to defer is always in order.
but I'm not going to approve it. So since I'm,
Doesn't matter. We'll vote on the amendment to.
but
to
Mr. Mayor, I
defer.
made the motion as the procedural bylaw.
No,
I have
sorry,
the right
that's
to
not.
ask for a vote without further discussion. You can look it up. That's why it's there.
The council can choose not to vote on a matter.
Well, they can all choose to not vote yes or no and choose to abstain. But I have the right to ask as the mover of the motion to ask for a vote on it. It was already moved and seconded. We just get the vote. It's already been done.
But why are we, I guess my question is, why are we doing this? Like,
To move on,
well, to move on, we just
I'm done.
withdraw it.
I
and
know
have
I'm
staff
not gonna
come-
support withdrawing
Why,
it
though?
because I just want to move forward. I just want to vote on it, kill it. That's what I want to do. I want to kill it, to be honest.
Why? So, and
That-
it's,
That's the question I asked, because if we do that, then we can't go back
yeah,
to look at it. I would just prefer to defer or withdraw, whichever works best for, and for us to be able to then let staff do the work and then come back. This still is there, and we can then look at the options of what they bring forward.
Yeah,
Like,
staff
there's
can
no
still-
argument about this, as far as I can see.
Counselor Bray, staff can still come back with a new report. All we're doing is killing that we're going to award it to them. That's it. We're not going to award it because we're going to decline it. Staff can come back with another report on another tender they want to do, no problems. It's very simple.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I'm just trying to get some understanding. So the resolution is that we receive the report for information. This is the resolution. And that the council municipality requests that staff work with Stephen D. Michael to provide a formal quotation for specific audio. So if we vote and this is defeated, that means that we will not ask Mr. Michael to provide a formal quote for specific audio visual upgrades. It doesn't restrict us, and this is what I was trying to get my head around. Follow me here. We still want to talk to Mr. Michael. He may have an interest, in spite of his misunderstanding of the RFP, because of his experience in providing just some consulting services. What are the options? What can we do with $10,000, $20,000, $30,000? How do we stage it? So I'd like to still go back to this person because he does come highly recommended. We're not going to ask him for a formal quote for specific audio visual upgrades. We are going to ask him, and perhaps some others that Councillor Woods recommended, for some guidance on what we now think we need. We think our audio is probably okay because of the improvements we made, but I'm understanding that we want some visual and perhaps camera screen and projector. So what I'm thinking is that even though folks want to defer it, by defeating it, it does not stop us from speaking with Mr. Michael and moving forward in a different direction. So if you want,
Well, but we can do that if you approve it and if it's an immediate call for a
I've
vote, I'm
asked
going to
for a
vote to
vote
approve
be
it, right?
called
Because
without further debate, and we've been talking for another 5 or 10 minutes. What do we not understand about our new procedural bylaw?
Well,
Like,
no,
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, but I have explained to you before, a motion to defer, which was what was suggested, is always in order. It's,
I've
you can't,
asked for it
you
to be
can't call,
voted
you
on,
can't,
Mr. Mayor.
you cannot suppress that from happening by calling for the vote. The calling for the vote is simply asking the chair to make a vote.
Madam
So,
CAO, can you please read where it says that a member can ask for a vote to be done without further debate?
I am searching for
really,
that.
I'll have, you know,
so
And if it takes us
what
20
happens if
minutes.
we approve this? What happens if I?
the same thing that our CAO clerk just said, which is why I'm going to vote to, if you have to do a vote now, I'm going to vote to approve it, and then we can
Well,
get on with what she
I know,
said.
but if you vote to approve it, we're gonna ask this guy for a quotation that we're not gonna pay any attention to.
Right. So if
Why
you,
would we approve it?
Can we just find out what the procedural bylaw says before there's not another complaint to the ombudsman that we're going on and on and on and
Oh,
talking?
Jesus.
Because I will file one if we keep talking until the CAO tells us what we can do.
Okay, could we take a brief moment so I can find the procedure bylaw?
Yes, sounds good.
Yes, let's take, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Mayor, are we agreeable? We're a 5-minute break so I can look at this?
I guess so.
When you like your second day. Scott's looking for it too.
It's probably not in the procedure bylaw, and it's probably in the Robert's Rules of Orders where,
Motion amendment.
Once the vote is called by the chair, not by you.
yeah.
Nobody says
So a change to the question is a different. Would you agree?
Yeah.
An amendment to an amendment is a change to the proposed motion. The following rules apply. Only one amendment, whether a motion amendment or an amendment, can be presented.
Well, what's the same about amendments?
The order of voting will be, an amendment to amendment will be voted upon. A motion amendment will be voted upon next, and the motion as amended will be voted.
Yeah, that's the procedure for an amendment, but where does it say that?
Voting says that once the vote is 319, once the vote is called by the chair, not by the,
Yeah,
by the first or second.
yeah, a counselor can ask the chair to call a vote, but the chair is not obligated to call a vote.
So once the vote is over.
This is,
So I will, are we here? So I want to reiterate what I think council generally wants. There is to be no assignment of work to Stephen D. Michael Limited at this time. There's no request for a formal quotation. What council seeks, I believe, is more information, and that is in the form of more consulting with respect to the needs that we now feel we need, which is screen projector and camera. That will align with the current audio that we have, perfect or not, with perhaps enhancements that may come in the future. Did I capture that?
pretty much.
I think so.
So,
So what should we do with this motion?
right. I can see it going both ways, and neither of the ways it could go, which is everyone votes and it gets defeated, if that's what happens. Or if everyone votes and it gets approved, well, I don't think it should be approved. It's either it gets defeated or it gets deferred. That will take you in the direction that I'm suggesting that I believe council wants to go.
And I would suggest to everyone that we're probably best to defeat it and do what you want to do, as opposed to deferring it, because that sort of gives the impression that a month from now, we might say, okay, great, now we're going to ask for a proposal, which we're not going to until we get the other information. So I would suggest that we probably defeat it and move on. Unless you think that will heave off the guy, right? He wouldn't know the motion, would he?
I don't think so. It's not going to preclude me from, or Dave, from talking to him again. It simply will let him know that council was unsure in terms of the whole process and that we're revisiting the situation.
Okay.
That's my understanding and that's how I would interpret it, even though it's not in a council resolution, but I would take that as council direction.
Okay.
So it sounds to me like the assertion is that we're not going to do this year then, in that case.
So why you say that?
Well, if you do what was just said, you get some consultation from somebody, those people aren't allowed to bid, so then you have to go back out and redo the tender to people who can bid and,
I never agreed that they didn't get the bid.
well,
Staff is gonna come back, but I'm gonna ask if we can call the vote.
well, all right, I'm giving, what I'm trying to do is to see if we could get something useful accomplished this year, okay, but it sounds like we're not going to,
Well,
my mind, so anyway,
I don't
let's
know
just,
why
let's
you're
just
saying
call the
that.
question and move on.
I don't know why you're saying that, though. All we're wanting is maybe next month, the CAO will come back and say, I talked to this guy and, for $1,000 or $2,000, he'll tell us what we need and based on what we're saying. And he's not gonna install the equipment or he won't do that or whatever, but it's gonna come back to us, right? I don't see it can't happen this year, but anyway.
I agree, Councilman, but if the mayor thinks it won't happen, we could pay the budget, save $70,000. Right, take the vote.
I don't imagine it is in there, anyway.
We,
never
we have, we do have an amount of money in the budget as a placeholder, not 70 grand. But that's because you'll be seeing the budget a week from today.
Okay, we'll call the question with a recorded vote.
So we're a recorded vote?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bray,
I don't know what we're supposed to vote.
so if we,
No.
We vote no if we don't want.
I'm trying to remember what we're voting on and the question.
I'll
But I
read
think
you the
it's no.
motion again, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report admin dash 2024 01, which was the RFP 2023-10 Community Center Audio / Visual Improvements. And that the Council of the Municipality requests that staff work with Stephen D. Michael Limited to provide a formal quotation for specific audio-visual upgrades at the Dunchurch Community Center and report back to council at a future council meeting.
No. Councillor Bray.
thank you. Councillor Lamb,
No.
Councillor Nash,
No.
Councillor Woods,
No.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is defeated.
Okay, that brings us down to item 9.3, which is appointment of an alternate Community Emergency Management Coordinator, CEMC. Need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report admin 2024 02, which entitled an appointment of alternate Community Emergency Management Coordinator, and that resolution number 2022-95 appointing Janice Bray as alternate CEMC be rescinded, and that John Stuthers be appointed as the alternate CEMC for the municipality of Whitestone. And I'm going to mover and seconder for this, please.
I'll move.
Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Woods. Any discussion? And if not, we can call a question. I guess Councillor Bray has recused herself already. Can we do this by show of hands? We can probably, yeah. Okay. All those in favor? Thank you very much. That motion is carried. 9.4, report Public Works dash 2024-01 is the 2023 biennial bridge and culvert study. Need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report PW 2024-01, which was the 2023 biennial municipal structure inventory and inspection report. Mover and seconder, moved by Councilor Woods, seconded by,
Mayor Comrie, could I, if you just give me a minute, I'll ask Councillor Bray to rejoin the meeting.
all right. Councilor Lamb seconded, but we'll, yeah, sorry, we should have let her back in here. Hmm? Sorry, we're just waiting for Councilor Bray to rejoin. She signed out when we dealt with that item that she recused herself on.
Anyone else on Zoom?
No, we're down to two participants, Michelle and me. Oh, here she, I see her coming in. Can you hear us, Councilor Bray?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. We are just on item 9.4. And Councilor Woods has moved and Councilor Lamb has seconded that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information this report on the structure inventory and inspection. I will now ask Manager Dave Creaser to introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The biannual bridge study happens every other year. It's required by legislation to happen to be completed at least every 2 years. We now have 7 bridge and 5 culverts. GHG Limited has provided a structural assessment since 2017 for us, so we've done it for a number of years now. Some of the of note, some of the work that's been completed, the bridge was replaced in Oakview in 2022 with dual culverts, and that was completed in-house with our public works staff. In 2022, the 30 and 31st concession bridge was also replaced with a culvert, and that was our shared boundary road with McDenawan and was completed by McDenawan. We still have 2 load restrictions in place with no changes on them. That being the Maple Island Bridge of Ferry River, and that's on the Summer Road portion. The other one is Lads Road. That remains in place, just past Maple Island. And the report does speak to the needs, and 5 and 10-year needs. Speaking with the consultant, what he sees at our municipality with our bridges and culverts and anything that spans more than 3 meters is no different than any other municipality of our size. So what we see with our needs and our conditions of our bridges is not unusual. We do have a lot of guide rail as well that's been inherited through amalgamation. It's been there for some time now. And there's been updates to the end treatments of what's required, and which does drive the cost on these bridges as well. There's a recommendation for Lads Road to receive an engineering analysis, and the analysis would be would look at rehabilitation or replacement. It may or may not be a good candidate for rehabilitation. There's issues on that bridge with the foundation as well as the superstructure. So take your pick at where you want to start poking. If you fix your superstructure, your foundation is still not. So then if you fix your bottom, then so we're going to look at, so that's what the analysis is going to look at. There's been work ongoing with the bridges. We've done railing, we've done, recently we've done our decks. We've put new running surfaces on our decks, which has stiffened them up, cleaned under the bridges, and fix some of the structural stuff on our wood bridges. A lot of these bridges, we have 7, go out to areas that don't have a lot of tax base, you might notice. So there's not really a wealth of money coming in to replace these. So it does create some challenges. We have addressed the needs in the upcoming budget. As money becomes available, work will be done and is being done, as you can see. The consultant is happy to see that from biannual bridge study to biannual bridge study, that our municipality is doing work. He does go to the municipalities, and it's a frustration when no work is done, even though it's recommended. So things are happening here. The rates that are given here are tendered rates. So let's say the Bulkview as an example, it was recommended, I think, for $225,000 thereabouts for rehabilitation that would have bought us 25 years. We had a consultant come in, our engineering consultant to design. We replaced it with culverts. I believe the budget was closer to $80,000, and it was a 75-year fix. So just keep that in mind, that in-house we are working, we are doing work, we're doing things, and we're doing what we can as money becomes available. Do we have questions?
Thank you, David. You already knew I was going to ask. I have a couple quick questions, actually. I always say quick and they go on, but anyways, here goes. The 281,000, item number 3 on your report, and thanks for the report, page 126, where it says 281,000 we should put in for maintenance. How much did we budget in 2022? Do you know, for the bridges and stuff like that for ongoing maintenance?
Last year, I believe we had around $40,000 for the year's worth of work.
Okay, so
Well, that's top.
Yeah.
It's top 5.
oh, sorry, sorry, yes. So in capital, I guess on bridges, it was about 40 grand last year. Okay. And I know we took an item out that you had in there because we'd said maybe we can't afford it, but really what this is saying is we really need to be putting, and I guess this is going to my reserve thing, but not real, we really need to be putting more money aside or thinking of stuff in order to put a bit more money in to save us maybe money down the road by keeping things, be it a building or a bridge, better maintained or on capital programs. And just item 5, when it says it's 2% of the structure inventory value annually, do you have any idea how much that would be equate to roughly, the financial allocation for maintenance? Like, I have no idea how much these bridges would cost, or is it saying we should be putting 2% of the 2.5 million away each year?
I believe they were asking a bit of the same thing. You put a 1.5 or 2% away. It's speaks to the 1.8 above, but that gives you an idea of the range. So it would be around the $300,000 mark. And I must apologize. We did spend additional money last year in addition to the $40,000 capital for the Alds bridge. So that was another $10,000. And again, with that one, we're looking at, it's recommended for rehabilitation at a large dollar value. Maybe we can get away with putting something else in, like a let's say a concrete culvert, not concrete, box culvert,
Yeah.
swing one in place with the footings down below that may last 150 years. At a lower cost. Staging is going to be a challenge, but there's that option as well. So we are putting money away, and let's say, for example, let's say 2022. It was recommended we do $225,000 with the work on View. We also did some work on some other bridges, lads, and we did about $30,000 maybe on other bridges. It was recommended that we spent 30, 40,000, maybe a little more than that. That was recommended we spend. We actually, so we would have spent that year, let's say, pushing just under 300,000. That was recommended. We did that recommended work. We achieved, rather than a 25-year fix on a one bridge, we got 75 years at the $80,000. We did spend on other projects. So yes, last year was a tight year, but we are looking at trying making good plans. We're doing a lot more work in-house with our guys. So last year, maybe we didn't spend as much, but we went under the foundation, which did it in-house because we had the new excavator and brought the big rocks and did all the scour protection and a lot of work. We washed under the bridges. We did a lot of things ourselves that may not have a big dollar value to it, but it did, we are doing things, so we're putting money away. There is no question we need to address this in the budget going forward. You're absolutely right. And I don't want to minimize the need, but to work within the resources we have, we will do work and we will be effective. We will. My background is bridges. I think you guys all know that. They've built a lot of bridges. Dufferin Construction and project engineer doing a lot of bridges with them and Terra North, and Luby Construction was only bridges, and I was superintendent. So we do know what we're doing a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you guys do very knowledgeable on it. So again, item 3, I just want to make sure 280,000 is 1.8% for capital. If I'm saying in item 5, 1.5 to 2. So if I take 2% of what we spent in capital each year, that's 5,600 on maintenance. Is that what it's saying? That's what I'm trying. So the 2,800 is capital. 2% of capital would be about 5,600. Is that what they're saying?
That's the
Okay.
the recommendation, and these are tendered rates. And again, we're not the only municipality. The city of Toronto's got to deal with their problems too, which has got sky high numbers, with
Their
the
2% would be 20 million. Right?
that would be-
So perfect. And then out of the report, I guess it's, again, thank you very much for the report, but I didn't have time to read the report because it wasn't in the package. So again, I know we talked about a link here, and I guess I'd ask for a copy if they could put it in my box of this report and also the report from earlier today. But again, I think these are the types of reports that members of the public like to read and not click a link. So again, I think it might be good going forward that these get included. But in the report, it says immediate needs of 975,000. So what in the report, again, I didn't have time to read it, so my apologies, was the number 1 and number 2 concerns for the most immediate needs out of the 975,000? What was really the top 2 most major requirements out of that 975,000?
Well, we'll look at interpreting it. It's Lads Road, this analysis, which is in the budget, engineering analysis. We should take a good look at that bridge, and that's what we need to do. So that is priority. The other one we've got is Maple Island, Ferry River. So the summer road portion has got some work that they want done on it, which is not going to affect if we have it the way it is and we do work slowly on it, it's got a load restriction on it. Are we really looking to spend a lot of money and get rid of that load restriction? There's no tax base out there. That's what I'm getting at. So they're asking for us to spend a lot right now on a bridge that goes nowhere. It's got a load restriction on it. But we get rid of that load restriction, do the work. Is it really good value for the money? So that's where the interpretation comes in. So they're asking for us to do all these, same with the road need studies. They're asking us to do all this work just to bring it up to if you built it today. Like that's some of the things. And some of the we got guide rail too. And yes, there's issues, but we have to address them piece by piece, and we're working on it. And this is from buy a new bridge study to buy a new bridge study. We're trying to minimize that number. It's what we can do. It says now needs because it doesn't currently meet it's got a load restriction on it. Lads has a load restriction on it. It needs it now, but it's had a load restriction on it for many years.
So, and this is the very last question we have. So would that mean if number 1 and 2, or 2 and 1, depending what order they're in, Lads was number 2? I know we spoke about the Alds Road Bridge before, but if it's not a top priority, I would hope that in the coming budget, because we haven't done it, that can be deferred further. And, you know, money can be allocated to number 1 and 2 Maple Island Lads instead of Alds if it's not on the top priority. If that makes sense. So hopefully we'll see that in the budget. But
So
thank you again for the report. It was really good. And I do want to read
if I may, Mr. Mayor, I may clarify that. So their recommendations for number 1 and 2 should not be your recommendations for number 1 and 2. It should not. And that's where the interpretation comes in. Should that bridge out Maple Island, it is safe, it's deemed safe, it's got a load restriction on it, it is up in Crown, going up to Crown. Is that the best use of our taxpayers' dollars? And that's number 1. It's good for a number of more years. Now we keep doing some work on a little bit of work here and there. We'll keep at it. Lads is a higher priority. It does feed more people. The risk is higher. I think if something were to happen, the risk would be higher there. People would be stranded. We'll look at that. When we do these analysis and bridge designs that we do, even if they get shelved, which happens, it's common, MTO doesn't, government comes in, we're going this way on the road, no, we're going this way, it happens. We have that in our pocket. Should some funding come available, we have, let's say, a shovel-ready project. These are the types of things we should be doing going forward. We have plans, we're prepared to do this. When the money comes available, we can do that replacement or make those moves. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get our plans together to move forward when the money becomes available at the right time to make the most impact to this study. So some of these things, when you read the study, it's going to name 1 and 2, and you're going to have to say, well, what are we trying to achieve? Do we need that low restriction off that bridge? It's fine the way it is. We're not required to do it. It's got they've all got a lot of needs. So let's say the Farley's Road Bridge, it's in good shape. It needs a little bit of work. It feeds a lot of people. We should, definitely do some maintenance on that bridge. So these are some of the bridges we want to protect.
Is Alds Road a safety concern then? If it's
Right now, it's fine. It's no low restriction on it. If it was a safety concern, then we would have.
Sorry, but we budgeted $250,000 to replace it.
It was scheduled. So
but if there's not a safety concern, it's not 1 or 2 here anyways, it's a budget in a
you're right.
biannual report. Why did we have it there last year if they're not saying it's a top priority and it's fine right now?
So the new biannual bridge site, it's the way it's planned out, and to spend the $10,000 and get the work done and looking at it, and in looking at it really closely, the recommendations, yes, it can be pushed back. That is one of them that could be pushed back. And that's the information we have going forward in our budget discussions. Exactly as you say, we have more information. We understand better the risks. We've had a good look at it. We can make good decisions.
Sorry, thank you very much. Sorry to keep you going.
Okay, other questions? Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, I'll try to be a little briefer. I'm really trying to get at the budget implications this year, right? So I, of course, read the report and I see, this is the expenditure and analysis is based on the ideal scenario with unlimited funds, which of course we all know we don't have, right? But having said that, so I can just get my head around it, we are, according to the report, looking at, roughly $2.5 million in the next 5 years, right? Is what they're suggesting, 975 and 1.5. The 281 for capital, it's saying the minimum annual capital program of 281. And you said to us that number was 40,000 last year, if I heard you correctly. So are you saying that if we go on the minimum, that we have to find $241,000 in the 2024 budget as a line item that's new money that we have to find in 2024? Is that what you're saying? Like,
So what I'm gonna give you is, so I'm gonna give you my professional advice here. We have these bridges, okay? We have no new load restrictions put on them. We have issues with our bridges that need to be addressed, yes, but we are not in a corner, okay? So we're gonna do what we can afford when we can afford it. There's priorities such as the lads, which with the analysis, there's some guide rail work, there's some cleaning up, there's abutments, there's some smaller work that we can do, some smaller ones that we can pick off, not to make this big number and not to make this big number every year. There's gonna be some years, yes, you're gonna have these big, if we can look at a replacement, that's gonna be a huge number. But we're gonna see if we can make that as economical. We're gonna try to make it good. We'll give options. We always like to give options. So I'm not gonna put you in the corner and say you need to do that. I have presented in the budget some items that work. And that's presented by council with the numbers that we have for our budget increases. We are working within that.
yeah,
We are gonna-
my issue, David, is that we have a fiduciary responsibility as council, right? And although you can say, well, we're not in a corner, are we in a situation that if we don't spend these amounts over the coming years, that we will be in a corner?
Yes,
That's my
yes.
concern. It's
Yes.
okay to defer things and say, well, you're not in the corner yet, but it's like, you're going to be, right? If you
Yes.
don't. Is that a fair statement or?
100%, you're absolutely right. So we have, let's say, the boat view, that was one. So if we got 7 bridges, now we had 8, now we're down to 7, 1 was done. So it's not like we're doing nothing. And if we're looking at Alds and we're looking at lads, what we can do with those, we're getting some other bridges. You've been down Maple Island Bridge with the concrete bridges, and it's a great, it'll last my life anyway. So we got another one over that's, like a Lassard type timber bridge over on Farley's. It's just on a bin. They're not hard to build. You swing them in place, or they're not a big deal. They put them, they're forestry roads, bridges. So you can do these type of things. There's all kinds of different bridges. There's all kinds of different solutions. Sometimes there's more challenging circumstances in them, but we are doing work and we are making recommendations. We will look for funding where we can. We are replacing these bridges. We need to put money away. Absolutely, we need to put money away. We need to spend money too.
Okay.
So last year was a year we did push a bunch of work off. You guys, I think it's clear that we did. So this year we need to do some work.
Okay, so number 5, and I'll finish with this. It says 1.5 to 2% of the structure inventory value. And that came out to $5,600. How did you get to that figure? It's like 2% of the entire structure inventory's value? No, this is capital. That's the capital that we need to put away. This number 5 says 2% of the structure inventory's value. So that to me would say you take whatever the value of all the bridges are and you put 2% of it away. And how did you come up with only $5,600? Oh, Councillor Nash came up with $5,600. Okay, how did he come up with 56? All I'm trying to do is, how much is 2% of the structure's inventory value? What is that? How much is that?
So I'll have to look at the number from and get you that number here. I don't have it in my report. I do apologize. Should have added that. It's these numbers, they have rehabilitation. A lot of them come from square meters, your spans. They're just a general number.
If you took 12 bridges and said, well, anyway, I would think it's a heck of a lot more than $5,600. So.
Oh, yeah, no,
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
560.
Don't underestimate in a
No.
budget. Council can only do the information that they have,
Right.
right? when we get to the budget next week, we may forget all about these numbers and whatever. And say, oh, great, we'll do that, and we do, you know, and forget that the underlying problem is that, not problem, because you're doing a good job on bridges. Anyway, I'd like to know what that 2% is.
Yeah, and again, like these numbers,
one.
we have some very expensive bridges. The Maple Island single lane, that's an expensive one. It's got girders in there. They used to be when I was building bridges there, but like, dude, that's $1 million right there. That's a single lane, maybe a little bit less, but that was about $1 million bridge. Now, you look at some of these other bridges that are thrown in place, are a lot cheaper. You put a bin system in like they've got there, you drop a, you excavate, you do your foundation, you stabilize your ground, you put a bin in, you put all your rock in there, your gabion stone, and then you put your bearings on and your swing Lassard bridge in there. That's a lot cheaper. So they're doing square meters on these. So again, the numbers I think are maybe inflated a little bit, but they're still big numbers. And when I look at the tax base that we have at some of these locations, you've got the end of all, it's got some tax base, but not a lot for that bridge. Lads doesn't have a lot. You've got Nelson Clellan. Someone lives way at the back of the McDonald side. There's not a lot of tax base there. We've got probably not too bad out East Town Line. There's just not a whole lot to. So I will get the numbers in and you can have a good look at it and
Okay,
make
thanks.
the decisions.
Any other questions or comments on this study? This is just a motion to receive it for information. Okay, can we call the question then, please? All those in favor of receiving this report? Councilor Bray?
Counselor Bray, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Hmm? So I've been asked for a break for a minute.
Oh, I was against the report,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and the report wasn't there to review.
Well, I don't know. We didn't, do you record that or somebody's,
No.
Okay.
it's still carried, okay.
Okay,
We're
so having a break.
recorded vote then, sorry.
Hmm?
Just do a recorded vote. I want it noted that I said no to it.
I guess you can ask to have your dissent recorded, but.
Yeah.
I'm having a little difficulty following some of the comments just last that people weren't speaking into their mics. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bray. And you wanted to have a break, didn't you, for a minute? Yeah,
Oh,
we-
Councillor Nash has called for a recorded vote.
Oh, are you doing that? Okay, all
Yes.
right, well,
Councillor Lamb, this
Yes.
is to
Yes.
receive for information, yes. Councillor Lamb, yes.
Yep.
Councillor Nash,
No.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor, or Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
yes,
Okay, that motion is carried.
okay, let's take a 5-minute recess. Right?
Hey, Bob, we're gonna get 70 centimeters.
So we are now at item 9.5, which is the electric vehicle charging station matter. And we have a report recommending that we work with Lakeland Power to make something happen. So I wonder if we could get a mover and seconder for the following. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information report W 2024-02 Electric Vehicle Charge On Funding Program and Lakeland Solutions Take Charge EV Network Proposal for the Municipality of Whitestone. That's the title of the report. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approves an application to the Electric Vehicle Charge On Funding Program by Lakeland Solutions for an electric vehicle charger installation in Whitestone to be located at 2125 Highway 124, Darnchurch, Ontario, and that's the Twist property. Former Twist property. And that subject to electric vehicle charge on funding approval from the Ministry of Transportation, staff negotiate a lease agreement with Lakeland Solutions in respect of the proposed construction and installation of the electric vehicle charger installation to be located at 2125 Highway 124, Dunchurch, Ontario. And Councillor Nash is moving. Is there a seconder? Councillor Woods.
I'll second.
Oh, well, thank you, Councillor Bray. We'll get you next time.
Okay.
Any discussion on this one? Well, sorry, did you want to comment on it,
But
David?
Sounds like everyone's, and thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll do a brief update. So since our last report, we've been working with Benjamin from the Biosphere. We work with him different things, and he put us in line with to that projects with our neighbors, a bunch of our neighbors all in the area, and this is what they do. So he said he recommended that we go with them and get this going, and this is probably going to be our best chance of success. I do not know how to operate an EV station. I don't know what to do if they overcharge or blow up someone's batteries. I don't know what to do. If they come to the office and say, hey, you know, you blew up my car, my batteries are done, it's on fire, what do we do? I don't know how to keep it calibrated. I don't know any of that. Lakeland does. This is their baby. This is their unit. This is our best chance of success. So working with them, we are trying to move things forward. We've done everything we need to do, I believe, to meet the deadlines for on our end, to meet the deadlines for the application for funding. Lease agreement we would enter into a lease agreement, which they're willing to negotiate with us, but that would look a lot like an easement. They do all the construction, they do all the hardware maintenance and collecting the money and whatnot. They pay us a nominal fee, a couple bucks a year, and basically provides the service to the public. In talking to them recently in their site visit, I asked them what size unit would they give us. It's actually a fast charger. They're recommending a 180 plus maybe some 30, some ones that people can linger around with, but they're actually pretty fast for here because they want to attract people to the area. And if they're really fast, good chargers that go really quickly, people don't have to stay a long time. People come from further away. So it's actually a pretty good setup that they're looking for, which will be good now and good in a few years when more equipment comes out. Thank you.
David, if I could through you, Mr. Mayor, I just have two questions. I'd missed a little bit of the discussion on this. So do we have a location of where it's going to, I know it says 2125, but do we have a location to where it will be as of yet, or just? I didn't see the sketch.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is a pole, you'll see a pole that's on the Twist property. It's close to the LCBO. We're looking at bringing that over, like the parking lot over as close as we can to the pole, as close as we can to the ditch, so that way it keeps to the corner of the property, so we don't monopolize that whole area. So we're planning on just scraping off the topsoil there, put a little bit of gravel, and they can put their pad nice and close to the pole. It's really close to the ditch, and it keeps them out of the way for that property. So whatever future planning happens at the property, that it won't be in the way. We're gonna try and keep it right out of the way as best we can.
Perfect. I just wasn't sure of the location. I know there was discussion through all the council because I missed it. I'm just asking, why was it decided to go at the Twist just really quickly instead of at the community center as an example? That would be the best spot that everybody on council ended up thinking, kind of thing?
It was directed by council.
Okay, perfect. That's what I was wondering. And then you'd said it would be a lease agreement, but would need an easement. So if they're leasing, how much will it, again, this was probably talked at the last meeting, but how much will it cost us if it's entering into a lease agreement? And if they're gonna pay us a few dollars a year to run it, how much is it costing us to install it, and who gets the income from the machine. They're gonna keep all the money that they're charging, but we're putting it in?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. What the lease will look like, and it'll have to be reviewed by our legal department. But what it will look like is we provide the area, they do the rest. And if there's any garbage in the area, like we'll be responsible for picking up the litter and plowing snow, cutting the grass. The rest of it's theirs. It's their baby. They maintain it completely.
So it doesn't cost us a penny?
No.
Awesome, great. Good research, Dave.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, funny enough, I'm the president of my condo in Burlington, and we're running into the same thing because people are starting to get electric cars and stuff, and they say, well, what about my electric car? And we came to the same conclusion in a different way, but that we're going to hire it out. You have to get 10 people in the building and they have to pay $2,000 each and but a different company obviously owns the board, if you will, and all that. So I think this is probably the right way to go. The only comment I have is they have a way sometimes when it comes to the agreement that we would sign with them to, make it 40 years or something. I don't want like a 40-year agreement, right? Because stuff can change in a heartbeat, and so watch the term. I guess I'm not going to say it should be 10 years or 15 years, but that sounds a lot better to me than 35, I guess is what I'm saying, right? And you might sit back and maybe 5 or 10, say 10 years from now, if the world has changed, if Trudeau's thing goes through and we get whatever 100% of the cars coming off the line in 2035 are going to be electric, then we may want to change that and own a lot more, right? So just be careful in whatever we negotiate is just a comment that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Other questions or comments on this motion?
Mr. Mayor, it's Janice.
Yeah, go
Councillor
ahead,
Bray.
Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I am very, very interested in this project, and actually heard a presentation by the same person that with Lakeland Take Charge at our last ice cap meeting, and he presented this, and it was interesting to hear from some of the other municipalities that they're working with that they're very pleased with how it's working out. And so I just think that it's great that we can enter into something like this and have certainly a level 3 charger is really what we need for sure. I'm hoping, and as you said, Mr. Creaser, it's on the upper end of the level 3, so that's great because that will really help people and make it more useful because people won't be there for a long period of time. And I would certainly be supportive of this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so it sounds like we're ready for the question on this then. All those in favor indicate. Okay, thank you. That's Councillor Bray.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Thank you. That's carried. Next one is the agreement with our new planning for new planning consultants for planning services. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information the memorandum from CAO Clerk Hendry dated January 16th, 2024 regarding the agreement with McNaughton, Hermson, Britton, Clarkson Planning Limited, otherwise known as MHBC, for land use planning services. Who will move? Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Nash. Discussion. Oh, did you want to comment? Madam CAO?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it's a fairly simple memo. There was 3 discussion items at the council meeting where the the agreement was approved. And I've responded to council and gave them some information on those three items.
If I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a number 3.
Go ahead, please.
They're all quick.
They're all
questions.
quick.
Every question's quick.
What did our tender say? The proposal when it went out, did it say that the rates are confidential? And the reason I'm asking this is it says we do not consent to having our rates posted on the website. So, I guess, unfortunately, I have a feeling that for applicants, they're probably going to be paying 3 to 4 times what they did with John Jackson is guess. If there was a file that was $5,000, it's probably going to be 15 to 20 grand now with the new consultants. But how are we supposed to charge our taxpayers or any applicant if nobody knows what the rates are? If you can't post it on a website, it's certainly going to get out in the public very quick as soon as there's invoices and people are going to say, I'm paying $500 an hour for that. I thought it was like $50 an hour. People need to know what they're getting into. And it's not a blank check for the consultant. Right? I'm sorry, but so I would really like to see, and if the mover would be okay with it, to ask that staff go back and look at what our proposal said and see if it says that it's all confidential information. I just don't see how we're supposed to send invoices to people when nobody's going to know anything to do with the rates. And we can't talk about the rates until we know what the proposal said. But we're sitting here, I can say, I think it's going to cost 3 or 4 times as much. But I think we owe it to our tax base and to applicants, and owe it for transparency that people know what the rates are. And I guess I'd ask if it might be okay to check what our proposal says. And if it doesn't say that it was, if the information was to be kept confidential in our request for proposal, then we'd have the right to publish it. And if a new consultant is saying no matter what, we don't want to be published, my personal opinion, they shouldn't be our planner, plain and simple.
You want to respond? You want me to respond?
Sorry about that. I thought my microphone was on. So we can do with council direction what Councillor Nash requested. Council did pass a bylaw to authorize an agreement between MHBC. It was read for second and third time, and that was on December 12th with the caveat that there was council discussion with regard to those 3 questions. So the bylaw stands. So we, council did enter into agreement with these folks. If you want us to go back and seek more information on that's fine. We did not publish our previous planners' rates online. What I can tell you, I checked with other municipalities, they don't publish their rates. So this was at the request of the planner. I would have to double check what the RFP says because I can't tell you right now.
Just
The RFP did say that. They said we don't agree to our rates being published.
Well, they might have said it, but what did anyways, 2 follow-up questions, Michelle, to that is simply, I know under freedom of information, it's one thing, but I guess in the contract that they signed, does it say the rates will be kept confidential in the contract that they provided? If it doesn't say it's confidential in the contract, we can publish it. So I think that we should look at the contract that was signed and really see what it says. I think we're really going to get a lot of backlash, unbelievable amounts of backlash from ratepayers when nobody knows what these rates are, and they are not going to be the rates that they think they are. I think it's fair to say that it's going to be a lot more multiple times more what they think these rates are. So I don't know if, can staff go back and look at what the contract that was signed said? And if it doesn't say it has to be confidential, they might say they don't want to publish, but if it doesn't say that in the contract, and in the contract, what is our escape clause to cancel? Is it 60 days? Should we want to?
I'll just need council direction, specifically in a resolution to follow through, simply because we do have an agreement with them.
Yeah, but
So
what
if you
is
want,
our,
if you want more information, then direct staff
okay,
accordingly.
but what is our cancellation clause?
I'd have to check. I feel like it's 90 days, but it could be incorrect.
Okay.
I don't have the contract in front of me.
So you don't recall whether it was in the agreement that the rates would not be published, or?
I don't think the agreement spoke to that.
Right.
That's my thought process.
So can I ask the mover if he'd be in favor of asking that staff look and see if it doesn't show it, that I think we'd be allowed to show the numbers, but that's up to the mover because he has the final say.
Who's the mover?
You.
Me.
Yeah.
I would have to get legal opinion on that matter.
Listen, I think, sometimes we use the word lots and lots and lots of extra and over the top, and this is gonna be a catastrophe and all these sorts of, you didn't use the word catastrophe. But you know what? If I'm calling on a planning fine, I know there's a deposit against actual costs. If I've got an application, I'm gonna ask Paula, what do you think the actual costs are, what the rates are, whatever. I'm gonna ask that, right? I'm not just gonna say, oh, well, let's just go for it and we'll see where it lands, right? I don't think that's what would happen, and I think people have a responsibility themselves to ask, right? I think of our legal fees, I think of other things that aren't posted, if we want to go out and get an opinion on whatever you're doing, our lawyer from Russell Christie is charging us $500 an hour, right? I just don't want to make it more complicated than it is. I don't want to peeve off and I certainly don't agree that all the work we've done would throw out the window and say, because we can't publish your rates, we don't want you anymore. I don't agree. I think that in itself is overkill. So I guess the answer is no, I don't agree with, they've given us an answer. We've got a 90-day escape clause. We know it's going to be more expensive, and I don't agree that we should be publishing the rates if they don't agree, right? Because they may just say, we don't want anything to do with you, and I guess we're right back to doing nothing. So my answer to Councillor Nash is no, I don't agree.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And I think if we can't publish it and somebody phones Paula can't say the rates either, because that's publishing it. So nobody can ever know the rates, but that's how it is, that just to make sure.
No, it isn't black.
Okay.
It isn't that black and white.
You cannot publish the rates. That would be telling people what the rates are. In my eyes, that's why I'm a little confused here and really reluctant. That's just mine, but
Well, okay, if I may, though, the motion that is on the floor, like, this is a report for information, and we are being asked to receive it for information. I mean, it's one thing to say to the clerk, well, the contract has already been signed.
but we don't know what
Right?
the
I mean-
contract, we don't know what the contract says, Mr. Mayor, because none of us have a copy of it. We weren't allowed to be seen. It was a hidden document yet again. I'd asked for it. We never saw it. Nobody knows what the contract says. Not one council member. I'd asked for it. But none of us saw
Well,
it. So we signed a contract even after council
Okay,
had
but,
asked to
but
see it.
again, council passed a resolution authorizing the contract. This was in a previous meeting, authorizing this to be executed. You passed the bylaw, right? I think it's in your report. So, I mean, this is really just for information. So you can say, well, did we agree that we wouldn't publish them? I'm pretty sure we did agree that we wouldn't publish them. And whether it's in the contract or not, they definitely asked for that. And so in their proposal, and we accepted their proposal. So I mean, the only option that we have at this point is to offend them by by publishing their rates, which other people don't. So I'm sorry, but I'm not convinced that this is that we should be going back and trying to undo anything. The CAO can certainly get back and tell you off after the fact whether or not it was in the agreement or not, because I don't remember, but either, but see, I mean, you can, there's nothing wrong with asking the question, but suggesting that if you don't get the answer you want, we're going to back it out, that's a rescinding and a whole major issue for another meeting. And I wouldn't entertain it myself personally, so.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick one. Can anybody tell me why nobody wants the rates published? I mean, we know how much John Buscarin charges, right, for Integrity Commissioner Services. We knew how much Harold Elston was charging. We've all talked about it during council meetings, right? Hourly rates and what they charged, and even in open meetings it was brought up. I'm just curious as to why they wouldn't want it done.
Well, it is a fairly standard practice in the sense that consultants, like even you use the Integrity Commissioner as an example, they have different rates for different things, right? You know, and depending on who works on it and how much of the work they do and that kind of thing. So, and I guess they're reserving the right to charge different things for other proposals that they might bid on or other work that they might contract with. And I mean, I've experienced that in my dealings with lawyers. I don't know about planners, but with lawyers, you can go to them and they say, I want you to look after a matter for me. What are you going to charge me? And they'll say, well, my usual billing rate is so much an hour. And, but, I'll give you a certain amount of this or that, or I'll discount something. And if you don't get the outcome you want, sometimes you go back to them and they say, well, okay, we won't charge you for that or this. And, so they just don't want to be held to and that's, because once it's on the public record, they said, well, you did this work for municipality of Whitestone and you charged them this, but now you want to charge me something else. How come? That's the only explanation I can have. It's sort of giving them the right to, to bid on work based on what they think the market bears and how busy they are and various other things, and what staff they have to help them with it at the time and all that kind of thing. So, I don't know. I'm not, I think I would certainly agree with the sentiment that Councillor Nash has, that we should be able to give people some sort of an idea about what something is going to cost them. And certainly that is something that our planning assistant could tell them. They could say, well, you're a typical, and I'm pretty sure she's done this in the past, because a typical job that goes through our previous planner, you got a pretty good idea of, after you've done a few of them, you get a pretty good idea of what it is. And maybe in 6 months from time from now, we will know what that there has been any increase in the cost with the new planners or how much it is, and I'm sure that people can be advised of that if they come and just saying, well, okay, I want to do a short ride allowance. What's this going to cost me? Right. Nothing wrong with that. But to say, well, they're going to bill you so many dollars an hour. And I don't think we want to put it on our website, because, when it comes time for another year, they may change the rates or something, which they're entitled to do. And then we're now representing the right, the contractor on our website by telling them what they're gonna charge people for things.
Is it, Mr. Mayor, is it fair ball to pass this for information and ask staff to go around the 7 municipalities in the area and ask them whether they publish the rates of their, for their planning services on their website, things like that, have that come back to council as just plain information, then we can, I guess, decide
Yeah.
at that time what we want to do, if anything, as opposed to trying to tackle it right now.
Did we not already do that?
Not all 7, not all of the other municipalities.
just
We
say you
looked at
publish-
some.
You publish your planning hourly rates on your website. Um, I don't.
I think
wanna
the-
Try and move on, right? You know?
I think the focus here was specifically with regard to MFIPA. So ahead, and I'm designated as the head in terms of MFIPA. It says shall refuse to disclose a record supplied in confidence implicitly or explicitly if the disclosure could reasonably expected to and such. So this was the legal advice I got. Now, just for clarity, I believe that the agreement was indeed on the council agenda. It's the, there was an attachment that showed the rates that was not there. So just for
Yep.
clarity. So as the head, I cannot disclose if this third party tells me I can't, because then I'm doing something illegal. So I can, you know, if council's direction is to get more information, we can certainly do that.
What legal advice did we get about this? If there's nothing in the report about the legal advice you just spoke to, what is that legal advice? What did they say? Like, what was inquired about? What did we hear about?
That's something I would report in closed, any legal advice, but you could see I've condensed it here. I didn't just make this
So
up, or
It's enclosed today then?
it
what
is
was said?
not, no.
Okay.
Okay, can we move on to the, well, are there any other questions about this? If not, we should try and get on, I think. No questions? Okay, so, motion to receive the report for information has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please indicate.
Could I ask for a recorded vote, please?
You may.
Thank you.
Councillor Nash,
Abstain.
Councillor Woods,
I'll abstain.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Motion to receive is carried.
All right, 9.7 is again a memorandum related to Integrity Commissioner Services. That the council, mover and seconder, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memorandum from CA Clerk Henry dated January 16th, 2024 regarding Integrity Commissioner Services. And that the following members of council be appointed to assist in evaluating the proposals received for Integrity Commissioner Services in respect of RFP 2024-01. So just before I get to mover and seconder, just so everybody understands what's happening here, the RFP has gone out. Proposals have, I assume, been received? No? Not yet?
No, the deadline is the 25th of January. So by appointing 2 members of council to assist in the evaluation, that allows for a report on February 20th, recommending a short list and perhaps setting a date for a special council meeting to interview potential candidates. So that's the purpose of it
Okay.
being here. We
Okay.
have one meeting a month, so we have to move things along as quickly as we can.
All right, thank you. I just wanted, thank you for, what I wanted to do is people to sort of understand what we thought the process was here, so. Anyway, so this is the purpose of having this on the agenda today is to identify two members of council to assist in evaluating the proposals that do come back when they do come back. So can I get a mover and seconder first, and then we'll move by Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. And then, all right, so are there any questions or comments about the process first before, and then we need to get this, we need to, as I say, populate the. No, all right, so
Councillor Woods?
Councillor Woods, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Under analysis here where it says it was by invitation to 10 known service providers. I'm assuming, or can I ask the question, Aird Burles was one of them? Was it sent to them again still?
Yes, they were included in the list.
Thank you.
Okay, so,
I was just wondering who it was sent out to, who the other companies were. If it went to Aird Burles.
I don't have the list in front of me. I can let council know.
Okay, is there any way to find out so the public knows who we're asking to price it?
What are you suggesting that we?
Well, I would assume that we'd know who we sent the request to.
We do, yes.
So I'm just asking that it be said in a public meeting so the public can hear it.
the process of the of analyzing the proposals and shortlisting would be done in camera. I mean, and would not be done in the public. I mean, the meeting, when the appointment is made, in fact, the interview by council will not be done in the public. Oh,
But we know,
I guess it could be.
we know Aird Burles is one of them because we've just been told that. So I think the public would have the right to know who all the other bidders were. We can't signal out Aird Burles is one of them and not say who the others are.
Okay, but we don't know who's gonna bid, right?
But we know who we've invited. It's the whole question I'm asking, who was invited to
Yeah.
do
Well-
the tender?
Well, the CEO was just responding to a question. Right? And I don't know, every time we go for bid, I don't think we don't say
Yeah.
here's the list of every single person who sent it out to.
But it shouldn't be a cloak and dagger show like it is all the time and not knowing the information. We just need to
I
know.
don't think the
And
public gives a who the 10 people are, quite frankly.
I think
They
they
do give a who we appoint and why we appoint them, and
Yeah.
that's the meat and
Not-
potatoes.
Well, yeah, again, I guess if a counselor wanted to know who they were sent to, I can't really see what the problem with that is, but I don't know if we're gonna start putting on our website every time we conduct a tender, or a request for proposal, who we're gonna send them to, because then that.
In actual fact, most municipalities would show exactly who's already picked up the tenders and publish everything so everybody knows who they're bidding against.
Well,
That's how most
Yeah,
municipalities.
for
would do it.
tenders, they do, but these are proposals, right? They're
Yeah.
a little bit more open-ended than that, so.
Hmm.
Anyway, I don't know. I'll let the CIO respond. It's not.
I'm not quite sure what I'm responding to, but I can say I was actually surprised, frankly, when I tried to do research. There used to be an association of integrity commissioners, but it somewhat fell apart a couple of years ago. And it came down to probably 6 or 7 firms or individuals that do a lot of this work. And then there's some other folks that, for instance, McKellar uses an integrity commissioner. It's on the website, who I'd never heard of, but that person was included. Because we posted on our website, we posted on a site called Muniserve. Other integrity commissioners who were not on my list and who I didn't know of, and did as much research as I could, they may pick up the RFP and respond. We don't know who's going to respond or who has interest in Whitestone until that happens. You know, similar to the report that Dave provided in terms of audio, when it was reported to council, he listed the names of the folks that were, that responded to the bid. In that case, 7 people were invited and 6 people responded. So those names were listed. I haven't done what Councillor Nash has suggested, other than through a tender bid and go process for very large tenders where you know who's bidding on pieces. So I'm not sure what council's asking of me. This is just simply letting council know that the RFP was released, and it would be I think helpful if a couple of members of council, similar to the planning consultant process, had an interest in doing the evaluations and then reporting back to council on a short list, and then moving on from there. What it will require, and I think I noted in my report that the timelines would necessitate an extension to the Aird Bearless contract, simply because of the time it's going to take to evaluate and do the interviews.
All right, so anyway, to move on to the, I'm going to suggest that the mayor and the deputy mayor be the two councillors who review these.
I'm okay with that.
Let's disagree strongly, but
Yeah, it wouldn't be the final decision. It'd be
no,
like we did
just
in the
shortlist
planning thing, right?
process. Just to,
Say we got 7 of them, and here's the 3 or 4 that we think are whatever, and why, that sort of thing.
Mm.
And there'd be a scoring system,
Yeah.
you know, kind of that sort of thing. It'd be done by Zoom, I assume, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
The
I
evaluation
guess-
process.
yeah, I don't
I
think we
would
need a
suggest.
separate meeting for that part of it. So are the mover and, well, can it, if we put those 2 names in, can the motion stand with the mover and second?
Who's the
Yeah.
mover and second?
Councillor Woods moved.
I'm not opposed to you guys doing it.
All right, thank you. All right, are we ready for the question?
Yep.
Sounds like we are. Okay, all those in favor, please indicate. Councillor Bray,
Yes, Councillor Bray.
thank you very much. That's carried. Okay, now we have some bylaws. And the first 3 of these bylaws are ones that you will have seen before at this time of year. We have to do them one at a time, of course, but 10.1 is the bylaw to authorize borrowing. So I need a mover and seconder that bylaw number 01-2024 being a bylaw to authorize borrowing from time to time to meet expenditures during the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2024 is hereby passed this 16th day of January, 2024. You got a mover, moved by Councillor Woods, seconded by,
Mr. Mayor, I'll second.
oh, thank you, Councillor Bray, seconds. Any discussion on this one? No, bylaws, we need a recorded vote, do we? I think,
I should know.
I mean, I think, no.
Planning that.
We used to do it for ones like this, but whether we still have to or not, I don't know.
Yeah. To you, Mr. Mayor, 3.19, so voting general, and then it's recorded votes. All votes related to land use planning matters will be recorded votes.
So,
That's all. But you can obviously request a recorded vote.
all right, well, I guess sounds like we don't have to, so we'll, unless someone wants a recorded vote, we'll just have a show of hands. All right? Councilor
Councillor
Bray?
Bray, yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That motion is carried. The second one is 10.2, that bylaw number 02/2024 being a bylaw to levy certain interim rates, taxes, and charges for the year 2024 is hereby passed the 16th day of January 2024. Mover and seconder. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Woods. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Councillor Bray, yes.
Thank you. That one is carried. And the next one, the last one of these three, is that bylaw number 03-2024 being a bylaw to set tax ratios for municipal purposes for 2024 is hereby passed the 16th day of January 2024. These are not tax rates, these are tax ratios for the different taxation classes that we have, so. And most of them are the same, but anyway, mover and seconder for that one. Councillor Nash, seconded by Councillor Woods. Any discussion? Councillor Nash.
On item F, 1F, the managed forest property classes. As a mover, I'd like to see that go up to 0.5%. One of the reasons why I'm saying that is I think this year we had two applications for waterfront lots that were based on managed forest properties, and I think we're getting into that because I think there was one like that last year. So if people are using the managed forest things to get a 90% tax rate, we're only charging them 0.25, and people are turning around and flipping these managed forest properties that front onto lakefront into residential properties. I think a multiplier of 0.5 would be more than fair to the people that have the managed forests. Because I don't think they're being used truly as a managed forest. Some people are doing a true managed forest. They intend to have it as a forest for 100 years. But there's a lot of people that are using it just as a way of getting around taxes and then going and doing development on it and splitting it up into very expensive waterfront property. So I'd like to see that one item go to 0.5 from 0.25 if I could. So I'd ask for that amendment.
Okay, well, just, sorry to rain on your parade, but the 25% tax rate is set by the province for managed forest and farmland for those classes. We do not have the authority to change it up or down. That's a fixed number. And of course, if someone does what you said, they immediately, if they say, I have a piece of, let's say it is shoreline, the minute they start to develop it, it is no longer qualifies for managed forest. And then it has to be rezoned as waterfront residential, whatever.
So
That is the law in Ontario.
Okay.
That's outside of our jurisdiction.
Okay, I didn't know it was mandated by the province or federal government, the 0.25. If it is, it is. So
The
would that-
province.
The province. So would that mean on two applications from this year that they were charged the residential tax rate on hundreds of acres that got turned into, or is in the midst of being turned into, waterfront lots. Hopefully staff can look into that, and if there was a mistake, back tax them for the beginning of this year since the applications went through them.
Yeah, but in order to change something that is managed forest into residential, you have to rezone it.
Well, we didn't rezone it, and that's why, anyways, I don't want to get into that the two files, but we did it this
Yeah.
year as council.
Well, if you should draw that to the attention of staff.
I-
If that, I don't know how that would
spoke
have
to it
happened.
at the time one of the applications was up, when I was the only one that voted against it.
So we had managed forest property being severed into residential and
But once you do that, it ceases to be managed. It can't be managed forest
That's
anymore.
why hopefully staff can look back
Yeah.
and make sure they were taxed at the proper tax rate this year, because that'll bring in literally thousands of dollars more
Yeah.
into our bank account this year.
we're always interested in that.
Yeah, oh, yeah, if. Okay, but anyway, so back to our motion, which was to set tax ratios. Are
Well,
there
I
any
guess
other
Counselor
questions or
Nash will-
comments?
will- Counselor Nash will let the CAO know who these
Yeah,
properties are.
yeah.
I don't know who they are. so
No,
Good.
okay, can we call the question then, please? All those in favor? Counselor Bray?
Counselor Bray, yes. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. We're on a roll. Now, we have the bylaw related to the this four-part shore road allowance purchase that we dealt with in a previous meeting. Need a mover and seconder that bylaw number 04-2024 being a bylaw to close and stop up that part of the original shore road allowance along the shores of Owashkash Lake in front of lot 28, concession 5 in the geographic township of Mackenzie, designated as part 6-11 plan 42R 222 22 It's a 5-digit number, 22220. And to sell parts 6 to 11 of Plan 42R 22220. The applicants were, you'll remember, were Burrell, Rice, Pottinger, and Merritt. Is hereby passed the 16th day of January 2024. Who will move that? Thank you. Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Nash. Any discussion on this one? Okay, it is, I guess it's a planning matter, right? You're gonna,
Yeah, we can,
Yeah.
we can call, because Paula Macri just walked in, this is the final step of the shore road allowance. Am I correct, Paula? So this finalized. Yes, we will call the question on this matter.
yeah, we'll call the question. All those, well, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I just have to write the item number is 10.4.
10.4.
Thank you. Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
thank you. Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
thank you. That motion carries.
By the way, I did have, since our planning assistant is here, I did have a question for our CAO or for you. There was another application that went through for, at the same time, for shore allowance for Van Berkel. I thought that it would be here too, but it isn't, not. Oh, I see. So it was at a different stage. All right. Okay, thank you. I just wondered if we'd. Okay, thanks. That's helpful. 10.5 is this matter that we dealt with earlier with respect to Mr. Keen's subdivision on Washkash. That the motion is that bylaw number 05-2024 being a bylaw to authorize entering into an agreement with 12628465 Canada Inc. and STO Network Consulting Inc. in respect of a plan of subdivision. The Parry Sound Area Planning Board file number S01/2022W is hereby passed this 16th day of January 2024. Mover and seconder for that one, please. Mr. Woods, Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Nash. Any discussion on this one? Okay, I guess we can call the question on that one too, Madam CAO. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. This is 10.5. Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
and Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Okay. Item 11.1. We're into business matters now. Setting the date for the public meeting regarding the rental unit bylaw. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the memorandum from CAO Clerk Hendry dated January 16th, 2024 regarding setting a date for a public meeting in respect of the rental unit bylaw, and that the above referenced public meeting be advertised and scheduled for February 20th, 2024 as part of the regularly scheduled council meeting. Now, I'm gonna flip over to this one first, but all right. Okay, so we need a mover and seconder for that motion. Councillor Lamb. And seconded by Councillor Woods. Go ahead, Madam CAO.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one of the bylaws that we've been working on, and it, I think council decided it was important to have a public meeting. Now, since writing this memo, I've had second thoughts on the date, thanks to Paula Macri. She brought to my attention that our hard copy newsletter is going to be published at the end of February. And that's a place, it's a document that everybody gets. It comes with their tax bill. Otherwise, we're advertising on our website and the e-news and Facebook, and sometimes people just don't hear about these things, especially our seasonal folks. So my thought is, if council's agreeable, we'll put a notice in the hard copy newsletter and push the public meeting off until the May 19th meeting. I think it's May 19th. Let me just check here. No, I didn't mean May, I meant March.
I was gonna say May.
Yeah, no, my apologies. I'm in the spring already. Yes, it's March. March 19th is my recommendation
When
now.
does the letter actually go out, the newsletter?
About mid-February. Yeah,
Not the end of it.
not the end of February, no, about mid that week. It just depends on how it gets all put together and collated and mailed, and people get it at different times, of course. So thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. I believe that's a better option, and that provides at least a better measure of coverage to folks that may want to weigh in on the matter.
Okay, so we're changing it to, what is it, March 19th, you said?
Yes.
March 19th. All right. So any further discussion about this? Counselor Woods?
That's a regularly scheduled meeting?
This is a regular meeting like the one today we're
Yep.
having. All right. I'm this is kind of a rhetorical question, but I'm thinking that we probably need to have some presentation to cover what has already been done on this for the, so that there's some guide to the discussion in terms of the kinds of things that have, because a great deal of work actually was done on this bylaw and various conclusions I think had been come to about what was necessary to address the problems that had been found with the current one, right? So somebody going to do that? Maybe it's not a rhetorical question.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we can. And I will coordinate with you and Councillor Lamb, who have helped guide this along over the last few years. There is there's a report here, and I think we can give the public a 7 to 8 page PowerPoint presentation on where we are with the rental bylaw. And I understand that council is committed to short-term rentals. It's simply how they are managed. And I'll give some thought to that. I don't disagree.
I think that's, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that's fair. I wouldn't want a communication going out thinking that it's wide open to the sense that, we don't, like, I think council does support short-term rentals. And just a matter of what are the conditions, et cetera, that go along with them, as opposed to saying, we haven't made our mind up yet whether we're for or against short-term rentals, right?
Yeah.
Because that could lead into a different direction. Is that, again, I don't want to put the words in councilors' mouths, but that's always been the feeling. We've had a short-term rental bylaw on the books since 2014 or 2015. We're not going back and reinventing the wheel. In that sense, we're modernizing and updating it. So I think that's a fair communication. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Anything else about this one?
Mr.
Bray?
Mayor, this is
Yes?
Councillor Bray. Yeah, I think it would be good to make sure that we have that people have some idea as to where are the comments, what are we looking for in terms of comments and areas of concern, because I think it would be a little bit wide open. People won't know exactly what we're looking for. And I was wondering, whatever has been produced, will we see a copy of sort of where it's at this point? The updated bylaw?
Yeah,
I don't.
I don't, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bray, I think, or I fear that if we do that and say, here's a bylaw, or here's a draft or whatever, it may preempt people saying, they got their minds made up anyway, right? What's the use? That kind of thing, right? I'd rather say we're for short-term rentals we're just looking for the conditions and your concerns with respect to short-term rentals that you can tell council in 5 minutes or less, right? And that we make sure that when we get to the meeting that it's not a debate, it's for information. And if councilors have any questions of the applicant or of the presenter, that we keep it to that. Otherwise, you don't want to free-for-all in the council chamber of, on short-term rentals. So I'm just fearful of putting a product on the floor when we're really just looking for input from them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to agree with Councillor Lamb because the draft bylaw has not been shared with council yet. It's really just a draft. It's what the working group has been working on. There's some ideas there, but the whole idea of the public meeting is that we listen, we hear what people have to say, and that in itself will help build the conditions of the short-term rental bylaw and policy.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure, go ahead.
So once we have, I'm happy with the open, the public meeting, that's fine. And I have a better understanding of how it works. When we do have the, an updated bylaw, do we have a public meeting again?
You want to answer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. You're not required to. There's certain bylaws that you have to pass that require a public meeting, fees and charges bylaw, which we dealt with today, and budget bylaws that pass the budget, that kind of thing. But there's nothing that says you have to have another public meeting once you have a bylaw in front of council on short-term
Okay.
rentals.
Okay.
Sorry, were you going to say something more, or is that?
Well, I guess I'm just concerned that I've had calls from a number of people, and and I'm sure that quite a few of them will be happy to participate in a public meeting. I'm just wondering though, when we do address those issues, or how we address those issues, or who's going to address those issues, and how much discussion we'll have as council, that from then on, then that's it. There's nothing more for the public to be able to say, hey, this is still an issue, or this is still a problem, but maybe that's not what happens. I guess I thought a public meeting was going to be after we had a bylaw for them to look at.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's not to say that you couldn't have a public meeting. Certainly, after the public meeting, a draft bylaw will be brought forward to council, it would not be intended to pass the bylaw at that meeting. It would be there for discussion. That could happen in committee of the whole, where the public could indeed comment if council was agreeable. My sense is there would be several iterations, not 5, but probably 2. So after the first public meeting, maybe the only public meeting, we would go back and write the bylaw based on some of the comments we received, and we probably heard many of the comments, and I suspect have addressed some of the issues already in the draft bylaw that has not been made public yet. And then it would be up to council at that point if there's a request for a second public meeting. So I didn't mean to say that you couldn't have one. You just don't necessarily have to have one.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments about this one? Okay, I'll call the question then, please. To receive the report and schedule the meeting for March 19th. For part of March 19th. All those in favor?
Councillor Bray, yes.
You in favor?
Yes.
Thank you. 11.2, request from the a motion for support of a resolution from the town of Parry Sound. Mover and seconder that the Council of Municipality of Whitestone hereby supports the Town of Parry Sound Council Resolution 2023-175 in support of motion 2023-10-05 passed on October 10th, 2023 by the Near North District School Board, which strongly implores the Ministry of Education not to exercise their authority granted by Bill 98 for the closure of rural elementary schools, and that a study be undertaken to determine which of the two rural elementary schools, being either McDougall Public School or Nobel Public School, is the most appropriate to stay open in the West Parry Sound District to serve the area's growing population and alleviate the need to add the current JK to grade 12 mega school, to add to the current JK to grade 12 mega school construction project, and that this resolution be forwarded to the Ontario Public School Boards Association, the Honorable Stephen Lecce, Minister of Education, MPP Graydon Smith, and West Parry Sound District municipalities. That's the motion. Can we get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Nash. Any discussion? This came from correspondence at a previous meeting. Councillor Woods?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've talked to a lot of families in the area. I've spoken to one of our trustees about the issues. And I can tell you from all my years getting dragged around on construction sites with my dad, 90% of them were schools. And I have yet to see a school built, one on time and two big enough for the needs of the communities. And I think we're making a big mistake by shutting down some of these small schools in the area and jamming everyone into a super school. We've all heard how many people we'd like to see the population grow by in the Parry Sound area. And I can tell you that I don't think that that school is going to be the answer for everybody. I think it's a real bad call, shutting down all the little rural elementary schools. I've been in both of those schools. I mean, McDougall School is a great little school, a fantastic property. It could well serve a lot of families in the area. This is the kind of thing that, I don't know, sometimes I think governments are short-sighted when it comes to education, to be honest with you. We expect everybody to come up here and move up here, and then there's no schools for kids to go to.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I'll call the question on this one. All those in favor, please indicate. Councillor Bray?
Councillor Bray, yes.
Thank you very much. .3 is a one-pager that I wrote back before Christmas just to update people on what the current status of the two high-speed internet projects, the two they're fiber to the premise projects that are part of the OSIP program, if you like, and I did provide the information, the links to the information on that program, which are there's quite extensive material on Ministry of Infrastructure's website, and also a link to the map that some people can look at and see, not with 100% certainty, mind you, but they can get an idea of whether there is an intention to service them under one of these contracts that are already existing with the two ISPs. The two ISPs being Cogeco for this area that we're in here now in the McKellar area, like along the 124 corridor, and Bell, who have the part that goes in 520 to Ardbeg and some of the branches off that one. So anyway, can we get and my intention was simply that this be put on our website and Facebook page simply to update people. But it's here, so you get to see it first, I guess. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information the memorandum from Mayor Comrie in respect of accelerated high-speed internet projects in Whitestone, and that the memorandum be posted on the municipal website and shared on the municipal Facebook page. Mover and seconder for that, please. Let me see Councillor Woods and Councillor Lamb. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Councillor Nash.
Yeah, just, was wondering, I noticed it said the South Shores of Gooseneck, which is great if it is. But I noticed it said for both Cogeco and Bell, it says, will be providing fiber to premises for subscribers. Do you know what is meant by subscribers? Is it that you already have to be a Bell client, or is there somewhere, because I'm sure we'll get asked questions about this when the public sees it, or I know it says you can go on a website and kind of see a link, so I really appreciate you writing this report on it. But is there a way to put your name on a list if you know it's coming, or do you already have to be a Cogeco or Bell client? Do you know that? Or is
Yes,
there a
yes,
way?
I can answer that. The answer is no, you do not have to be already a client of theirs. Most people, I'm guessing, won't be, but or they'll be a client of somebody else. What will happen is, and we thought it was going to actually happen around about now originally when the projects first kicked off, but once they know for sure, once they complete the design stage and they know exactly where they're going to run these fiber lines, then when and how, then what they will do is they will actually contact all of the properties that will be serviced by them and say, we're offering you this connection. Do you want it? So the people involved may have no internet. They may have a Starlink, or they may be connected to an old 3G service off a cell tower, or they may be dealing with some other ISP, but whoever is doing whoever is running that fiber line will actually contact, they will send out letters to the property owners. Because they're doing it by they literally have maps at the street level that show what properties are involved. I mean, that's part of the original bid. Okay, the Ministry of Infrastructure went out and they said, okay, these are areas that we think should be serviced. This is how many people there are, this is how many premises there are. Give us a bid to connect them. Now, there's always a possibility that they might come back and say, well, logistically, you asked us to bid on this, but it's humanly impossible to go here or there, or maybe there was a building there, but it's not there anymore. It's been demolished, and so we're not going to service them. Is that okay? But it's not an absolute guarantee, but you can, if you look at the map and if you put your address in and drill down close to the street you're on, you can get an indication of whether it's in one of these contracts or not, right? These OSIP contracts that have been awarded. So no, you don't, that's the answer.
Yeah,
Councillor-
through you, Mr. Mayor, I have Bell 5
Yeah.
in Burlington, and it's wonderful. And the other advantage beyond being I'll say it, being wired versus me going out yesterday and taking my brush to the satellite dish so I could get a football game, is that you get everything that's offered in 4K, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know whether people have seen 4K on a television up here, but probably not. At least not in Whitestone. It's pretty cool. Like it's pretty nice resolution and whatever. So this is good, and I know the mayor's been working on this through the years with others, and I think it's good. It's good news for people in Whitestone. I wish we could get it into the areas that need high-speed internet, right? That's still going to be voids in the community that won't be serviced because of the population and their rural nature. I take it.
Yes, sir.
Stretch all over the place.
Yeah, and there is a sort of a second tier plan that the Ministry of Infrastructure has to look at those. The high level goal, which came originally when this all started, and part of it, some of the money is federal money from Universal Broadband Fund, which is being funneled in Ontario through our Ministry of Infrastructure, and similarly in other provinces. but they said, well, we want to connect everybody with, and it was originally by about 2025. They said, we want to connect everybody with something that gives a decent bandwidth. And the minimum sort of acceptable standard at the time was 5010. So 50 megabits per second down, 50 megabytes per second down, and 10 megabytes per second up. So they said that was what was minimum considered acceptable, but that doesn't allow you to do your 4K streaming. That's what I was talking about. Well, it might, but not everybody to do it. So anyway, they will be looking at the folks who aren't serviced and either saying we're going to try to get someone to put in either a high-speed wireless service obviously by creating some hotspots, right? Or trying to get satellite providers to give people like Starlink, and there's actually 2 others that are in the works, including a Canadian one, that are getting ready to launch satellites, right? They're not up there now like Starlink, but and what the government's proposing to do is to try to negotiate something with them that will give people decent rates, right, on it, so that it's not. And there is this kind of there is an affordable parameter to this whole thing. Like, it's not they're going to come along and say, oh well, we can give you your 5 TV that you wanted, but you're going to have to pay $250 a month for it or something. There are some caps on what they're allowed to charge in the fine print of these contracts that they took with the ISPs. So anyway, yeah, I think everybody, I mean, it's not going to catch all of our ratepayers, certainly, but it's going to catch a lot of them. And initially, because the Cogeco one which is the Highway 124 side, was done first. And we thought, okay, well, what about the people in Ardbeg and people like me over in Whitestone and the Hamlet, right? And then he issued the second contract. It's called Lot 38, which went to Bell, and Bell's pushing that.
Good.
Pushing that one out. So there's some progress. I think it's as I said, I think it is a good news story. And I get inquiries from people fairly often about it. We have a motion. Are you ready for the question? All right, all those in favor, please indicate. Councillor Bray?
Councillor Bray, yes.
Thank you. So it will show up on the website and the Facebook page. So that brings us to, I think I'm going to just look at my main list. Yes. Oh, no, sorry. There was an 11.4 that we added. Council health spending accounts that Councillor Nash had requested. Can you just let us know what it was you
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr.
wanted,
Mayor.
please?
And I'll say my famous line, I'll try and be quick. But on this, I think we will, because I know I want to get going as soon as I can. But all it was I had prepared a draft resolution, so I'll pass it out as I'm speaking to it. But members of council and staff will see 2 other notes on there that are for close just when it comes to it. But basically, as it's getting handed out, all it was I know back in March of 2023, there was resolution number 2023-115 that was passed by council for council health and insurance benefits. And what it was for, as we all know, is for a health spending account of $2,500. We weren't sure where to take it and, or I'm saying we weren't sure, but anyways, I am wanting to see if there's a seconder on it to increase the amount to $4,500 from the $2,500, and then going forward is adjusted by cost of consumer price index. So what I'd propose would simply be that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone passed Resolution 2023-115 on March 7th, 2023 in regards to council health and insurance benefits, and that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the annual health spending account amount. Now therefore be it resolved, the annual health spending account be increased to $4,500 per calendar year, effective January 1st, 2024, and that the amount be adjusted yearly going forward based on the consumer's price index. So I'd make the motion. Hopefully there's a seconder and we can have a bit of discussion and hopefully a vote on it. That's it.
Okay, so I need to ask if, well, is this procedurally out of order? Is that what you were gonna say?
I'm just contemplating whether this should be notice of motion as opposed to a motion. It's somewhat substantive. It affects the budget. That's what I'm thinking, just seeing it for the first time. That it could be part of the January 30th budget meeting for
And
consideration. I'm just thinking out loud here. I need to contemplate whether this should indeed be a notice of motion, because this is the first time council or the public would have seen it,
Yeah.
seen this request.
we add things all the time to council meetings with motions. We've done it very often. Whenever I seem to present one, it's, oh, it should have been a notice of motion, but if others do it, it's just a motion. So I'm gonna kindly ask that I don't think 2, 4, 6, 8, maybe roughly $10,000 is a substantial amount on an $8 million budget. That's my take on it. So I'm not sure where we need to do a notice of motion for something when we've agreed at the beginning of the meeting that something can be presented, which is what I've done. So anyways, I'd ask if they can be thought of, but if there can just be a vote and comments on it, and I'm making a motion and hopefully there'll be a seconder to it. I don't think we're breaking anything in a procedural bylaw adding a motion, because we do it all the time.
Well, I guess the only thing, I mean, we will be having discussions as we work on the budget to look at various items that are in the budget, and you know, it seems odd to me that we would, when we know that we're going to go through that process, that we would start nailing down increases to things right
And
now.
and through you, Mr.
You know, it's not a question of whether we can do it or can't do it. If it was some sort of an emergency that had to be dealt with right now, but you know, I'm kind of the same view as the CAO that I mean, I wouldn't support it as a standalone item today. I would entertain it at the budget meeting.
And part of the reason, sorry, the reason I want to bring it up now is so it doesn't become a budget negotiation. If we are gonna decide on something, we can decide on something and put it in the budget. Last year, for example, before the budget was approved, we'd passed $180,000 for gravel. We'd passed an excavator. This was before the budget. So we shouldn't be saying that we can't look at $10,000 when we literally do tenders and award contracts before budgets all the time. If not, at tendering time, we're going to say, nope, can't award any of those jobs until June, can't award that gravel, can't award this. This isn't the time to be doing that, which is exactly why you do it now, so you know. Sorry, Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods.
Just a question through you, Mr. Mayor. If Councillor Nash made a motion, shouldn't we get a seconder to even have this discussion?
Yeah, I think
just-
that is,
I don't-
I mean, I think that is probably a fair
I'll second the motion
Motion.
to discuss, so we
Hmm.
can at least have a conversation around it. If,
All right. Do we have a blank sheet? Oh, sorry, I have a blank sheet. Sorry, I don't know why I'm looking at you for this. All right, so this was moved by Counselor Nash, seconded by Counselor Woods at the Council of Municipality of Whitestone. 11.4. This is HSA, it's the heading. All right, so now we have a motion on the floor. I guess we're talking about it. Other comments from people who haven't already spoken? Councilor Lamb? You have a comment, or Councilor Bray?
This is Counselor Bray. I am just probably still thinking about this and thinking that it's a little bit too soon for me to say whether I'm for it or against it, whether it fits within our budget or what. I guess my thoughts on this is by passing it ahead of time, are we sending the wrong message to the ratepayers of Whitestone? Really, honest to goodness, I think that I would prefer it to be a notice of motion so that we can look at it at a later time. We can discuss it. We can find out sort of what are the implications and how it fits within the budget for 2024. Thanks.
All right, are there any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes,
Thanks. So we passed this last year, and I think it was kind of the same number, and then we cut it back. I think all of council voted in favor of it last year, and I know how much I used. Does every other council member know how much they used?
Yeah.
I don't see this as a huge deal. Maybe I'm wrong, but a health spending account for everybody trying to pay for prescription medications or something that they might need medically, to me, is not a big ask for anybody. I don't care what job you do. And that's just me. I don't know who used what, but I don't know, maybe look at the number and did it help anybody, right? I didn't hear a huge pushback from anybody in the community. And I thought we would have, honestly, when we voted on a house spending account for council.
Yeah. And
I'm not saying that it has to stay at this number, or I think it's too much, or yes, I think we should do it. I'm just, put that across in your head. I mean, you go to a dentist, you're not walking out of a dentist for a tooth cleaning up here for less than $500. And I do have some benefits that help me cover most of my stuff, right? Or eyeglasses. The last pair I bought were $1,000.
And just one thing, because I know it brought the motion, I think Councillor Wood made some really, really good remarks there. And I think it was passed last March. And if I remember, the budget was passed last June. And if we're going to say we can't pass something like this or even vote on it before budget, we should just make sure of that, and we can't award any tenders until June and see what happens with the gravel and everything. I think that rationale doesn't make sense. Some of the times you pass things knowing it's there, so you have to you have to include in your budget should something be passed, or if something gets defeated, you don't need to. So as the mover, I'd kindly ask if we could, maybe if anybody else has any more comments, if not, have a vote on it and we can carry forward, because I know there's 3 more items and I know it's starting to get dark out, so.
Councilor Lamb?
Kind of damned if I do, damned if I don't kind of situation. It, 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 it does bother me from a transparency standpoint. I think it's not a good thing to do. As an added motion in a January meeting, when we're not talking about the budget, when we know it's going to be a tough budget year. To pass something like this, I think the reverberation in the community could be far more than you think. And there was comments last year on Facebook about the 2,500. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I'm not for increasing the amount, or I'm not saying I'm against. I'm certainly open to that discussion. I just think the way that it's come up all of a sudden is just, it doesn't feel right to me, okay? And I don't want to vote against it because then it sort of dies, right? So I really, really would ask the mover or seconder to kind of rethink it. It's only a week from now that we're going to be talking about the budget. It could certainly be introduced or put in there, or this motion could actually be put into the budget for next week, right? And we could be discussing it and pass it. And because it is an item that sort of reflects back to January 1st, we could certainly approve it like we would, as you said, gravel or whatever. It just doesn't feel, and you know, I'm true to myself beyond anything else on council. It just doesn't feel right to me, but I don't want to defeat it, right? So please, let's, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what else to say. I think the mayor is saying the same thing, and I think Councilor Bray is saying the same thing. I don't think I've never heard anyone say, well, we shouldn't increase it. That you know, that may be the case next week, but can we not just think a little bit about this? That's my wisdom to council based on all my years here. I know the electorate, as I'm sure all of you do too, but anyway, I just think this could backfire big time on us. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Woods?
I just second the motion so we could have the discussion. That's all. Well, however you guys feel, that's fine. It makes no difference to me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to repeat what Councillor Lamb said, but that was kind of my reaction, was just the timing of it. I mean, this is the sort of thing that I would have expected a little advance notice of, I'm afraid, and some, you know, it's not the same as gravel and things like that we know we have to do at a certain time in order to secure a supply. I mean, this is, we can do this, we reduce it at the beginning of last year, and we can deal with it in the budget discussion amongst other things. So I don't buy the argument that today is the time to do it.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
And I would prefer not to, not to call them, like, if we're gonna call the question now, then I would have to vote against it on that basis. I'm sorry, because.
Mr. Mayor, I guess two things, but I know we do have to go. I'm not sure if I'll be here in a couple weeks or not, depending how stuff goes. But anyways, for something like gravel, there's a supply 24/7, 365 days a year.
That's actually not true, but never mind.
I can go to Tilson, or not Tilson,
No, you
Perrytown
can't.
Quarry and pick up gravel anytime, because I've hauled gravel all winter long before up here. So anyways,
Yeah.
but, so I would ask that there be a vote on. If it gets defeated, that's fine, and then it will just come back in a year from now. That's all. Not a big deal. $10,000 shouldn't be a big deal in an $8 million budget. And if we're saying that's a big deal, there's gonna be a lot of much bigger deals. I know people don't like what I'm saying, but I'd just like to test the waters, and if it fails, it fails. It's not a big deal.
Well, excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor, it is a big deal. To cut off discussion and just say, "But it's finished," like, I don't think anyone, if you truly want what you put forward, which is what you want, why won't you take advice to say, let's just pend it for a week or two, and probably something will go through. Maybe it's 3,500. I don't know what the
And
heck the answer will be, but to force it through tonight into it's not going to happen and say, well, it doesn't really mean much, then well, I just don't know why we can't compromise on some of
It's
this
not a
stuff.
matter of forcing it through. It shouldn't be a
is.
big deal, and it's a vote's just a vote. We
But-
can carry on. I don't
But
think,
Counselor Nash, no one knew this was coming. Like you handed it out, the people on council. Like, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm really not. I'm trying to have us somehow deal with things in a rational, go forward,
If
step
we're-
by step manner, right? And you back us into a corner and
but if,
you're gonna lose what you bring up.
but
And
if-
is it so, does it mean so much to you that you'd rather push it and lose it than win it a week from now? Like,
well, I don't
get
think,
it.
through you, if I might. Sometimes it's not a matter of winning or losing, it's just seeing if something will pass or not. And if we're talking about transparency in this, when we can't publish rates for hundreds of thousands of dollars in consulting fee, and we're talking about a transparency,
This,
This
is far
has
more
a
important
little, this
to
is,
the public.
this has a lot, no, I'd say this is very minor to the public compared to the tens of thousands they'll be paying in bills for planning services, in my eyes. Right? And I don't think this isn't a hide on transparency, because we're having a discussion right now. We're talking about it. We're not hiding it. We're not saying we can't say anything about it. We're actually discussing it. And then
But the public
Council-
didn't know we were discussing it.
how many people are on the call now, Mr. Mayor?
Well, it doesn't- maybe they
Nobody
would've
other
been
than
a lot
Councillor
more.
Bray and
Yeah, I
So
don't
the
think many
person not
more
in this
people
room.
would be on the call because of this. I don't think this would drum up 500 people on the call, in my eyes. So anyways,
Well,
I just ask, and I'm asking if it can be voted on. It was first and seconded, and
What a way to operate.
all right, if the members, if the mover and seconder do not wish to withdraw the motion, then we'll call the question and move on, because we are running out of time, and I'm-
Blow away $1,000 or $2,000 over governance.
are we gonna call the question then? How, I guess
it
we
can
can
be a
just,
recorded vote, Mr. Mayor.
oh, you want to record that, then, right? Make it simple, I guess.
Counselor Lamb,
How's Council Bray feel? I'm used to her going first.
Well,
Can I make an amendment that it be 3,500?
I'd be fine with that amendment.
I just seconded it so we can have a discussion. If this is a discussion, so if everybody's comfortable with 3,500, that's fine by me.
I'm fine. with
Everybody's
that.
gonna have a discussion. That's what we're supposed to do, right? If it's the
Can
dollar
we-
value
can we
that's the
vote on the
bother, or,
amendment?
Yeah, I'm fine with the amendment. I'm not sure if. the
no, I'm
seconder-
okay. If you want to make an amendment, I'm okay with that.
That would be the update to it, 3,500.
Do we need to vote on that, or we're just gonna do it for 3,500?
I think as long as the first and second are okay with the amendment, that's how it would be.
well, I mean, one way or the other, we have to vote, but it doesn't change changing the amount doesn't change my issue with the process that we're following, you know.
Well, I'm trying to find some sort of compromise and, it's easy to politicize these things and, and
Mr. Mayor,
frustrated.
can I ask a question? Is it the dollar value that has everybody that everybody has an issue with? I'm just asking, because I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you, it does for me. Yes, I think to go from 2,500 to 4,500 in one foul swoop is a lot. And
Okay.
believe me, within 15 days of us passing it last year, I had spent the $2,500.
I'm just,
Okay,
that's what
so-
I'm asking
so
what
I'm
everyone's
not-
issue is, because
I'm
either way
agreeing.
this goes, it's fine by me.
Well,
Like I would rather than say CPI and whatever, I'd say, let's make it 3,500 this year and then we'll revisit it next year. If you want to make it 4,000 next year, then it's more, like,
Okay, and
that's what I would
as-
say.
as the mover, in order to move it along, I'm fine with saying 3,500 and that's it. No CPI and we look at it the other time. That's fine. Just come on and, or when I say come on, I mean, we can move along. I don't mean that in a bad way. Sorry, it came out wrong.
Councillor Ray or Mr. Mayor, do you have any input on it? I'm just asking. If you think I'm out of order, just tell me, that's fine, no
well,
problem.
I think the way these things work is that if, and I do not know what the needs of individual counselors are, I guess, but I did not spend all of mine. Yeah, far from it. And it's not, it's all just a question of timing and various other things. Like, it's not that I didn't see it there and say, oh yeah, I could use this to cover some things that I would spend that would not otherwise be covered. But I guess I look at it, the majority of people in our community probably are not. Well, maybe not the majority. There are lots of people who aren't covered at all, who don't have anything. And it's always one of these things when counselors decide to give themselves a benefit that nobody else gets, which we're entitled to do, no question about that. But it's just, do we get onto a treadmill, which people say, well, I could spend 5,000 or 10,000 or whatever, and so there's just constant pressure to keep putting it up. And if the motion was that we gave ourselves a salary increase, there'd be the optics of that. So you're relying on people not paying attention, not noticing what's going on. I
We
would
did
say.
get a salary increase of almost 15% over 2 years. I'm sure the public doesn't know that. It just goes on here.
Well, yeah, but they do because there are cost of, what the cost of living is going up.
But they don't know that we get it every year. Not like it's publicized, but anyways.
Well, but it was done publicly that, it's not a hidden process. I'm just saying.
Listen, I'm not embarrassed as to, when I think of the last year, the hundreds of hours that I've spent on council, hundreds of hours. And I will guarantee you that I have at least, and I'm sure others maybe can claim the same thing. I'm working for a heck of a lot less than minimum wage. And I'm not embarrassed for saying I make 20 grand for the whatever hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours that I put in. So I'm more process, but that's what bothers me here. And I'm more process, but I do think that the health spending account, it can be increased, right? And I find it troubling that we're being put in this position. And I just don't know why we have to do this when I think we can do it next week. But, like now I'm trying to compromise because I don't want to see the baby thrown out with a wash, right? And I know try to have a root canal done, try to, as Council Wood said, try to get some glasses, try to get anything. Today's world is a heck of a lot of money to get any of these things done. You may not spend it this year, but you sure as heck would next year, right? And so anyway, I don't know what else to say. I feel uncomfortable with this, but nor do I feel uncomfortable about increasing it by 1,000. It's just the timing of it. But anyway.
Okay, so let's see where we are. We're gonna have to take a break for a minute.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
well,
think it was
we also
changed
need to have a
to
break. I've got to
30
let people know where I am.
I
if
think it was
you're-
changed to 3,500 with no CPI from the 4,500. So same motion was read to 3,500.
So we're now at, according from, by agreement of the mover and seconder, we're now at 3,500 no CPI. Is that right? Okay, so do you want to test this?
Yes, please.
All right.
I think it was called.
So again, sorry, let's go back to our recorded vote. Now, did you hear that, Councillor Bray? You understand that now what is the motion now, instead of the one that Councillor Nash read, the changes are increased to $3,500 effective January 1st. And the rest of that sentence that says the amount be adjusted yearly going forward based on CPI is gone. Okay?
Yes, yes, I heard that.
All right, so back to your calling your roll, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Lamb,
Please.
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes,
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion carries.
See, we can come together.
We can call.
So I think we need to take stock of where we are. We're done. Item 11, business matters. We have correspondence. And I don't know if any of these really need to be pulled or not. We have no questions from the public. We do have councilor items. And then we have a closed session with a couple of items in it. So this is going to take us to at least 6 o'clock. In fact, I don't know if we can finish in that amount of time, even depends. If nobody wants to talk about any of these other things, maybe if we went straight
I have
into
nothing
close.
under correspondence.
I have nothing.
No, I don't want that. No. I have nothing under correspondence.
Oh, okay.
I wanted it in there for information.
Well, and anyway, there is a curfew. There. How long have we been, wasn't keeping track of when our curfew kicks in, but
So
there's,
it kicks in at 5:30, so we have 7 hours.
oh, yes.
We have
okay.
a half hour for lunch, which I don't count. It's not part of the meeting, so we're 5:30 is your curfew.
Then, of course, after we come out, we got a couple of few things to wrap up here. Do I have a
would say
curfew resolution, do you
You
think?
should.
I'm sorry, I'm not finding it, but it could be there. Oh, you didn't find it. Thank you. All right. So, whereas, Section 6.5.2 daytime meetings commencing prior to 4 PM of the municipality of Whitestone procedural bylaw number 80/2023 being a bylaw to establish protocols governing the proceedings of council, committee, and boards of the corporation of the municipality of Whitestone states, no item of business may be dealt with at a council meeting after 7 hours of the meeting unless authorized by a resolution and supported by a majority of the members present to allow an additional agreed upon length of time. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby continues the January 16th, 2024 regular council meeting past the allotted time of 7 hours and continues for an additional whatever. Are we talking half hour?
Why don't we make it an hour if we're done before that?
at least an hour.
Okay. Okay, who's moving? Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Woods. All those in favor? Councillor Bray, are you okay with that?
Counselor Bray, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I would. I would like a quick break. I'm getting messages from people because I assumed this was going to be all over. I need to respond.
Mr. Mayor, not to be impolite, is there any way to push it? I'm not gonna be able to, I should have left an hour and a half ago. Or a
What do you
really,
mean?
really quick break, like really fast.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. You want to leave now? Is that what you're saying?
No, no, if we take a break, I don't think I'm gonna be able to stay. I gotta, like, just.
Well, I only need a 2-minute. I don't need
What's
a
that?
5-minute break, but I'm. Yeah.
Okay, so we're done with it.
All right, so. All right, so we're back convened again. Thank you. Correspondence. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 10 of the agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council receive the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion and action. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Are there no items being extracted? Is that what I hear? Okay, none. All those in favor? Councillor Ray?
Counselor Bray, yes.
All right, thank you. So there are no matters arising from correspondence. Motion to adjourn to a closed session, please, for the items that are listed on your agenda. Sorry?
Did you ask for counselor items?
Oh, sorry, I forgot counselor items. Are there any counselor items? I'm sorry.
I have one, if I could. And I was just simply requesting that maybe for the next council meeting, I guess it would be middle of February, if staff has enough time to prepare anything, that I know I've just tendered the ombudsman contract. Or sorry, integrity, I don't know, sorry, integrity. It's been a long day, everybody. Integrity commissioner. Along with some other stuff like the planning services. So I'm hoping that we can have a discussion and a review of the bylaw officer's contract. So I don't know if that would be an open or enclosed, or some of it might be an open and others might be enclosed, because I'd like to be able to see the existing contract for the bylaw officer, see what it says, see what the length of it is, if there's any expiration or what notice might need to be given, if we can put it out to tender. That's what I'd like to talk about. So if that can be put on the agenda, would be fabulous.
So we're talking about the bylaw officer,
Bylaw officer.
not the integrity commissioner.
No, I was just saying, because there's been a couple others go out, such as the integrity commissioner or the planning services. I'd like to see a review of the bylaw officer's contract to see if we want to award it out, just like we did for the integrity commissioner, the exact same thing. You know, it could have been extended if we wanted. Hey, let's take this time to have a look, see what the fees are, see what the contract says, so the council can have a good discussion on it and move forward based on the information we see, what the contract says and where we might want to go with it. And maybe we'll leave it the same and just renew for another year or whatever it is, or 2 years or 3 years with the current contract. That's the only comment I have, and thank you.
Okay, so that's just a request for an item to be on the agenda of a future meeting. Right, okay. Anything else under counselor item?
Mr. Mayor, this isn't under counselor items, but I'm having difficulty hearing Counselor Nash. Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Bray, my microphone keeps falling down and moving.
Yeah.
I apologize. Were you able to make out what I was trying to say, or would you like me to say it again?
I think I understand what you said, but it'd be easier if you could really speak into the mic, because it is hard to hear every word.
Okay, thank you. I'll try a bit better here.
Okay, so there are no members of the public on the call other than us chickens, so we can now entertain a motion to move into closed session, please, if I can find where the wait a minute. Adjourn to closed session. There we go.
I'll make the motion.
Councillor Lamb, thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor
I'll
Woods.
second that, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay, sorry. We'll catch you the next time, Councillor Ray. That this meeting be adjourned into a closed session meeting at 5:43 p.m. All right, so all those in favor, let's take a vote on it.
Counselor Bray, yes.
Thank you very much. Moving right along now. Oh, good. The next item is reconvene into regular meeting. We're done here. No, sorry. Okay, so closed session items, there is nobody else in the room. There's nobody else on the call, so we can just proceed. First item oh, yeah, we're going to stop recording. All right, thank you. We are now back in a regular council meeting. It's 6:30 p.m. And we're just going to wrap up here. Item 15.1, matters arising from closed session. The first one is the minutes of the closed session council meeting of December 14th. Mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the closed session meeting minutes for the regular closed session council meeting, sorry, not plural, of December 14th, 2023. Mover and seconder, please. Counselor Woods. Seconded by Counselor Lamb. All those in favor? You're okay,
Counselor
Counselor
Bray,
Lamb?
yes.
And Counselor Bray.
Yes.
Thank you. Volunteer appointment to Committee of Adjustment, 15.2.1. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the appointment of Kevin Crucell as an alternate committee member of the Municipality of Whitestone Committee of Adjustment. Mover and seconder. Counselor Lamb moves, seconded by Counselor Woods. All those in favor? Counselor Bray, you're in favor?
Counselor Bray, yes.
Thank you. Volunteer appointment to Fire and Rescue Service, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the appointment of Christopher Sherry as probationary firefighter / first responder in training in the Whitestone Firefighter Rescue Department, and that subject to completion of mandatory training and 1 year of successful probation, Christopher Sherry may move up as a regular firefighter / first responder in the Whitestone Fire Department. Mover and seconder. Counselor Woods, seconded by.
I'll second.
Thank you, Counselor Ray. All those in favor?
Counselor Bray, yes.
Counselor Bray is in favor. Thank you very much. Confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw number 06-2024 being the confirmatory bylaw for the council meeting of the Municipality of Whitestone on January 16th, 2024 is hereby enacted as passed this 16th day of January 2024. Councilor Lamb's moving. And you're seconding, Councilor Woods? All right, thank you. All those in favor for this one?
Counselor Bray, yes.
Councilor Bray is in favor. Thank you. And finally, adjournment. Councilor Nash, are you moving adjournment?
I'm just kind of.
No, seconded by Councilor Woods. That this meeting now therefore be resolved that this meeting be adjourned at 6:33 p.m. until the regular council budget meeting of Tuesday, January 30th, 2024 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor, please leave. No, please. Please.
Counselor Bray, yes.
That does include the budget meeting, and it is physically present in this room. Is that my understanding?
Yep.
The 30th, that's a Tuesday.
Yep.
Last,
We just got the budget email to the agenda.
That's the agenda for you, George.
Oh, okay. I'll see you all. So
all right, you go carefully.